Welcome to Table Talk, the place for deep conversations in the Geekverse. And trust me, when we tear into a subject, we go deep. I'm Heath, and I'll be your host. Each episode, I'll be talking with one or more creators, authors, illustrators, publishers, or other movers and shakers in games, TV, books, movies, or other areas of the Geekverse. Regular guests include Douglas A. Burton, the author of Faraway Bird, a multi-award-winning historical fiction novel of the Byzantine Empress Theodora. He's also the author of The Heroine's Labyrinth, an alternative story structure to the hero's journey that often occurs in stories with feminine heroes. That structural framework frequently comes up in our analysis of story. Brianna De Silva, she's the director and co-writer of The Cultists, a Lovecraftian comedy mockumentary-style web show here on YouTube, and the author of The City of Reckoning, an epic fantasy novel of political intrigue, the ethics of war, and young love. Cameron Pasha is a screenwriter, director, novelist, and was a writer and producer on the series Kings, a producer on NBC's Bionic Woman, and a co-producer and writer for Sleeper Cell. He's also written for the CW series Nikita and Roswell, New Mexico. He's been breaking news from inside Lucasfilm, Disney, and Hollywood. His analysis and commentary have become very popular on YouTube. We regularly meet to discuss and analyze stories, and when we do, we dive into graduate-level seminars on story structure and writing. Come on in and let's go deep. And when I say we're going deep, I mean you'd better bring your hard suit. Other guests have included Lou Anders, the author of the Thrones and Bones fantasy novels Once Upon a Unicorn, the creator and publisher of the Norengard RPG, and the author of Star Wars: A Pirate's Price, the book that explains why the Millennium Falcon is on the planet Batu at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Mark Tassin, the creator of the World of Ataltis, head of Mechanical Muse, former director of the Gen Con Writers Symposium, and the head developer of the new Cool Name RPG. Let's see, who else?
Bond. James Bond.
Well, not James Bond. Not yet. Maybe soon, though. But I have interviewed Jamie Stegmaier, the founder of Stonemaier Games, crowdfunder extraordinaire, and publisher of many hit board games like Scythe and Wingspan. Brian Colin, sculptor of the world of Revelo Monster Busts, and the creator of the vast, grim, dark horror RPG. Ajit George, the Dungeons & Dragons author. We talked about game writing, education, and his contribution to Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft, and the development of the Journeys to the Radiant Citadel.
I am Hela, Odin's firstborn, the commander of the legions of Asgard, the rightful heir to the throne, and the goddess of death.
Well, actually, that interview got rather spicy, so I think I'd better just keep that one to myself. Kate Wilson, a YouTuber, actress, host, and prolific geek guru who's now working to make a new show dedicated to the world of tabletop gaming a reality. So buckle up and get ready for a wild ride, because it's time to explore the worlds of tabletop gaming, sci-fi, fantasy, and all of geekdom through the eyes of those who are making things happen.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
It's time for Table Talk. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Table Talk. I'm your host, Heath Robinson. It is so great to have you tonight. Man, we are in for a major show. We are talking about Star Trek VI, and in many ways, I know this is the one that we have been waiting for ever since Doug and I started with Star Trek, the motion picture, like weeks and weeks ago, months ago, coming up to this. This is one of my favorite movies. I can't wait to talk about it. And with me is, of course, Douglas A. Burton. Welcome, Doug.
What's happening, everybody?
Hey, everyone. This could be the mother of all table talks.
We are going into our own undiscovered country.
Yes. I mean, I was telling Doug right before we got started here that this is one of my favorite movies, but yet I am not even ready for it. I could spend another 8 hours prepping for this discussion. I really could. I've got all kinds of notes sitting right here ready for it. But really, if you said he'd take another day, like full solid day, to think about this movie, I could totally do it.
This is part one of an 18-hour discussion.
I know, it could completely be. We have no idea what's going to happen here. Let's see who's with us. Let's see. James says, I have this movie on in the background right now, keeping it fresh in my mind for the stream tonight. Oh, talking about Savick and Valeris. You know, which... Yep. Only recently did I discover her name was Valeris.
Oh, really?
I thought, yeah, for years I had said Polaris. Like the star.
Really?
Polaris. Yeah, for years I had said that. Now it was only a couple of years ago that it is Valeris. But really, listening to it, I always thought that it was Polaris.
Isn't that funny how you could take a mispronunciation into your life for decades?
Yes, yeah. But it's Valeris, but really, I always heard that Polaris. We'll talk about her and Christy Alley, right? Like what Doug was saying in here.
Yeah. I think I spelled that wrong.
Wish that we had seen more of that. Oh, Sable says, I'm tanned, I'm rested, I'm ready to give this old town a wedgie again. Oh, and Robert's talking about, yes, Spock and Sherlock Holmes. There are so many ways to talk about this movie. That's why I think this is going to be so deep, because we can talk about the film from the plot perspective, from the story perspective, from the references to other literature perspective, from the historical perspective. I mean, there are so many ways to talk about this movie.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, Star Trek 6. All the other Star Treks were in the 80s. And so this was the first really and only one that the new crew or the old crew did in the 90s. Because after that, it really passed on to the next generation.
And then they passed it on to the next generation. Let's see. Sable says, I would have loved to keep Christy as Savick through the entire series of movies, but I also thought Kim Cattrall really sold it, which she did. She completely did. And she and Nimoy were completely on fire every scene they were together. Yes, and this is such a great line. What you have, what you want is irrelevant. What you have chosen is at hand. Good evening, PH. Good evening. It's so good to see you.
Awesome.
Yes. Okay. So Sable says there's no way to get super chats on this channel, sadly. Okay. So let me just mention that right now. Let me bring this up. I hope that you are all. So if you want to send super chats, you can do that on the Heath's Geekverse channel. We are simultaneously streaming at the moment on both the Heath's Geekverse channel and also on the new channel, which you can see right here, which is the dedicated Table Talk channel. For the moment, I'm streaming on both, right? So you can watch on either the Heath's Geekverse channel, but over the next maybe month or so, we're really going to start migrating completely over here to the Table Talk channel, which I'm going to put in the chat right now. Dedicated Table Talk channel. So if you see this and you are over on Heath's Geekverse, it would really help us out if you would come over to the Table Talk channel, link just in the chat, subscribe to this channel, and also watch over here, because it would really help us out. In order to monetize this channel, like Sable is saying, no way to send super chats on this channel. We need more subscribers. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers. We need more watch hours. So you would be helping us all out if you are watching over on the Table Talk channel. But if you would like to send a super chat, which would also really help us out, that right now can be done on the Heath's Geekverse channel. But so that's what's going on right now. I realize that in the short term, there's a little bit of pain over to a dedicated channel, but I really think that in the medium to long term, having a dedicated Table Talk channel where we've got really consistent branding over here is going to be a major thing, because we've had 210 subscribers in 28 days over here to Table Talk. People, I think, like what we're doing on Table Talk, and I think it's going to be a major thing. So that's the situation right now. We want to get to the point where we can take super chats on this channel.
And if everyone could click like real quick, since you're here, click like. That also helps the algorithms out a lot.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's correct now. So is there a way to cross chat between the two, simul chat? We see on my side, on our side, we see the chats from both channels. Like we can look at. So we are simultaneously chatting. It just means that if you're watching on Heath's Geekverse channel, you can send a super chat, which is very much appreciated. But then also, we also appreciate viewership on the Table Talk channel in order to get our viewership high enough to monetize it and to go forward. And Brianna, I was talking to Brianna about that this afternoon. We had a 2-hour conversation. One of the topics was about how do we really catapult Table Talk forward, and we need that. So you're right. Yeah. James says you're up to 270. Yes, 260 only an hour ago. So this Sable effect Yes,
Wow.
maybe it was Sable Phoenix who was on last week and has been catapulting this channel. So great.
Awesome.
So that's what's going on that. Doug, do you want to tell everybody who you are? Look, here right now is Faraway Bird. So here is your.
I am an author. I wrote a historical fiction book back in 2020 about Byzantine Empress Theodora, and it's all based on true history. She's a real person. It's an award-winning book, and I'm currently writing book 2 to that right now. I'm in the earlier stages, but it's coming out great. And this February, I have another book coming out called The Heroine's Labyrinth. Several members of this channel, members in the chat, have participated in this, and they will be even mentioned in the acknowledgement. So Heath's Geekverse has been a part of The Heroine's Labyrinth. So I can't wait for that book to come out.
And also, I would say we need to have a dedicated table talk on Faraway Bird. I don't know why I hadn't thought about that earlier. But we've been doing so many stories and also films, and Brianna's got some short films that she's going to show that we should talk about on the channel. But then it occurred to me like 2 days ago as I was on a walk, I was like, yeah, we can do short films. Why don't we talk about the books that we write? So we'll do a dedicated table talk on Faraway Bird, and then also Brianna's book, City of Reckoning.
And by the way, Faraway Bird is available on audible.com. So if you're like me and it's just easy to do audiobooks, you can do it. There's original music that was written for it.
Oh, really?
By a personal friend of mine. She absolutely crushed it. And there's when you read Lord of the Rings, there's like song lyrics and part of there's a little bit of that. And I had someone write a melody for the song lyrics in there. So it's really cool. The book came out great on audio. So if you're an audio person, grab it on audible.com. But if not, if you like to hold it in your hands, obviously we have the paperback and ebook, hardcover, all those.
Well, we need to talk about those kinds of things specifically, because that's really cool. Yeah. All right. So Faraway Bird, hardcover, also audiobook. Please go and get it. Also, right now, if you would like my book, Goodnight Sword, which is my takeoff of Goodnight Moon. So if you have a child in your life, whether that's a son, daughter, niece, nephew, younger cousin, or just a child of a friend of yours who is about the right age, who would like Goodnight Moon, we all remember that. Instead, you should read to them Goodnight Sword, because this is my takeoff. Who doesn't want the medieval fantasy kind of version of Goodnight Moon? Here is Goodnight Sword. I'm going to post the link to that right in the chat right now. If you go over to Goodnight Sword, put your email address in there, you get the free copy, whole book right there. You can read it tonight with your son, daughter, niece, nephew, whoever it is. If you need story time tonight, you can get the entire book by PDF right there. On that page I just posted. And then in maybe a couple of weeks, I'm going to launch on Indiegogo to do hard copy books. So if you want a hard copy, we'll be able to do a hard copy on Indiegogo. And then on the Morning Grind, and also here on Table Talk, we'll talk about that. But we'll also do a drawing for everybody who signs up to get a free hard copy book of Goodnight Sword when the Indiegogo campaign goes live.
Awesome.
So check out both of those. Take that down right here. I think so. PH, I think I posted that, so you should be able to find which channels we're talking about. Scrolling down here, there's a lot of stuff going on. Hello, good evening. Let's see. There's lots of stuff going on.
Man, Sable Phoenix is hardcore.
Yeah,
he's got double monitors going.
Yeah, that's great. Yes,
just like Spock, double Spock's Valeris, he's got double monitors.
That's great. Sable says this is the best Star Trek film.
Nice.
Tom McCrat says I haven't seen this one in years. It's a good one.
It's great. Heath and I were both talking right before we went on, and we both agree. Star Trek 2, we both agree is the best, and Star Trek 6, we both agree is the second best. After that, you could kind of mix and match a little bit. But these Star Trek 2 and 6 seem to be the 1-2 punch for me for the old crew. I love them. I love these two movies. I rewatched it for this stream, and totally satisfying. Totally satisfying.
Chomocrat says, yeah, so super chats are a YouTube restriction. Let me give you the stats on that right now. On the dedicated Table Talk channel, in order to get super chats, we have to have at least 500 subscribers channel. So we have 272 right now on that channel. I'll put the link right now again in case you're over there. Table Talk channel. So we need to get to 500 subscribers on that channel. We have 272 right now. So if you're watching on Heath's Geekverse, please do subscribe to that link. Just put it in the channel. We need to have at least 3 video uploads in 90 days. We have that completely covered. That's not a problem. And so we need 500 subscribers and at least one of the following: 3,000 public watch hours in the past 365 days. We need to get to 3,000 watch hours. And right now we've got
2,900 hours.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm kidding.
No, and we have had 337 watch hours over on the Table Talk channel in the past 365 days. We haven't been live for 365 days, but since the life of the channel, we got to get to 3,000. So we need both 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours. So if you go over to the Table Talk channel, please do subscribe. That would help us out. And then, hey, I've been posting clips of our discussions over there. And if you watch those or you watch that over there, it'll help us out with the watch hours over there and help build this channel. So that's what's going on over there. Anything else we need to say?
No, I think that's a pretty good warm up and a real good assessment.
BGD has a question for you.
Oh, I answered. It's 6th century. It's Justinian I and Theodora.
Okay.
So they both. He was actually the son of a pig farmer, and came into prominence through the military. Very prestigious. And she was a prostitute, but not just a prostitute. She was like a infamous performer, like with some celebrity in the red light district of Constantinople. So she had some notoriety, and somehow she ended up becoming an empress, and she ends up spearheading what would be considered women's rights by today's standards, way before most accounts of when women's rights began. So she's actually pretty amazing, and I'm surprised she's not a household. I'm surprised she's not better known.
We don't have many films about her. We don't know.
Think about this. Think of a movie that takes place in the Byzantine Empire or a TV series. There's nothing. This whole period of history is blacked out from pop culture. A lot of people, especially intellectuals, know about it. Some people know a lot about it, but there's like 0 movies, 0 films, 0 TV shows. For a long time, like in the 90s when I was in high school and growing up, there was very few books on it. So for whatever reason, the Roman Empire of the East is like wiped out. We can't.
And it's interesting because the Roman Empire continued until the fall of. We think about the fall of Rome in 730?
476.
476. Yeah, I meant 4. I said 7, but it's 476. Right. But the Roman Empire continued until the fall of Constantinople
in 1453.
Yes. And so have you been following, Doug, the memes going around on social media about how often you think about the Roman Empire?
Yes, I have.
Okay. All right. So the Byzantine Empire counts, I think. So
what's that?
So I think the Byzantine Empire counts. I mean, if you're thinking about the Byzantines.
It should. I remember when I first, and I will keep this brief, but I remember when I first found out about the Byzantine Empire, I checked out a library book from my study hall on the Byzantine Empire, and I flipped it open, and I didn't see any talk of the Grand Legionnaires marching off to war and how they conquered Europe and all this stuff. It was a discussion of the collapse of civilization in the West, about the shrinking of the empire, about an empire built by survivors, people who expected the other shoe to fall and that their society would collapse, and how they were clinging to life in the East, and how they were warding off barbarians in the West, and then eventually Islam from the East, and it was divorced from Europe. These were not Europeans. This was a Mediterranean society, and I became just absolutely fascinated by it, and it's never let go of me.
So it would be safe to say that how often do you think about the Roman Empire, Doug? Every day? I
think about it once per hour minimum, sometimes 60 times an hour, once a minute.
So that's what we think about the Roman Empire. And what has consumed my life since last Thursday, I have been doing nothing other than the morning grind. Now, today I had been doing all of my analysis and writing all my notes for this Star Trek 6. But since Thursday, I've been doing nothing but thinking about this new story that I'm writing about the birth of Christ, the Christmas story. And so as a result, have been thinking about the Roman Empire. Yes, every hour. So we think about the Roman Empire. All right.
That's awesome.
Then I guess it's time to get started.
Time to boldly go.
It is time to boldly go. So,
how would you frame this one?
How would I frame it? Well, okay. So, I would say that this is an extremely complex movie.
Yeah.
That deserves, and I think I said some of this before, but I think that deserves analysis from the perspective of writing, from the perspective of stories, just the writing, the dialogue, what is said. I think there's some fantastic dialogue in it. The writing from the perspective of the story structure, the writing, but the directing deserves to be talked about. This movie deserves to be talked about in terms of a cultural perspective, that the things that it references historically, but also from the perspective of what it represented and referenced contemporary to its time. And Nicholas Meyer talks about that as well when he was doing the director's commentary about all movies, movies being references to its time. And so this is talking about not only history, but in its day, the current day. It deserves to be talked about there. And it deserves to be talked about in terms of the development of the Star Trek characters. This is one of the greats.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. Like I said, it was the only one done in the 90s. It was following up really the first dud from the Star Trek franchise. Star Trek 1 wasn't well received, but it still had a historical role in that new sci-fi era that was being launched by Star Trek in 2001, I guess you could include in some respects. And so it was still in that vein. And Star Trek 2, obviously, 3 and 4, that was considered the trilogy. And then 5 kind of was kind of a little bit of a nosedive there. So this had to follow that up, which I think it did a great job. I remember being very excited about this one because the trailer really sold this movie, and there was a lot of excitement. It had good word of mouth. So, and Heath, you nailed it. There's also a historical tie into this, which is unmistakable. It's not brilliant to say that there's a lot of crossover with Star Trek 6 and the collapse of the Soviet Union, and what I believe also is a tie-in of Chernobyl from 1986, the Chernobyl disaster. I felt like the writers were hyper-conscious of drawing a parallel to the Soviet Union and this idea of a double hegemonic galactic order in which one of the superpowers is collapsing under their own weight. And now you've got this lone superpower in the Federation, and what are we going to do about it? And some of the dialogue in this is so awesome that when I go back to watch it, I actually learn a lot. I even feel like there's commentary there where our culture, through the characters of Star Trek 6, are wrestling with that question: what now? And we'll get into this later. Kirk references something called the end of history, and that's not an accident. That's an actual phrase and an intellectual line of thought on what to do next. And these were not small ideas. And because of this movie, I have actually gone on to read literature based specifically on that phrase, the end of history. I went down a rabbit hole a couple years ago.
Fukuyama.
What's that?
Fukuyama, right?
Correct. So I went down a rabbit hole and I realized that there were major intellectual heavyweights trying to figure out what this meant, that the United States was the last one standing, that the World War II had been won, the Cold War had been won, and here America stands alone. The good guys won, right? That was the idea in 1990, 1991. Now what? Now what?
And do we stand at the end of history?
The end of history, right. So, and this is kind of weird now that I think about it. One of the books that I read that this is related to was called Revolt of the Elites. And some of this even pertains to today. It was written by Christopher Leish. And oddly enough, he had some commentary about, totally out of place, but strippers and psychological profiles of strippers, which I ended up using to write my historical fiction book with Empress Theodora. It was pretty phenomenal. But I actually read some of the literature out of the 90s because of this film, because it really got me thinking, because I feel like here we are, 2023. In some ways, we're still trying to answer that question. What are we supposed to be doing now? You know, what does it mean to be the superpower? Do we attack terrorists? You know, do we set up an authoritarian, you know, heavy duty equality super state? Like, what are we supposed to do? We still haven't answered the question. And these questions were first asked in 1991, and they're front and center in Star Trek VI.
I think that is an excellent point, Doug. I wrote my master's thesis on geopolitics, and then also had elements of that when I did theories of statehood for my PhD. And so
wow,
I traced this. And so the end of history was a major part of that. You know, and actually, I've wondered in the realm of nonfiction, which is not what I'm doing anymore, but in the realm of nonfiction, if I could continue that arc, because I had documented an arc of geopolitical thought, you know, through, pre-World War II and World War I, you know, up through, and the way things, and I can see that even going on today. So that progresses through the end of history and what is the predominant geopolitical and geostrategic thought, of the West, and then also other places as it compares, but the Western thought throughout all these times. And if you were to do, what is the word I should be using? Oh my God, I can't believe I forget the term right now, but there's a certain element of geopolitical thought which looks at modern art, basically. And I remember reading a bunch of different articles, and there were a bunch of different articles that came out about how does modern art, including cinema, which includes film, you know, represent different elements, different geopolitical elements. This is an element of critical geopolitics. And so, but I don't remember this film being analyzed, but it absolutely should have been. It absolutely should have been, because you have to situate this film in that context when you're looking at it just as the history of film.
So, and I'll even say that I totally agree with that. This should be a prominent film that is studied, because this is a major franchise in popular culture. This is Captain Kirk's final ride, and Spock. You know, I guess Spock comes back, but I don't even really count all that, really. But this was a real last hurrah by this crew. So this was a pop culture event, in my opinion, in terms of a farewell to this crew. And unlike most franchises, I feel like with this film, they stuck the landing.
They stuck the landing. Yes,
they stuck the landing. And I think it should be filmed or studied, because how many times today do we hear, God, get politics out of my movies? And I have thought this and asked this myself, like, but there are politics in other films. Why am I so over? The question is it one-sided? Do the filmmakers say, we have the answer, here it is, stuff it down your throat? You know, one-sided political conjectures, straw man theories, and where it doesn't feel very natural, nor does it feel very well thought out. However, Star Trek VI, this movie is a great example where they don't tell you the answer, because they see consistently, I'll point out certain parts of dialogue, they don't try to just demonize the disagreeing parties. You know, they choose their winner in a sense, but they do so, and they also make a very strong attempt to help you understand why Valeris would do this, why Chang would do this. There's that line later, Starfleet and Klingons conspiring together. There was kind of this amazing awareness of a strange common cause. So I feel like they did their best to present the logic that they were against, but present it in a sympathetic way, as though they understood why people would think this way, and why ultimately this might not have been the way to go. And the characters had to grow to get through this very clearly. there's a great, and we'll get to it, but there's a great line in the end where she goes, where Azit Bor says, "You've restored my father's faith." And he said, "And you've restored my son's." Huge lines in terms of reconciliation from people who are diametrically opposed to each other, in a sense, now coming together. So there's a lot here in Star Trek VI for us to think about.
I think that is an excellent point, Doug. And I hadn't thought about that deliberately like you just phrased it, but I think it should absolutely be thought about, because this is 1991. So this movie came out in 1991. And if people are like, "Oh, I don't want politics in my Star Trek," or whatever. Well, here is a film that is just beloved, that we think is, fantastic. And it also, generally thought to be one of the best of them. There's absolutely political commentary, as others have been. So why do people accept this one with open arms and not other things? Man, that's something we got to think about. That's
because the writers made the effort to understand people they may disagree with. We've lost the art of that today, and that's a major problem. I hear some people, it doesn't matter which side of the spectrum you're on, you'll hear people just talk about the other side as if there is no logic to it. And I think that's a mistake. I think it's very important to understand both sides just for yourself. I don't know how you can make a weighted decision if you don't understand the logic of both sides. This movie presents logic to both sides, even though there are bad guys and everything like that. They present it as there is a line of logic that makes sense. Bill, are we talking about mothballing the Starfleet? What? Are we going to give up on everything? And there's a great line, and it really hit me hard last night when I watched it. She goes, when Valeris and Spock are talking, she's like, we must recognize that a turning point has been reached in the affairs of the Federation. And I was like, man, that's actually a big thing for a character to say. A turning point has been reached in the affairs of the Federation. That means your cultural goals, your cultural purpose, you've reached the turning point where everything you're doing, all of your logic, all of your focus, all of your attention, all of your outreach now must change.
Which is the end of history, which is what Fukama was saying when he was talking about that in that article about the end of history, that we've reached a turning point in the affairs of the United States and the Western culture in general.
And global culture.
We have won. Yeah, that what has happened here, that yes, it's, I think about, well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the commentary here was done in the context of the fall of the Soviet Union and the what next moment. But here we are in 2023. And when I look back, I'm like, that was a bigger pivotal moment than we all knew it meant a lot. We all understood that. But now we have, 30, how many years has it been since 1996? We're almost at 30 years. There's that big question. I realize it's a bigger weight to carry for our society to wrestle with that. And I think such turning points are so rare in history, so clear and concise, that the effort made in Star Trek VI to address this means that Star Trek stumbled into one of the great questions of all civilization, when a civilization achieves its goals. What next? That's such a major question. So, and Star Trek VI is right on that pulse throughout the whole film. And I love it.
You make me consider the things I write with that kind of question that you brought up. And I don't know why I had never thought of it in such stark terms until you had said this, that when I'm writing Rabivania and when I'm writing Theophany, my intention is not, and even this Christmas story that I've been writing over the past and rewriting and editing over the past few days, my purpose isn't to write something political. That's not hey, let's write something. But as I'm writing, certain themes come up, but it's not so much that hey, let's promote this theme. It's like all of a sudden I come up with a theme that I've got to wrestle with. That something comes up, and in fact, in this past Christmas story, it's been free will is what I realized has emerged as part of this.
Big one.
And that all of a sudden I'm struggling with the themes of free will, and so you end up with characters on one side of the argument, you end up with characters on the other side of the argument, and then you realize that or I realized anyway, that the drama of this ends up being these characters who are diametrically opposed wrestling between these things. And
Totally
that's
correct.
where you end up with an amazing film or story in general, whether it's a film or whatever, that you're dealing with, not just powering through one idea, but the wrestling of an idea.
Absolutely. And if you're good at that, if you can understand humanly both sides, then you will write a good story. There was a quote I read a long time ago, and I'm probably getting it a little wrong, but it goes something like, "As I am human, I can understand all that is human." So what that means is you should be able to find an understanding, even in the darkest, like a murderer. It's the darkest things that this spectrum of what human beings can do. If you're going to write a villain, you need to try to understand that person. That doesn't mean you agree or condone, obviously, any of it, but you need to be able to get into that headspace. And even when I'm writing a story, and I totally agree with what you just said, Heath, I will have characters always come back and make a good case against even obvious things. So if there's a character, like there's a scene in my story where they're concubines, and she's like, let's break out of here, basically. And I'm like, well, don't make the person arguing to stay look or sound stupid. Make her give a compelling case. We should stay here as concubines. Make a compelling case. Make a compelling case so well that your reader's like, well, maybe you shouldn't rock the boat. Maybe that is a dumb call. Is it really worth it to. So you should have characters that can go back and forth. And I do feel, or where you, the viewer, can identify from each character. I remember even a friend of mine saying they understood Thanos. The idea of getting rid of half the life for overpopulation. And I was like, boy, then that's why Marvel probably did a good job with Thanos, because he at least had some logic to his evil plans. So absolutely. But you can't treat the wrong logic according to your story format as stupid. Because if it's that stupid, these people aren't going to get off the ground in the first place. If they're social apex people, if a lot of followers believe them, then they have made sense to a lot of people for a long time. And just to tie it back, Star Trek VI does an exceptional job, in my opinion, of trying to make the case, even if they disagree, make the case for why the conspiracy occurred and why there was some logic to restarting this Cold War in space and just having this Federation and Klingons slug it out. Klingons wanted it, or some members of the Klingon Empire wanted it. Some members of Starfleet wanted it. There's a logic there. There's a sensibility there. There's a desire not to change, which is a theme in this story, in this movie. So anyway, I agree.
Yeah. And so, where I was also, I had a thought and all of a sudden it left me. I was about to say with that. So I guess I'll think of it again when we come up. We say again. I was gonna say that also. So this is apparently also a very controversial movie.
Really?
Regarding regarding Roddenberry, regarding a lot of the actors, because of the themes that it was going to address. Roddenberry thought that things like prejudice would be eliminated in the future, and to have.
There you go. You froze up. You said it's a controversial episode.
You froze too. I don't know who froze, but yes, but this was a controversial movie that was put forward. Of course, Nicholas Meyer is coming back.
Yep,
from Star Trek 2, so he's coming back to save us. And I do love Nicholas Meyer's interpretation of Star Trek. So Star Trek 2, Star Trek 6, these are my favorites. Nicholas Meyer is coming back, but it was controversial to Gene Roddenberry about like what are you having these characters say, our characters say, because they're not supposed to be prejudiced anymore, because this is the future. We've eliminated all kinds of conflict, and even among the actors who on set, apparently they were shuffling around lines from actors who refused to say particular lines because they would be interpreted as racist or bigoted or prejudiced or whatever. So that's interesting to me that this is brought forward. So Nicholas Meyer had this certain vision and Gene Roddenberry had this vision. And so you're seeing these things conflict. And so in here, you're seeing much more Nicholas Meyer's interpretation of Star Trek in the future when he's trying to say something. And even some of the actors opposing this. And yet what came out is just a magnificent film.
Right. I have a theory and a belief as a writer, and it probably extends to art in general, that you have to ignore all the critics and write as honestly as possible. I feel like if you do that, you'll stand the test. You'll have a better chance of standing the test of time. And this is a great example where if you tune out all the noise of 1991 speak, we have a great film. Thank God. Because we've seen, and I'm not knocking Gene Roddenberry by any stretch, but we have seen his efforts manifested mostly in Star Trek: The Motion Picture, where apparently everybody was, everyone's perfect. And it doesn't always translate into a great drama on screen in a 2-hour feature film. So I think it's good to show people with flaws. And I know the lines, in fact, especially in the hypersensitive era of 2023, a lot of the lines jumped out. I was like, oh man, that wouldn't fly today. That wouldn't fly today. But I'm glad it's there because I feel like you have a chance to make a point if you're portraying some of this rather than, pre-censoring or self-censoring yourself as the screenwriter in this case.
As I was watching some of the director's commentary with one of the co-writers, he was talking about Gene Roddenberry's vision and saying that when everything is perfect, it's so difficult to have drama. Yeah. It's like, that's what Gene Roddenberry's vision was. I mean, you can say, no, like, hey, Doug, let's write a movie. In this world, everything is perfect. Well, then how do you have any conflict?
It was funny when Lucasfilm announced the High Republic. They said, here's a new set of novels set in an era where there is no war. And I was like, that's going to fail.
That's not going to work.
It's the High Republic. Who cares? Everything's fine. And they're like, the Jedis are like rangers and I'm like, dude, Star Wars. It's a conflict. It opens with conflict. That's the whole point. And that's why the prequel struggled. They did not open with conflict. They built up to it a little too slow. And I think Gene Roddenberry had a great vision that worked good for the original series. The original series television show. You have a human civilization united, right? Diverse human civilization, just going out and exploring the galaxy and encountering issues where they have to overcome it. However, for a feature film where you have to kind of bring that back and create some drama for a 2-hour where it's not a serial, it may get a little bit more difficult. And I think we saw some of that with the motion picture. I love it.
Yes.
But
we appreciate it more in retrospect. We said that when we went over that movie.
Absolutely.
But that wasn't going to create an enduring Star Trek. It wouldn't have created the great franchise Bennett that came into Star Trek 2 that created something that would endure. And here they are again in Star Trek 6.
Correct. And I don't think they were shallow about it. The themes in Star Trek 2 are not shallow themes. They are powerful, multi-layered themes. Star Trek 3 has powerful, multi-layered themes. 4, 5 even has multi-layered themes. So these
even
are not
though badly executed, it was there.
Absolutely. Yeah, poorly executed, but there were strong themes there. And this one as well. So even despite the lack of the perfectly evolved human society, we still have these great Star Treks.
Okay. I knew this was going to be a big show because we've been talking for nearly 45 minutes. I haven't even started the movie yet.
Well, it's good to kind of frame some of this because there is a lot here.
No, I am glad that you asked about that because that framing is so important because I meant to do that every episode and then I forgot this time. So that is so important about what is going on here before you even start. Like what is the context of this movie and what is it trying to do? And also the failure of, we have a super chat coming in.
Yeah. Sable Phoenix.
Sable Phoenix just sent in a super chat. Thank you so much, Sable. Sable for a $10 super chat awesome. Says, the utopian ideal is stagnation and ultimate death. Even life itself, all the way to the cellular level, shows us that we require stress, conflict for growth. Without it, life withers away.
I could not agree more. I remember talking to my grandmother one time. I was going through a really tough period in my life. And I was talking to my grandmother and I asked her, I go, Grandma, what are your best memories with Grandpa? Specifically, I was singling in on her relationship with Grandpa. And she sat there, she thought about it, and she goes, the times we struggled. And I'll never forget her answer. I was like, the times you struggled are the most memorable, some of the best. She's like, yeah, because we were overcoming something. So I agree with that. It's like when you work out, you have to rip the muscle in order to grow it. You can't become a better writer because you have a theory on writing. You have to write bad writing for years, sometimes decades, before it all starts to come together. Like, you have to be struggling. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. So when people say they're going to fix my life with great government and keep me from struggling, I tend to reject that, because I think I'd rather struggle and try to figure something out on my own, even if it's painful. And I have had great pain in my life struggling. So
it is a bold choice here then. Now, of course, we had Star Trek 2, but then here we've had 3, 4, 5. Now here we are. Meyer, who also co-wrote this, was also one of the co-writers, co-writers, who was going to say, we're going to show a darker side of all of this. And we're not afraid to show imperfection, and we're going to confront and we're going to struggle with it throughout this film. So in that context, when Gene Roddenberry is saying, I understand why it's a controversial choice. Okay, what are we about to show here? We're going to show the struggle, and it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it did work, and this movie portrayed the Federation poorly.
Yeah.
In that they had racist views of Klingons, and and also Klingons toward the Federation. I wouldn't say the Klingons were like squeaky clean.
No,
but for what
James says, man, I want to give Doug a beer and a hug after that.
Hey, I'll take it. But anyway, yeah, I'm okay with that, because sometimes in order to grow, you have to show the thing you want people to learn from. And movie storytelling is a great way to model that. And in some of the modern thinking where they say that you just need to self-censor all this stuff out, it's a mistake. It's a mistake.
Yeah.
And honestly, I hate when political groups or political parties tell me what I can and can't write, or create an art. Even in the National Socialist 1930s, they had they labeled all bad art degenerate art. You can look this up. They were very heavy on the pop culture side, where they censored it and they judged art based on whether or not it had Germanic values. And if it didn't, it was considered degenerate art. They had a degenerate arts display, and some great artists. I know my dad, I saw him in the chat. He's a huge fan of Paul Klee. And Paul Klee was one of the artists that was designated degenerate because they did not live up to the political ideals of Germany in the 1930s. So I think when groups start telling you what to make for art, in a sense of a political worldview rather than in the sense of art in and of itself, I think they're getting away from the point of art, personally.
The first real note that I have when this is the music. The opening.
Me too.
This. Yeah, really? You got that too?
Yeah. It's still an overture, I noticed too.
Well, it's still an overture. It's not exactly. I mean, it is the opening credit, so it's not exactly an overture in the same way that Star Wars, Star Trek, the motion picture was. But we do open, and they're trying to get you in the mood of something. They're trying to get you in the mood of something, and it's very different than the other Star Trek opening music. Deliberately, I mean, very deliberately, Nicholas Meyer talks about that this is deep, dark, threatening music.
It's ominous.
Ominous music, right. And obviously, not everything is a deliberate choice, because some things happen incidentally on film. So you can't say everything is a deliberate choice. But something like the music you're opening with is a deliberate choice from what's going on here. And this is deep, dark, threatening music, very different from the other ones that, when I'm listening to even Star Trek 5, Star Trek 4, or whatever, and you put it on and you get started, and all of a sudden the music hits and it's an awesome march. And like, man, here I am. We're back in Star Trek. This one starts with a very different tone.
Absolutely.
We're going into the mysteries of the Klingons. We're developing, we're engaging with something darker. And that starts with the music, the moment that the whole movie starts.
I think it's Cliff Edelman who does the score for this. And, the music for the Star Trek franchise is all over the place. My favorite is still Star Trek 1. I absolutely love Jerry Goldsmith's score to Star Trek 1. I have it on vinyl. I have the extended version. I have the outtakes. I have all sorts, and I love listening to it. And like you said, the mood is bam, ba-da-ba, like it's exciting, it's adventure, it's a big, bold score. And then James Horner came in. I also love the James Horner scores. And it's more like seafaring, optimism, excitement. And then the bad guy, villainous themes are almost like alarming, these klaxon sounding themes. I'm not a huge fan of Star Trek 4's score, but it's so familiar to me, and it makes me think of the movie that it has grown on me. I think 5 might actually be the worst because it was just a retread of 1 and scaled down. But Star Trek 6, I think, is very good. It is ominous. It is bold, and there's some really good individual tracks in this score.
So then we start with an explosion, and this
Great
was a deliberate recall by Nicholas Meyer, who says that Macbeth starts with a thunderclap.
Oh.
And so this starts with the explosion of Praxis.
And can I just say this? It's a great opening. The problem with Star Trek 5, as you and I have detailed, was very low budget, poor visual effects, terrible visual effects. This opens up with this explosion and this big purple rippling wave. And it later cuts to the Excelsior. Within the first 30 seconds of footage, they have restored my faith in the visual effects of Star Trek.
Okay, let me adjust that slightly. Because I believe it's the case that this movie had the same budget as Star Trek 5.
Amazing.
I have a note in here, which is that comes later, but it's actually the perfect place to put this in, because I was going to say, I think what you're seeing is the difference between an experienced director and inexperienced director, especially when you contrast Star Trek 5 with Star Trek 6. No hate to William Shatner, because there's a lot of love there.
Absolutely.
But you are seeing the difference between an experienced and an inexperienced director. That I believe it's been told. I've been seeing elsewhere that the studio had said, because of the disaster of Star Trek 5, that you can do Star Trek 6, but you don't get any more money. You got to do the movie on the same budget. And when you watch Star Trek 6, you are watching money be spent so much more effectively that you can see the difference in the directing style. The same amount of money. What film is produced.
Keep in mind, ILM was not available for Star Trek 5. So,
right.
And you can say that that's a studio or a director decision too. Should we wait for ILM? The answer, kids, is yes. You wait for ILM before you film your movie.
You do.
Multiple choice.
But I still think that when you're seeing what's on the screen in Star Trek 6, you are seeing a director spend the money very well. Because we talked about a lot of scenes in Star Trek 5. They're like, my God, this shouldn't even be in here. Like, why are we spending this money on this very expensive shuttlecraft landing scene where Kirk should just open up and be on the bridge of the Enterprise?
Totally.
He spent tons of time, from the storytelling perspective, but then also money on stuff that didn't actually contribute to the film. Nicholas Meyer understands, on a much more limited budget, where you actually spend the money and you produce a better film.
Well, and there's so many scenes in this, particularly with the Excelsior, with the Enterprise, with the Bird of Prey, with the old Klingon battlecruiser that Kronos won. Instant pleasure to the eyeballs when you see like the Enterprise and the Klingon ship side by side. Turn her into the wave, and the Excelsior turns and gets battered by the wave. It's instant pleasure. It's why we love, because it's not Star Wars. We have more of the dogfighting and the capital ships and a lot of movement. Star Trek has these large capital ships that are beautiful to look at, well lit in the darkness of space, and it's just so pleasurable to look at. And Star Trek 6 takes full advantage of that. Yeah, it is. They open up and tell you, to Heath's point, we spent our money on the right things. Here's 30-second preview of where the money went in this movie, and I think everyone in the audience was like, "That's all we wanted. We just want it to look good." Well, good story and look good.
So then you open on the teacup of the Excelsior, and this actually brings us right back to the idea of the formality of the bridge. To me, and of course, we immediately get back to a more militaristic tone with Nicholas Meyer, and you see like submarine commanders with like a very formal command on the bridge of a submarine or the bridge of an aircraft carrier in World War II or something like that. We get immediately back to that. I'm even thinking about like they show this in The Hunt for Red October too. Like the captain will be there having some tea or something that they bring to him very formally that he's having on the bridge, and Sulu is having that. And you immediately clue in to NCC 2000. This is a new ship. And by the way, Nicholas Meyer said that the company who made that cup is the same company that makes the china for the White House.
Really?
Yeah. So that's grade A White House level teacup.
Wow.
That is in Sulu's hand here.
Well, now that you say it, there is a sense of formality throughout the film.
There is, yes.
In the next scene,
I love that.
Like when they have the top secret conference or the classified conference with the top brass, there's a strong formal political diplomatic sensibility throughout the entire film. And you're right. That's actually a good point. The T for Sulu. And let's be honest, how awesome is it and was it even in 1991 to see Sulu as captain of the Excelsior? How satisfying was that?
Finally, some of their bridge officers get off the bridge of the Enterprise. Finally, someone's managed to get off the bridge of the Enterprise. Even Spock, who became a captain, still doesn't, even though sometimes he gets to command the Enterprise, like he will later. He's still on the bridge of the Enterprise and often subservient to Captain Kirk, which is a world-building issue. People talk about that quite a bit. I mean, but see, that's the kind of thing that I think about now, that from a world-building issue, this is a real problem here. Like, why is Chekhov now like a commander, still exactly the same position that he had as an ensign? Like that. Why would that's not realistic? Like, what's going on here? But from a movie perspective, it makes total sense that this is your cast. You need them back in the like Uhura is going to be back in her same chair. No one has a career, so that's so weird from the world building perspective. So at least in this episode, this movie, finally we do get a nod to someone having advancement in career in Sulu getting a ship.
Yes, that's true. That's a good point. Sulu has moved up.
Yeah.
And he looked good in the, in the center seat. It was a cool crew. And one of my notes is ask Keith what he thinks about the bridge of the Excelsior here.
I knew you were going to ask this question, so I made specific notes on that. I love the bridge of both the Excelsior and the Enterprise in this.
Awesome.
I think that especially the bridge of the Enterprise is probably the best bridge of the Enterprise. It's a return to the Nicholas Meyer submarine type Enterprise. It's very similar in many stylistic respects to the Wrath of Khan bridge, but now we have the advantage of many more years to realize that vision. So, I mean, the Wrath of Khan bridge is extremely iconic. So it seems like to me, Nicholas Meyer got to manifest his Enterprise bridge vision more fully in Star Trek VI. I did go back and I specifically contrasted the bridge of the Enterprise in 4 and then 5 and 6 specifically for this discussion, because the bridge of the Enterprise 4, the bridge of the Enterprise was seen in Star Trek 4 extremely briefly, like just for seconds. So they built that bridge because they come on board at the end of 4, the voyage home, and so they are on board the bridge. So they built a bridge set specifically for that scene, which is just seconds long, when Kirk is like, forward, go forward, whatever his line is, like, let's get out of here. And it's almost glowing, and it works. It's glowing white. And it works because you're on something new. You've been on board the Klingon vessel, and everything has been dark and Klingon-esh throughout all of that. And then, oh my God, here is the Enterprise A. And what is that going to be like? It's new. It's brand new. So they even use a lack of focus. I think there's so much white on the bridge, and then it's also not focused behind Captain Kirk, so it appears glowing. I think which conveys that element of new, hopeful, something other than as dark in Star Trek 4. They use the same type of theme in Star Trek 5, but they tone it down because they're actually going to have to show it more rather than just like for 3 seconds that's glowing when they walk on board. But it's the Star Trek 5 bridge is my least favorite. You return to, I think, Nicholas Meyer's interpretation of bridges, which I think are really good, which this actually brings in the idea from the in-universe thing. So how do you reconcile the fact that you've seen maybe 3, but at least 2 different bridges on board the Enterprise A? And so they, from the world building perspective, they have the idea that there's the modules of the bridges. So the bridges are modular because they're on top of the ship.
Right.
Which maybe they shouldn't be, but they are. But that allows a big like crane thing to come down and remove the bridge module and put a new bridge module on board the ship. So I've seen that in the technical manual. So that's how they explain from the world building perspective.
Oh, that's
how
cool.
different the Enterprise bridge looks in 4 to 6, that they got just a whole new bridge module inserted onto the ship. So
right,
I'm
a new iPhone
of the bridges of 6, and because we return to the idea of the submarine, they get rid of the carpet, and they're
thankfully,
and so their footsteps have the bang, 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 that they're moving across something metal, and I love all of that.
Yeah, and you know what? One thing I really appreciate along that line of thought is all the bridges are complete. They're not being built. They're not non-operational.
Exactly.
Here we have fully functional bridges, both on the Excelsior and on the Enterprise. And let me tell you, this movie puts a lot of drama on those bridges. It reminded me a little bit of Star Trek 1 in that major discussions take place on the bridges, major debates. There's a lot happening on the view screens. Star Trek 6 has some major view screen drama. So the bridge is a place where the meeting of the minds takes place in this film, and I think that's wonderful. And even the Excelsior, there's the explosion of Praxis. I love in Star Trek when people on the bridge are under stress and have to function, and the captain's giving orders, and he's like, sir, there's an explosion. He's like, turn us into the wave. And you see the guy trying to do it. And then there's a huge collision. There's a huge explosion. Everyone's rattling around and they're trying to lock it down. All of the crew members on the Excelsior around Captain Sulu came across as totally competent to me.
Yes, I agree with
they were competent. Except for I saw it in the chat too. Do we report this, sir? And he's like, are you kidding?
Well, that person asks, right?
I know, but it's like, yeah, you report this.
The dialogue in this film is snappy. But I was going to say also, before I get to that I had a note on that as well, Doug, that there is no conference room. And once again, the conversations that if you were in the Next Generation, on the Next Generation TV shows, a lot of discussion took place in the conference room. You go to there's a problem, we go to the conference room. In this movie, all of the major discussions and all of that happens on the bridge. There is no conference room.
And it's good. They captured a sense of anxiety. You had crew members listening carefully to what the captain and his crewmates were discussing. There was a set in this is the Spock movie. And by the way, Spock is back. He died in Star Trek 2. He was absent until they recovered him in Star Trek 3. He was goofy in Star Trek 4, but effectively comedically goofy. And I thought wasted in Star Trek 5. Spock's fully back in Star Trek 6. So their discussions on the bridge, all of this stuff is real strong stuff. I got every itch was scratched for me. It was like a full recovery for Star Trek across the board in the way Star Trek said. And to get back to the idea of the opening, you're in good hands after this opening. Captain Sulu, like you said, we get to catch up with him. He's on this beautiful Excelsior, which was introduced in Star Trek 3. My friends, the Excelsior. Did you notice, since we're talking about the bridge, they took away those like armrests from, it's so fast. It's transwarp drive. So you have to have a special seatbelt.
Oh, yeah. Well, God, you're right. I didn't actually compare the bridge of the Excelsior in 3 to this bridge because it is different. So they got a new bridge module too, because you're completely right. The bridge of the Excelsior I guess that was part of its outfitting from the Great Experiment to an actual ship of the line.
Yeah.
That we're going to put a new bridge module in. God, I didn't think to study that. Man, I'm sure somebody has on YouTube. But yes, you're right. The Excelsior has a different bridge in Star Trek 3. Yeah, Star Trek 3.
Yeah, remember they have those. Yeah. They have those like theme park ride.
Yeah. Oh, transwarp drive, right? Because they shouldn't have transwarp drive now, right? Yeah.
Where he's like, all right, stand by for transwarp drive. Execute.
There's a line in The Next Generation that Data says something about a starship that no starship in some number of years has ever experienced complete catastrophic system failure. That's not exactly the right quote, but it's something close to that. Data says that. And as it happens to line up, that lines up with the Excelsior. So people speculate from the world building that the transwarp drive was a catastrophic failure in the system of the Excelsior, and then it was re-outfitted as a ship of the line after the failure of that experiment.
You know what? Now that I think about it, because they don't even mention transwarp drive, which was the big new idea that explained the Excelsior in Star Trek 3. And in this movie, there's a scene where Sulu is late. Remember, he's like, fly her apart then. What a perfect opportunity to go into transwarp drive.
Yeah, transwarp activate. You're right. If it had been activate, we're never gonna make it. Activate transwarp drive. Okay.
How did they miss that?
We'll never make it in time. You're completely right. We'll never make it in time. We will with transwarp drive.
Yeah, I mean, they took out transwarp drive, and then they have a scene where they need speed to get somewhere. Put it back in. Put in transwarp drive. They should have had a picture of that Star Trek 3 captain in the background somewhere. That nitwit captain. Kirk, you do this. You'll never sit in the captain's seat again. By the way, it's not Romulan ale, but I got my drink for the evening.
I got actually in my canteen cup here. I got some lemonade, and I'm going to pour some beer here in a moment.
What's funny is I read this whole article about how stupid it was to serve Romulan ale at a diplomatic function.
But Romulan ale is the ongoing joke, so it had to be.
I'm glad they did.
It works, yes. So for some reason, the explosion from Praxis is 2-dimensional.
Oh, yeah. Out of all the great visual effects, I singled in on that stupid graphic of like half a planet with like a projection.
Well, there's that. Oh, yeah, you're right. There is that. I was just talking about the fact that Praxis explodes and it's on a 2-dimensional plane, that wave that comes out, instead of a 3-dimensional wave physics from the planet.
Yeah. It should be concentric.
Sphere that explodes from the planet. For
some
reason,
be a concentric
2-dimensional wave, but it manages to hit the Excelsior, but it does.
They must have studied the Death Star. They're like, go see how the Death Star blew up.
Because it was the Death Star. That graphic was not added to the Death Star until after Star Trek 6.
Oh.
The Death Star.
You're right. That was 1997.
Right. The Death Star did not have that ring until after this. So people critiqued the Death Star, but like, why did he go back? And because the Death Star does admittedly just pop. It goes pop, and it's just all these sparkles that go pop. And then in the special edition, it got the Praxis ring.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100%. Oh, what's Sable saying?
Sable Phoenix for $10. Thank you so much, Sable Phoenix. Thank you for $10. Sable Phoenix just says, oh, hey, just thought of something. The classes of the Excelsior follow the arc of the Federation. First and second, Constitution and Refit. For founding B, Excelsior, Onward, Ambassador. Wait, hang on. So first and second, Constitution and Refit for the founding of the Federation. B,
what he's saying is I think what he's saying is the name of the class.
Yes.
Follows its own arc. Right, yeah. Constitution is like Act 1 of the United States.
Constitution is the founding. Yeah, the Constitution is the founding, right. Excelsior, Onward.
Excelsior
is Ambassador. Well, that's interesting. Ambassador. moving into a broader, more peacekeeping role in the galaxy. D, galaxy, the epitome of the spread into the mandate of Starfleet to explore new life and civilizations.
That's pretty cool. That's an
never thought
interesting
about
observation. I never would have thought of that in a million years. That's a very interesting observation. That there, and that's good. If someone did that consciously or if they did it consciously, bravo. But if they did it unconsciously, it makes sense too, because as you progress, it might just make sense to go there. That's a great point. I like that.
Very interesting observation, Phoenix. Thank you. So yes, we do get, the terrible graphic of Praxis. So that is the terrible graphic that is just, it's like somebody's, but I guess you can argue there's a frame that, they're scanning and they got this frame and they bring up one frame.
They should have just shown a garbled video feed of a planet exploding. Because they made it seem like what's left of Praxis as if that one chunk is still like inhabitable. If that planet blows up, that's it. That planet's done. I mean, they showed 75% of that thing, exploded. They make it sound later like the planet is still they said it's one of the moons.
Right. It's the Klingon. Praxis is a moon of the Klingon home.
Right. The way they worded in the script, they said it's an ozone layer issue. They said it exploded. It's depleting their ozone, and they have roughly 50 years. The Klingon Empire is roughly 50 years of life left. That's what they say in the meeting.
Right. So my interpretation of that would be like if our moon. If our moon exploded, it sends a bunch of stuff into our atmosphere. So like there has been an explosion on Luna, the moon of Earth, and it's ejected a bunch of stuff into the Earth atmosphere that's going to cause the Earth to be uninhabitable in 50 years.
Right. That's. But I thought he said ozone in that meeting.
We will see when we get to the meeting.
Okay. I'm pretty sure he says ozone, but I could be wrong. I never try to be absolute about anything in terms of like speculation. But yeah, and then we have to at least address briefly. There's that weird garbled communication where you see some Klingon like rah, rah, there's fire, and then you get a Klingon logo, and then this guy's like it's Brigadier General. I forgot his name. He ends up coming to the meet. What is it?
Kurla. I looked it up because I know because I looked it up. Kela. Kurla.
Kurla. Yeah, this is Brigadier. He's like, there has been an incident on Praxis. Stay away. We refuse all assistance. And then, of course, Sulu calls it in. So great opening. Is sitting in the audience in 1991 with fears and nightmares of Star Trek V, like sugar plums in your head. Now you get to sit back and here's this great opening with the Excelsior, with Sulu. Good use of the characters, good use of the existing lore, good use to reintroduce the Excelsior in there. That image of it turning into the wave and getting smashed was excellent. Totally satisfying opening. And it's instant conflict, instant drama. Everything about it, check. Good job.
You say going to see it in the theater, because I remember when we talked about Star Trek V that that may not have been the first movie I ever saw in a theater, but I saw Star Trek V in the theater and I was just obsessed with it because I was like, okay, Star Trek, and oh my God, I'm finally going to see it in the theater. So I was young. But Star Trek VI, I also saw in the theater. There was major drama there because I went to see Star Trek VI at a midnight showing, like opening
awesome.
night at midnight showing. Yeah. I actually went to a midnight showing, like when I had learned as a kid there was this thing that is the midnight showing
with a Trek crowd.
Yeah, and another one of my best friends was a Trekkie, and so we were going to get to go. But I remember there being much family drama about that because my parents were divorced. My mother and father were divorced. And so the opening weekend of Star Trek VI was on a weekend with my father. And everybody on my mother's side of the family was going to this opening weekend midnight thing. And I remember my mother saying, if you want to go, then you're going to have to call your father and ask him, to swap weekends or whatever, and tell him. She
shouldn't have put that on you. She should have called him.
But it was a thing there that if that was something that I wanted, I was going to have to do. And so I specifically remember being on the phone with my father saying that I wanted to go see this movie on opening night, and would he please swap weekends so that I
Did
could
he do
go?
it?
Yeah, and he did it. He did it. Yeah, I did it. But I
you go.
remember that being a big thing. That, oh my God, I'm going to have to call up and ask for that. And so I asked for that,
Awesome.
and then I went to see this on midnight showing on opening night with my best friend. My mom took me and my best friend. I don't know who else was there to go. And like I think it was like 6th grade or something to see this movie. Yeah.
Wow.
So
anyway,
Table ends up with also Sovereign. Now the Federation stands against the Borg, and Dominion is the galaxy's sole superpower.
Dude, you got to see Picard up season 3.
Well, yeah, we will. I will do that, and then we'll have to talk about that. Yes.
There is no conflict. Okay, so great opening.
Great open. That may have been when you were talking about the symbol of the Klingon Empire. I believe that's the first time that's ever seen.
Really?
Can you think about that? Think about that with me as well. As far as that was never seen in the original series. Now, the Next Generation is on the air. So remember, we're in a time period where the Next Generation is on the air as far as a TV show. But we've never seen that symbol in other Star Trek movies. So I believe that's true, that's the first time you saw that symbol, and Nicholas Meyer said that it was intentionally designed to recall Nazi symbology.
Yeah, well, they clearly, when they're in the courtroom setting, I thought that too. They're in
the courtroom setting as well.
White and red banners hanging down like the swastika, the old, Nazi regime. So yeah, I get it. And I thought it was effective, and I like the symbol. It's actually a cool symbol. Yeah, the tri-pointed star. Good point. I don't remember. I never knew that was the first time I had seen it. Yeah, there's so much time that has passed for Star Trek lore that is the symbol. But it's hard to believe that wasn't introduced till 1991.
Yeah, I think it is the first time we've seen it. So if somebody else in the chat, this is the advantage of the live format. So if somebody else has an earlier reference for that, when I was listening to the director's commentary, it seemed like that was the first time the tri-pointed star of the Klingon Empire was shown. And real quick, Meyer specifically did about
Tomocrat. We are going to talk about Picard season 3 at some point. Heath and I have already discussed it.
Yeah.
So it'll happen at some point.
I got to watch it. We got a lot of things to talk about, but it's on the list.
It's such a Picard seasons 1 and 2 were so bad, like Last Jedi franchise destructively bad, that season 3 would make such a recovery is almost hard to believe. And yet, not only does it make a recovery, it's some of my favorite Star Trek. Period. Like, it's so good. Anyway. We'll get to it, Tomocrat. If you've seen it, obviously you like it too. I think James Bacon said he liked it. It's excellent.
Sable says the tri-pointed symbol comes from the original series. Or maybe it's presentation. Maybe that's what I would like to see that. Except it came in primary preschool colors. Oh, so maybe that's what. Okay, so maybe it did exist in previous elements. But that its particular representation here, maybe it was that maybe that's what Nicholas Meyer was trying to say, that he brought it forward and made it specifically Nazi-esque.
Interesting. Okay.
So maybe that's it. So that's interesting. So it did exist before, but it's, you know what? I think I know what you're talking about with primary colors.
Do you know that symbol is called the Heart of Virtue?
I did not.
Archaic. It originated from an archaic weapon favored by the Kells. Interesting. It became the symbol of the Empire because of the weapon's unequal balance. Interesting. That's interesting.
I think you're right. So okay. So you're right. I'm looking up and I see some things with a bunch of different colors, and so its coloring here is deliberately Nazi-esque.
Okay, so they modified it to be reflective of World War II Germany.
Okay. Oh, James says it just posted it in Table Talk. Okay, excellent. I'll check that up. Cool. All right. Oh, it showed up in Search for Spock. Okay. Excellent. On the Discord server. Okay. So, but its appearance when it shows up on the screen.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. So that's what Meyer was talking about.
Well,
okay. But go ahead.
Well, I was going to move to the next scene. I didn't know if you wanted to say anything.
Okay, before I move to the next scene, we can't just move forward with the movie. We can't do that.
We can't be hasty.
This scene was supposed to be the Enterprise.
It was.
Yeah. And it's for a deliberate and that other elements of the script were left in when this was still the Enterprise. This script, and you can still hear, if you were to rewatch that scene and hear it Sulu's command spoken by Kirk and everybody else on the bridge, you can see that this was originally the Enterprise that this happened to.
Interesting.
And for reasons later in the script, as they were writing through the script that we're going to come up to, which is one of my favorite parts of screenwriting that or storytelling that they came up with, they realized after they had written the script, like through one pass or whatever, that there needed to be another ship that they needed to introduce. And so they rewrote that scene as the Excelsior with Sulu. But I swear, if you watch it again and you think, could this have been Kirk commanding the Enterprise? It could have been.
Interesting.
That was the original scene was written for it to be the Enterprise that happened to.
No wonder why the crew sounded so competent. They were written as though it was the real crew. But that's good.
It was written as though it was that crew.
Yes. Good. I love watching a competent crew wrestle through problems.
Because so I'm just going to make a note that what was Excelsior doing?
I don't remember.
Okay. The Sulu says that I've just finished my first voyage as master of this vessel. We've completed our first voyage cataloging gaseous anomalies.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So we're just taking note of that in your mind. So when in 7 hours we come back to another scene, we'll remember that.
Okay. Interesting. So okay.
That's it. All right. So then, yes, then we move to the next scene. Go ahead, Doug.
So we have the great opening, and then it cuts, and it really shifts tones, and it does it perfectly. You take a step back, and you're at Starfleet headquarters. What is going to be a classified meeting with the top brass, and here we get to see Kirk, Scotty, Bones, and this is the first time we've ever seen Kirk with gray hair. And that's a big deal to me in the one sense that it's made me value Star Trek V a little bit more. Because I had skipped Star Trek V for years. You know, I would always either watch one of the other ones, any one but 5. So when I went back and watched Star Trek V, I was like, wow, this is still Kirk from Star Trek 4. Like, this is the crew from the trilogy of Star Trek films that I love. Because by Star Trek 6, Kirk is already, they all look a little different by Star Trek 6. Leonard Nimoy looks a little older. I guess Scotty kind of looks the same. But Kirk looks a little different. He's a little heavier. He's a little older. He's got some silver in his hair. And so he's starting to look like a Starfleet officer in the twilight of his career. We've never really seen him like that. They've played on his age as far back as Star Trek 1 and 2. But now he is, and he actually uses the dialogue here where this crew is due to step down in 3 months. So this is really the end of this crew. They used the phrase later. They've done their bit for king and country. So
I need to talk about that line. Go ahead.
Okay. But so here's our first look at the crew at their twilight, and they look like they're in their twilight. So there's a sense immediately that this is the winding down of the crew, and by default the franchise on some level at the time. And so we get to see, and I actually always have loved Kirk's first scene because it's not a dramatic opening line. He just kind of pops into the scene. What are we doing here? So it's a question of uncertainty and almost comedic confusion in a way. And Scotty's talking about shore leave. He just bought a boat, fitting of a.
Which, by the way, if there's no money in the future, how can you buy a boat?
Bingo. That's why that never
worked.
There
is money in Star Trek. There is money. There is money. If you bought a boat, you must have money.
That suits me. I just bought a boat. So they don't really know what they're doing there. They were summoned to this meeting. And this is where you get Star Trek evolved in this sense. There was a very polished look to this. Like, I didn't know that detail, but the china on the teacup was from the White House. Here we have the top brass in what looked, especially in 1991, very indicative of a serious, meeting of the minds of a top tier, in this case of the military. And it's a very formal meeting. He comes in, he's got a binder, as you were, and there's a podium where people speak. And this is where we get the introduction of Spock. And we don't see him at first. I think they refer to him as a special envoy.
Special envoy.
Right. Yeah. And he's introduced by the crew kind of turning and following him. And he kind of walks by them in a rush. And he turns around and he goes up to the podium. And now we have introduced Spock. And he's going to address this classified meeting with all the top brass. So I didn't know if you wanted to add anything on the setting.
Yeah. Okay. So what I found out here as far as the set goes is that this is an extremely low budget addition to the movie that does not look like a low budget addition.
Perfect.
And this is Nicholas Meyer. And so this to me being a great director, because you would think the great directors and great, set piece, mega budget scenes or whatever. But this is an extremely low budget scene that they had to shoot. They needed this scene and they had to do it in a very, very low budget way. And yet nobody thinks of this as a low budget scene because it's all about the drama of what's happening here.
It's about the drama and the importance of the subject matter at hand. And the round table that they kind of use is achieved through great lighting. It's almost like a dark stage. So much in this. Yeah. It's like a dark stage with spotlights just on the seats and the podium.
That's right.
I think the only other major detail is behind Kirk. When he first walks in, there's like a Starfleet logo, and it's very low res, but stylistically so. And I got a sense that this was a high class, high powered meeting.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But Nicholas Meyer was saying he took inspiration from Citizen Kane on this because they had no money for this. And that's why there are no walls around, because he was like, I'm going to use the lighting to let things just fade off into black. So I'm only going to put there, like I have no money. So I'm only going to put what's important. The table, the podium, the lighting. We're going to put a spotlight on the people who are, and then everything else is just fading off into black.
Brilliant.
So this is an extremely low budget shot that does not appear that way and has so much gravitas.
Well, and it supports your theory that the director made a big difference in the budget spending, because if he achieved exactly what this scene needed, which was the gravitas of a top brass meeting, and he spent almost no money for it, then a big victory to the director there. Big victory.
And so, but what this scene was supposed to be. So you're talking about the retirement, that they confront the age of the crew with from their very first moments walking on.
Yes.
And they said that when Star Trek VI was announced, the late night TV shows were making fun of them.
Oh, really?
How can you make this show with like geriatric stars? So that was something that was being made fun of on like the Tonight Show. And so they felt like we have to address that right away.
Brilliant.
And that's how they did it.
That's probably why they aged or they let the age of the actors be part of the character. Like I said, silver-haired Shatner, he's a different Kirk. He's the same Kirk, but this is a new look for him. He's not a young man in his 40s and 50s with all this physical capability. Granted, he gets his fight scene, yeah. But he's a Twilight, officer. So,
well, and also the scene as it was originally written was just Kirk. That Kirk was going to have to go do something, and then Kirk goes through a what do they call it? The roundup scene. Which is very, we haven't talked about much in storytelling, but the roundup scene where you got to get your guys together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a very classic part of story. There was supposed to be a roundup scene in this.
Like in Star Trek 1?
Yeah, Star Trek 1, or even I'm thinking the Mighty Ducks when they go, Mighty Ducks 2, when he goes, and we haven't talked about that one, you round up your crew. It was supposed to be Kirk, and then Kirk realized he needs his crew. He's supposed to go round up his crew. And his crew was going to be in a whole bunch of different exotic locations, living in retirement. And that was too expensive because, like, if we got to go get 6 people all in exotic locations, we got to do 6 exotic locations for, a few seconds of scenes. And that got cut very late and turned into this.
Smart.
Absolutely smart. Absolutely smart.
Yeah. Like, and by the way, as a viewer, you don't question that the crew is somewhat already together here because, Bones, Scotty, and Kirk walking in together, and then Spock is the speaker. I never questioned it.
No, I know. I don't either. It works so well. I know. Yeah. Sable Phoenix is talking about this. I know. It's just that the idea that there's no money has been turned into a religion in some Star Trek communities. Like the level of religious level belief that, oh my God, there's no money, and how could the Federation operate if there's no money? So I always kind of fight back against the idea that yes, there must be some money in
there. There's no way it would work.
And so there's also canonical evidence that Scotty must have had some kind of medium of exchange to go buy a boat. For $2, Sable Phoenix says, this scene recalls Dr. Strangelove's War Room. Oh, interesting.
That's going back.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Strangelove is something we should probably talk about, and I don't know enough about it right now to comment.
That's pretty cool.
But I will think about
the idea of the
thank you for the $2.
Yeah, I mean it's King Arthur's Round Table. This is where the top brass are assembled to discuss something big, and you're clued in that it's a bigger topic than you might think because Kirk doesn't even know what the topic is. So whatever it is, it's urgent. It's related to the Klingon explosion, which we've just seen. So here's the follow-up. Here's the Federation's response. And I thought with very little, to your point, Heath, very little budget, very little dramatics, they just achieve all they need for story exposition to set up the conflict, in this case with dialogue. Spock rounds the table. He gets up to the podium and he says the Klingon Empire has roughly 50 years of life left to it.
Yeah. They don't mince words. No spare dialogue here.
No. And even as a viewer, you're like, whoa. And as an American, having just seen the Soviet Union collapse, we're already keyed in for this sort of news. The Soviet Union is gone, and now the Klingon Empire is about to fall. So I'm ready for this news, and it's still a shock. The Klingons, the enemy since the 1960s of the Federation, they're also on the precipice of collapse. And not only is that big news, the writers who are conscious of the issues with the end of history line of thinking begin that argument right here in this debate. There's a lot of dialogue assigned to this.
But no wasted dialogue.
What's that?
A lot of dialogue, but no wasted dialogue.
It's no wasted dialogue. I actually love listening to their conversation. Nobody's stupid. There's no straw man arguments. Everyone throws out their case. And to you made a comment earlier that a lot of actors sometimes struggle to deliver lines. This scene has one that the actor who played Admiral Cartwright.
His name is Brock Peters.
Brock Peters. He did not want to deliver one of the lines in this scene where he goes, they would become the alien trash of the galaxy. Speaking of the Klingons, which is a very racist thing to say. And I would say if you backed out of the racist position, there is an economic case that they could become an underclass in the Federation if they were to be integrated in some way with a society that can't sustain itself the way it once had. So you've got they're going to become underclass citizens. The woman, I don't know who she is, but she goes, a speciesist. She goes, Bill, are we talking about mothballing the Starfleet? Which, by the way, was a major issue in American politics in the 1990s. What do we do? I lived in Orlando, Florida at the time, and there was this big area. It was a naval base in Orlando. I know it's inland, but it was on this giant lake called Lake Baldwin in Orlando. And after the Soviet Union fell, they're like, we don't want to keep paying for this. So the Navy annexed it to the city of Orlando, and it became a giant condominium regime. So these kind of issues were happening all over America. What do we do with this giant military industrial infrastructure that we've created to fight communism and the Soviet Union and around the world? Now we have to shutter it. And of course, it's like, whoa. If we lower our defenses, it felt it's counterintuitive. And that's what they say. He's like, begin negotiations for what? And he goes, the closing of our star bases along the neutral zone. So it's very clear that even though we just won, the issue at hand is we shudder.
It's what happens to us.
Right. We close down. Starfleet. Big problem if you're a member of Starfleet. And to our earlier discussion, if this is one of the missions of Starfleet to stand up to this Klingon Empire, that's one of your mission statements, well, that's going to have to change. So these are immediately big questions to the identity of Starfleet, to the identity of the show, to Kirk's character, who we're going to get into that in just a second. Kirk's life has been integrated with this conflict with this other culture. His son was killed by a Klingon. The Klingons tried to steal the Genesis torpedo. They've been around since the original series. So this is quite the... God, how would you even say? This is quite the gauntlet to throw into Star Trek to address the conflict at hand.
I agree. I want to bring up, I guess now is a good time, this specific line that you had mentioned before. We have done our bit for king and country.
Well, hold on real quick. Let me just, because that's a great discussion with Kirk and Spock after, right?
Okay.
So real quick, and then
go ahead.
So while this is being discussed, and you see a lot of different perspectives coming out around the table, they kind of just spring it on Kirk. He's kind of ambushed in this meeting.
Right.
If you've ever been in a corporate meeting where they're like, Kirk, you're to be our olive branch. And he's like, what, me? He's clearly caught off guard with this. And Spock, and this is questionable by Spock. He's like, I personally vouched for you. And he's like, you personally vouched for me. So, we see immediate tension between Kirk and Spock. So this scene does a lot to establish the conflict of the story, the issue at hand, Kirk's entry into this conflict by extending the olive branch, some strain between Spock and Kirk. And then while Kirk attempts to protest, the guy slams the mission binder. And he's like, all right, if there's nothing else, which obviously there is something else because Kirk is trying to raise it. He just pretends, if there's nothing else, this meeting is adjourned. I'll remind everybody that this mission is this meeting is classified. Everyone else clears out. Bones too, where he's like, I don't know. Oh, Admiral Cartwright goes, I don't know if to congratulate you or not, Jim.
And Bones says, I wouldn't. Which, by the way, a reoccurring theme throughout this movie is how fantastic Bones is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. One of my early notes, I actually went all the way back to the beginning of my notes to write this. One of the big flaws of Star Trek V was there seemed to be idiotic, almost senseless needlessness for all the other crew members, except Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. This movie makes great use of all of its characters.
I wrote that nearly identically as well as in my notes because we had said during Star Trek V, they don't know what to do with the rest of the crew. It's Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. It's their movie, and they have no idea what to do with the rest of the crew. And all of the crew is so well used in this movie.
So well used, and they have every character has their moment.
Their moment, their purpose.
It's good.
You can definitely exactly their moment. Everybody, if you were one of the crew signed on, if you were an actor signed on, they're like, why do I want to do this movie? Because you're getting these scenes and these lines and this dialogue and stuff like that. You did not have that in Star Trek V, but Here is a movie you could say, listen, there's going to be a moment where you're not a star of the show. You're not Kirk, Spock, or McCoy. I get that, but you're going to have moments where you get to shine, and everybody got that.
Yeah, everybody got Sulu, especially. I was so happy for he had multiple roles, and he wasn't just like a token captain or not even that. He wasn't even a secondary captain. He had some very tough decisions to make. He continued to make them. He was very heroic throughout this film. And so were all the crew. All the crew. They all had their moments. So anyway, yes, I agree with you on that point. I couldn't agree more. But as Bones makes this funny comment, everyone kind of clears out and you're left with just Kirk and Spock. And there's some very interesting dialogue here. It's almost like a heavyweight boxing match where each character kind of throws a punch in terms of their side of the argument. And, Kirk, let them die. They're dying. Let them die.
Let them die, right? Which is what Sable's talking about.
Spock is visibly concerned with that answer.
Man, that's a very bold thing to have Captain Kirk say. This is one of those Nicholas Meyer things that I believe that even William Shatner had a problem with. Like, this is the presentation of Captain Kirk in this is one of those controversial things.
But I felt that I was okay with it. I was on the mindset that Kirk does have a bone to pick. There's that great line, in space, all warriors are cold warriors, which is a Cold War comment. Cold warriors, Cold War. He's a cold warrior, Kirk. So, he's okay. If they blundered, they didn't have adequate safety measures. If they decided to overmine, if they blew up their moon, then let them die. Don't intervene.
And also, he has personal reasons for this, like the death of the son, all of this. I mean, you also have to understand this movie in the context of those events that had come before. I mean, Kirk isn't just this angel. Like, he has reasons to not like these people.
Totally. And he's not advocating to fire the Genesis torpedo on the Klingon homeworld. He's saying, back off. Back up.
Not our problem.
Just let them die. Let them deal with their problem. And someone just said in the chat, Tomocrat, it was powerful because I think it's at least understandable logically from a audience member that what if we did just not intervene? You made your bed, you sleep in it. That's essentially what Kirk is saying. You made your bed, you sleep in it, let them die.
You've overspent on your military budget, which is what they bring up, and now you can't handle this situation.
Yes, right. Let them die. So that's, I appreciate that as a writer, because not only is it being delivered by your lead character, to all the people here in this discussion, it made sense. We could understand Kirk. So there's the case. Don't intervene, let them die. And then there's Spock's case. And he has that funny line, we have a saying on Vulcan that only Nixon could go to China. So what that's referencing is that in the context of the Cold War in the 1960s and especially the 70s, the Democrats, the Democratic Party, who was more aligned with leftist thinking, which was considered more of the Marxist wing of thinking. If a Democrat went to China, to a communist country to negotiate, it would be seen as betraying the country because they're kindred spirits in some way. So only Nixon could go to China. You had to be a Republican. A Republican, an anti-communist could go to China and negotiate, but someone who might have sympathies could not. So that's what he's saying. He's like, well, Kirk, you're the anti-Klingon voice in a sense. You're the one who's opposed to the Klingon ideology. You going, no one can argue with it. You're obviously not a sympathizer. So that even though it's hysterical because it's completely out of context, it made its point to the audience.
The audience at the time, which even during the director's commentary, they were wondering, I thought that was interesting, are people going to recognize that point in 20 years?
Well, I needed to understand. I didn't know what it meant until my dad and I discussed it. And then over the subsequent years, I've seen documentaries and I start to understand the Nixon to China angle, which was my first point of reference was really Star Trek 6. I understand that Nixon's going to China was received better because he was considered anti-communist. So we trust him to go negotiate on our behalf. We don't trust someone who might be semi-sympathetic to the cause, being the thinking. So Spock's making his case here. He's like, we don't want them to, I think he says unless more conservative elements or more hardline elements in their military convince them to fight, while they still can, which is a good argument. There's a case for that too.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I'm going to come up later. We're going to talk about a revision of the show. I don't know if I mentioned this after all this in the beginning of this, because I think this is an excellent movie for examples of a story that works extremely well, even though some of the plot elements do not work. And we're going to come back to this later. I want to come back to it later. But this is one of the plot elements that I would change and the reasoning for Kirk going on this mission. I would change this if I were rewriting this. But you're right. You just articulated the reason, which is kind of obscured in this Nixon reference, that Kirk is the opposite of this. That's why you have to go. Because if even you are able to do this, then people will follow. That's what Spock's thought was.
Right. You're obviously not a Klingon sympathizer by any stretch. So we trust you, and the Federation will trust you to be the olive branch.
I love Chekhov in this too. I think he gets a little bit shortchanged, but he has fantastic lines. You know why Walter would want to be in on this. I agree.
He has some good some of the funny lines that are well delivered. Again, unlike Star Trek V, where the comedy was a little forced and off, and yeah.
Well, only Nixon go to China is a funny line.
Absolutely.
When he said,
everyone laughs.
There's the old Klingon proverb. Only Nixon could go to China. That's funny. I mean, it's telling you a lot about the story if you understand the reference, but also if you understand the reference, that's a very funny line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Klingon proverb that so influenced that even intergalactic or interstellar species understand that reference, which we even don't today. I mean, if I showed that to my nephews, they would have no idea what Nixon going to China.
Wasn't Nixon a Civil War general?
Sable says, roll on the floor. It's taking us almost 2 hours to get through the end of the second scene of the movie. I know. We are 1 hour and 46 minutes into this discussion, and we are now officially 8 minutes, 8 seconds into this movie. I'm telling you.
This might be a two-parter.
It could be. It could be. Or, yeah, you're right. It could be the morning grind. We're still sitting here having this discussion. Now is a good time. Is now a good time to discuss this line?
Yes. Yes. So, yeah.
Okay. This line, when Kirk says, "We've done our bit for king and country," this to me is an extremely important line that's setting up the structure of what this movie is supposed to be. And I'm not exactly sure what this overall structure is, because it's not the hero's journey that we're doing. You'll probably have elements of the heroine's labyrinth that we're doing here. But here, you and I had actually talked about like the retired heroes or heroes coming. We talked about Tombstone coming out. Okay,
yep.
We absolutely have this element here. And I do love this line. We've done our bit for king and country, because that same sentiment comes up in several of the heroes that I'm writing. And to me, it gives an idea that if you're a hero, and you have all of these exceptional qualities that allow you to save the universe and, everything else, that your life is not your own. I mean, in this scene, Kirk is not responsible for his fate, because Spock is responsible for that fate. Spock is stepping in and talking for this.
Yeah, they push him in this direction.
It's pushing him in. So when Kirk has this objection, we've done our bit for king and country. You can definitely see this in other heroes and stuff that are heroic, and they've done the things. We've told stories with them and whatever. And then now, can't I just go retire?
I was just going to say, we brought it up last time, the retired hero's journey. I'm wondering if there's a thing there.
There may very well be, because it is in this as well.
Absolutely.
And I think the idea that comes back is that if you are a hero, your life is not your own. Kirk's life.
That is a strong theme. Yeah. Yeah.
And Kirk is getting that right here. Wait a minute. I just want to go retire. And you can't. Why can't you? Because you're Captain Kirk. We got something else for you to do. And unknowingly, in the different things that have come up, I seem to have written that theme. When a hero just wants to, I've done a lot. It's not like I haven't done anything. I've been saving the world, whatever else. Now aren't I done? Isn't it time for somebody else to come up? No, right. It's not. You still have things to do that's impressed upon you by the outside world. So if we were to explore that theme further, I think that is an essential element of what gets this off. That
great point.
Heroes can't just decide to stop.
Right. Well, even in Lord of the Rings, Frodo had to leave the culture. One of the issues in the hero's journey, I've even read in some feminist critiques that they criticize a lot of male warrior heroes because they get isolated. Like the final scene of Conan is him alone on the throne, that the hero is isolated. And I'm like, boy, I feel like some of these critiques are completely missing the point. the hero is not isolated because he's withdrawing from society because he doesn't care. It's because, to your point, he is being claimed by the culture, and it is difficult for him to have a regular life. And even in the case where Frodo tries to come back to the Shire, there's some great scenes there where he's like, I think the line is, sometimes you realize there is no coming back. And that's a big line. There is no coming back. It's hard because you're not going to be a regular person ever again.
I completely agree.
So yeah, here's your case that we've done our bit for King and Country. I'm ready. Did it ever occur to you that this crew is set to stand down in 3 months? Leave us alone. Let somebody else go. And he's really not in fact, it drives your point home. He has not allowed that. They just say, okay, if there's nothing else, we'll see you later.
Yeah.
I vouched for you. You're good.
I write this. I think that's a powerful, because you've got these heroes like that I write that have done all these amazing things. And now they're finally getting to do what other people got to do early in their life, which is like have a wife or husband or whatever, have some kids, settle down in the countryside, enjoy themselves. And they're about to start that. And then when somebody does that, what happens? Some herald of some kind rides up and says, there's a problem. You got to come. Only you can handle this.
But what's interesting, and I appreciate this from the writing, he's not called out of retirement because yet another probe has come from deep space to threaten the Earth. And it's not just that a militant outsider, which there are overtones of this, absolutely, but it's not like Khan has the Genesis torpedo or Krug. This is the end of the militant outside culture, and he's going to have to go to it to negotiate a peace. It's a very unique plot line because the militant outsiders, although this threat is present, is really cloaked in the idea of diplomacy, which I don't know many other stories that are like, hey, it's the end of the Cold War in our story universe, and you get to negotiate the peace.
The Sable Phoenix for $5. Thank you so much, Sable. For $5, Sable Phoenix says, given that both king and country are long gone, especially in the Star Trek universe, I found this line deeply ironic. I think this is a great point because I think this is from the dialogue perspective, the writing perspective on the dialogue side of things. This is another great element that he doesn't say, haven't we saved the universe enough times? He doesn't say that. He does give this reference, which is replete throughout this film. Haven't we done our bit for King and Country? Which is especially that would be an arcane reference in 1991, but especially in this world, this is an archaic kind of reference to King and Country. But he's referring to the Federation, which is fantastic writing.
Yes, agreed. But there's always this notion. It doesn't matter if it's the 11th century England or the 23rd century Federation, you are serving your culture. There is always going to be a need for someone to fulfill the warrior role. This is why I made my case that the hero's journey is a monomyth, because you need someone to fulfill that warrior role. And so the tropes, the idea that you belong to the culture, which is what you're saying, this idea that you must serve the culture as the warrior, as someone who might be expendable, as someone who goes out and confronts the outsider who might subjugate or destroy you. There's always going to be this sense of serving king and country for every soldier, because that's why you're there. That is your ancient purpose.
James asks, is that a canteen cup you're drinking your beer out of? And yes, it is. Because I'm actually thinking about getting back to my minimalistic roots, or the minimalism roots. And I was thinking, what's the least I need? You know what? I got all these cups, but I got a canteen and it's a mess kit. That's all I need. So yes, I'm drinking out of a canteen cup.
I like it.
All right. So what next?
Well, this is where Kirk. So this scene ends on a really dramatic scene. Again, a lot for little budget. An aerial view, a bird's eye view of Spock standing at the podium and Kirk standing apart on the other side of the ship. It's very indicative of where these two characters are with each other right now. They're on opposite sides. They are opposed to each other's worldview, and it's an impasse. That's what that scene conveys. That bird's eye view shot. We're at an impasse with our two favorite characters. They're on opposite sides on this one. and it has not been resolved. Cut. Great shot. Probably cost them nothing to film that shot except to pay the actors. So
right. You can't say it's cheap because it's expensive because it's a movie, but it's a cheap shot as far as the movie goes.
It's a cheap shot,
the whole scene.
But it's a great shot.
And the lighting, you're right. That you're doing so much on the other sides. They're not sitting next to each other. They didn't have Kirk sit next to Spock. He's on the other side of the table from Spock.
Physically. It's physically indicative
separated.
of where these two are. In fact, you can make the case that the visual is exactly bipolar. Spock is on the North Pole, Kirk is on the South Pole, and there's this big circle in between.
As I'm watching, Spock is in the spotlight. So it is kind of subtly suggesting Spock is in the spotlight, kind of heavenly light, and Kirk is not.
Interesting.
So it is kind of giving you a subtle hint with lighting about which side. Spock is making the argument that it's kind of giving you two. Sable Phoenix says, yes, let's get into this. Yes, Sable Phoenix, $10. Thank you. Because this is why Star Trek 6 works better than any other Star Trek film. It's because it's working on two levels. Which, admit, this is a more sophisticated film than Star Trek 2.
It is
on all these different levels. You're talking about all the different, because we talked about all the different levels that we want to work on this film. It's working on the modern cultural level and in the in-universe level. Both were timely and both ironic. But it's not only it's talking about it. I would also add that it's talking historically. It's modern commentary, but it's also giving you commentary on universal themes. So
I would even add to that in terms of the modern cultural level. It's a modern cultural level that has been achieved maybe 6 times ever, where a culture, Alexander reached the end of the universe and he wept because there was nothing else to conquer. Like the Roman Empire reached its height. Like it just it's not something that happens all the time. This is a very rare global geopolitical event for a culture to have achieved possibly one of just a handful of events where a culture achieved all of its goals, where it set the highest goals possible and then got them all. That's such a rare thing. So when you say modern cultural level, I would say a modern cultural level and a modern cultural event that is so unprecedented and singular in world history as to be fossilized into Star Trek 6, meaning it's more profound by default because of the content and the historical event that it's emulating. Yeah, it is. And it's literary. And I think I talked about this with Harv Bennett in Star Trek 2 and 3. There's so many references to literature, quotes, King and Country, Chang quotes Shakespeare all the time. Like there's a ton of quotes in this.
Sable also says for $2, cultural apotheosis.
Great word, apotheosis.
That's
love what I'm saying. This isn't just like, the culture won a war. No, we achieved everything. Everything. When America was founded, all these goals kept coming up, and these were not small goals. These were goals for all mankind. And then the United States, landing on the moon. I mean, the United States clean swept the most ambitious goals in human history. And Star Trek 6 is reflecting back this idea that the Federation, like the United States, has achieved this on a galactic scale. So there is a case there, I think, which is what they were trying to say, that this is the best Star Trek because of these multiple layers. There's a case there. Hard to argue that there's a case that this goes beyond what Star Trek 2 did because of its historical tie in the cultural apotheosis, the moment of cultural apotheosis that this is sitting on top of.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. That Star Trek 2, especially coming off of Star Trek 1. All right, let's talk about what Star Trek is. But then again, well, it's Nicholas Meyer again who says, all right, now what do we need in the time? We need Star Trek 2. Now, what do we need after Star Trek 5? We need Star Trek 6. And in both cases, he brought what was needed.
Absolutely. And, we always talk about, and I've mentioned this a lot of times too, where with Nicholas Meyer, and I also credit Harv Bennett, this idea of dressing up Starfleet beyond just science fiction-ishness, dressing it up to have regulations, consequences, chains of command, accountability, all of these things, and now the top brass, classified meetings, All of these things resonate and feel authentic to us.
This is also where I remember asking my mother what vouched meant. So that was something that you learned.
What is it?
What vouched meant? Like you personally vouched? Like I remember
You
asking.
vouched?
Because I also remember watching this. This was I got this one after, because I remember this video was not in the box I got, I think, for Christmas one year. That was just Star Trek 1 through 5. There was a specific box that was VHS of Star Trek.
The one with the start with the Enterprise coming at you.
The Enterprise coming out, right?
binders?
And then later I got 6, because 6 came out later, and it also carried that theme. So you set it beside it, but it wasn't part of the box set. So I remember watching that.
I had the same thing.
Talking about what vouched meant. Obviously not that night. On opening night, but later whenever I got this.
Well, we move out of the brass, the meeting of the top brass, and we end up on the bridge of the Enterprise. And like we said earlier, this is not an Enterprise being repaired. This is not the Enterprise, it's not fit yet. This is an Enterprise finally ready to go. We are ready to go. There's not a crew of cadets on board. This isn't for a test run, a training cruise. Like, we're ready to go. Enterprise at its height, with a captain at the maximum extent of his usefulness in his experienced career, as well as the entire crew in the same boat on that level. And there's very comforting music in this scene. Kirk sits down. It's a departure moment. They're in not regular one. They're in space dock. And here's where we are introduced to Valeris.
Valeris, right, comes in, yes.
And James Bacon mentioned it right off the bat in the chat. This was originally written, again, by the same writers who did Star Trek 2 and 3, for Savick. This was supposed to be Lieutenant Savick instead of Valeris. In my brain, on some parallel universe, Christy Alley played Savick in 2, 3, and 6. But as it is, we end up getting a new character in Lieutenant Valeris. She is a Vulcan in this. She's not half anything else, right? She's a pure Vulcan.
I don't know anything other than a Vulcan. Yeah.
Okay. So we meet her, and it's a very pleasant introduction to this character. And I guess the one thing the writers try to do to make her distinctive is she pilots the Enterprise out of space dock in a rather exciting way. She kind of rushes out of the runway and out of those doors that Kirk almost. Are you just gonna walk through? Kirk almost smashed into those doors in Star Trek 3. Wait a second.
You're right that Sable, that eventually someone will do a re-edit of this movie with deep fakes to put Kirstie Alley in this.
Oh my God. I want to see it right now.
You're completely right. Someone will do that. Now, but that would be especially heartbreaking. I hadn't thought about that until we started this whole series, that this was supposed to be Kirstie Alley and Savick, because she ends up, obviously, as we go through here, tragic, as part of the conspiracy. And
but how
hard that would hit had that been Savick.
Hard.
Hard.
You know what?
Hard. Like, can you?
You know what? You know why? Because she was introduced in Star Trek 2 in the opening scene as the successor to Captain Kirk, and as a mentor or a mentee to Spock. She really had a little bit of both worlds. She was sitting in the captain's seat. Kirk mentored her with some tough lessons. Spock mentored her, and here she is on the bridge of the Enterprise in Star Trek 6, having betrayed the Federation because she believed that this was in the best interest of the Federation. That would have been an incredible story arc. I want to see it. I want to see someone
horribly tragic,
which would have been incredible. I mean, it's tragic as it is.
We would not have seen that so often in Star Trek. I mean,
yeah, it's funny because I didn't. My wife was a big fan of Sex and the City, and Kim Cattrall is in that. And what was hysterical is she always wanted me to try to watch these Sex and the City episodes. And I'll admit, I'm a good husband/boyfriend. I watched some of these episodes, but it was hysterical when I had her watch Star Trek 6. She's like, oh, that's Kim Cattrall from Sex and the City. So to her, it was a jarring crossover for this actress from Sex and the City to Star Trek. Anyway, we do. Oh, and we always like to point out things in the background, along with the like optimistic, positive, upwelling music. There's the scene where like the Enterprise is moving in like warp speed, and Scotty goes like this and looks at the warp, and there's an engineer standing next to him going like, mind blown. He's like so overacting in that scene. It always distracts me.
I noticed him. I had note on that. That I do love that scene with Scotty. You're talking about scenes with a different crew and stuff like that. When they go to warp and Scotty is so happy and pleased. I love that shot. But
It's
also, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the idea that Valeris, not Polaris, Valeris challenges Captain Kirk on going to 1/4 impulse power.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And Captain Kirk there's this, but he asserts his authority and says, just do it. He doesn't back down and say, oh, you're right. Thrusters. He says, you heard the order, go to 1/4 impulse power. And that's what he takes it out.
It's actually a great scene from a writing perspective because they're establishing, she's not a cadet. This isn't Star Trek 2. They're establishing a level of seniority with Kirk and Spock. Like you said, he doesn't say, he doesn't even defend himself. You heard the order. So basically break the regulation. Don't worry about it. And then when he looks at Spock's like apologizes on her behalf. Sorry, she reminded you about the regulations. And he's like, don't worry about it.
I don't want to get sidetracked into Star Wars because then we'll never get done. But it actually, it reminds me of the same scene. This was a better part of what just happened with Grand Admiral Thrawn and Ahsoka. Because it's the same thing when Grand Admiral Thrawn wants them to send two companies or 2 squads or something after somebody, and then the witch challenges him and says, "Are you sure that's enough?" And his subordinate is like, "Oh," and then Grand Admiral, because that's the point where it's like, "Oh, you're right. Maybe you should send 3 or 4." But he turns around in the same way and says, "No," and he does give a reason where our numbers are dwindled. 2 will be enough. It's the same type of energy in that moment. Like, I've given my order. I got challenged, but I'm still giving my order.
But what's funny is, in this case, she challenges him correctly. He's breaking a regulation. And he's just like, I know.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going to break it. But to me, that can only really be done by a seniority level officer. Someone with the kind of clout of a Captain Kirk. And I love that Spock is on his side. Like, she's young. She doesn't get it.
What does she know? Yes. James has got some. So let's see here. James says, Valeris' small interaction with Kirk is a microcosm of the overarching part of the film. She is attempting to hold him back while he's attempting to move forward. In this case, literally.
Oh, that's
meaning
interesting.
the impulse challenge. That's interesting. The reactions of the crew serve as a warning unheeded as she continues with her plot to plunge the galaxy back into the conflicts and attitudes of the past past in the face of Kirk, who overcomes.
Oh, that's a pretty deep level. What would you say? An allegorical scene where you can make that case. Yeah, she's saying, don't change, do what we always did, because there's a sense of conformity to regulations, right? Just like there's a sense of conformity to not wanting things to change. So you can make that case for sure that this is I think he used the word it perfectly, a microcosm of the difference between the two characters in terms of moving forward versus not changing anything. Do what we've always done. Always follow these regulations. That's good. That's a good point. I don't think I'll ever be able to watch that scene again without thinking of your commentary on that.
I won't either.
That's pretty good.
That was great, James. Thank you. And that's when you get the scene we're talking about with Scotty, who
and the engineer who's just blown away by.
Now I have to look at that again as I'm going by here. Oh my God, I see him now. If you're looking at this scene, as you're looking at the screen, he's on the left, right? He is looking like you are an engineer on board a starship.
Yeah,
you're
you've
looking
seen
like
the
you've
warp
never
work,
seen
right?
an engine work before.
I mean, that's like someone opening the hood while I rev and just being,
Oh my God.
wow. Yeah, that overreaction always distracts me. You're right. It's such a great scene. It's a Scotty.
I guess I always just watch it Scotty because it's Scotty's moment. So proud
Yeah,
of the
it's a
Enterprise. But you're right,
quintessential
the guy
Scotty
next
scene.
to him was. It's like,
Yeah,
okay, that's too much acting. Let's dial that down by about 10 notches.
I mean, that acting would be appropriate if we took him from like the 1800s Titanic steerage, engine room and put him on the engine in the Enterprise. And we're like, look at how a modern engine works. Whoa. Wow. I've never seen anything like it.
Yes, you're right. They should have caught that. I guess I've always been just focused on Scotty in that scene.
Yeah, I've always been distracted by that dude. Obviously, this is his one moment in Hollywood, and he's going to make the most of it.
Oh my God, he's going to make it count. Oh my God,
he's probably at home right now showing his wife. Look at that scene.
Look, there I am.
Look, don't I sell it? Don't I sell the fact that this engine is amazing? Don't look at James Doohan. This advances to one of the most pivotal scenes in the film. Kirk in his own captain's quarters. He seems like he's unpacking. He's giving a captain's log, and
personal log.
A personal log. You're right. Good point. Good distinction. And he sets up, and I thought it was a rather moving thing for the audience. A black and white, which could not be common back in the 23rd century, but it's familiar to us, meaning it's an old picture. A black and white photo of David Marcus.
That's a great point. Great.
And
point.
The black and white signals that this is something permanently in the past. I feel like that's what was conveyed with black and white.
Well, black and white is also right and wrong. It's this way or another.
That's a good point.
That's where you were going with that. The black
and
white.
But that's a great point. Black and white is another allegory for right. The idea that there's one of two answers. That this is a black and white issue. That's a great point, actually. Now that I think about it,
God, it's these kinds of things that I really hope eventually one day I'd be able to think about putting in a film. That it needs to be a black and white photo.
Yeah, you will on rewrites. You'll catch things that you did subconsciously and then build them out for maximum effect. But I'd say that this was done to great effect in the film because it reminds us of Star Trek II. I love when they could tie in old movies. And it's not just a picture of David like in the woods when he was a kid. This is David Marcus wearing what he wore in Star Trek II. So it's the only reference point we've ever had with David Marcus wearing this one uniform. So there he is. Just like we remember him, black and white, meaning memorialized. And Kirk is reflecting on his lost son, which who can blame him for that? And he says the famous line for this movie. I've never trusted Klingons, and I never will. I can never forgive them for the death of my boy. Yes. Obviously, it's a huge, huge thing for him to say. And in a personal log in this setting with that photo, the filmmakers trick us into not even thinking of this as a racist or incriminating commentary. It's seen as a personal reflection of his feelings toward this arch rival of the Federation, their role in killing his son, and his role as a captain who has had to fight this rival culture in military terms. So in this personal log, I think the line is brilliantly under the radar. We're like, oh yeah, he would. He doesn't trust him. Of course, why would he? Blah, blah, blah. And then later when it's used
it comes back out publicly.
Right. Yeah. In a courtroom setting, it's like, oh, that sounds really bad. But here it's delivered in a way that kind of goes right under the radar, in my opinion. And of course, brilliant filmmaking. And so I want to make one comment about Star Trek VI.
Wait, you only want to make one comment?
Well, one comment, and then
we're done. We're going to be done with this. Like, what have we been doing for the past 2 hours?
Wrap it up.
There's only one comment we need to make about Star Trek. Okay, give us the comment you would like to make. So,
even several people in the chat have mentioned that there's several layers of this Star Trek VI. One thing that makes, I think, Star Trek 6 unique, and I did mention this to Heath earlier, is it's a mystery. There's a sense of a mystery, and this is not true of really any of the other Star Treks. This is not an action movie. This is not a militant outsider threatening Earth. It's a mystery. It's a whodunit. And because of that, when I started taking notes on every scene, you realize that these scenes are constructed so intentionally. So here's Kirk saying his eventually incriminating line about not trusting Klingons. And when it finally cuts, there's Valeris. And he even says, you could have not. Which lets us know that she opened the door on her own. That is extremely questionable.
Yeah.
You know, she's breaking his privacy. But it's also important later, and we'll get to it, but Kirk knows it's Valeris at a certain point in this film before anyone else does. And Kirk knows it because of this scene, because he knows she was the only one who heard him say this line. So if anyone was going to steal this line or leak this personal log, there's only one person it could have been, and it's the person standing in the door right now, which is Valeris.
Okay, wait a minute. We have another situation with the line. Sable Phoenix for $10. Thank you so much, Sable. Thank you. Sable says, the very next scene was a Mandela effect for me. I always remembered it as I've never trusted Klingons, and I never will. I'll never forgive them for the death of my boy.
What does he mean by that?
Wait.
What do you mean, Sable? Because that's what he says, isn't it?
No. So the Mandela effect is when you remember something that's not true.
Oh.
So the Mandela effect is like, like what's the name?
I invent the memory or I alter the memory?
Well, no, it's like, this is a good question. Like, Doug, do you remember a movie called Shazam?
Yeah.
Okay. That movie doesn't exist. That's an example of the Mandela effect. When a large number of people remember something some way, but it doesn't actually happen.
Oh, okay.
So Sable says that it's actually, and I'm about to look this up. I just queued this up. Sable says that it's actually, I could never forgive them. Has a hugely different connotation, especially since he does at the end. Okay, so wait a minute. Because I would have thought exactly what you said, Sable. I thought that was the line. So I've got the captions on whenever I play this. When I'm watching this on the stream, I keep it with the captions on because I can't listen to it, obviously. So I keep the captions on. So let's let's go over here. I gotta find the right
So
place.
he says, I could never forgive them.
According to the captions, let's see what happens. See what he says. The line. Okay, we got the Enterprise leaving. I got to get to the exact right place. We're about to see Scotty smile, and our.
Oh my God, an engine!
Okay, so Scotty smiles. Enterprise flies off. Come on. Captain's log, stardate 9522.6. I've never trusted Klingons, and I never will. I could never forgive them for the death of my boy. Boy, you're right. I never trusted Klingons, I never will. I'll never forgive them for the death of my boy. You're right that it's no, I completely would have said the exact same thing, Sable. I would have said that's the line. But the line is, I could never forgive them for the death of my boy.
You know what?
And yet he does.
Right.
Whoa. Thank you, Sable.
Well, here, I'll tell you, I'll give one extra little layer of this. I think that was intentionally written that way. Because could is actually passive voice. As a writer, I'll be reviewing writing sometimes, and someone will say, Theodora could see Justinian enter the room. And I always cross off could see and write saw. Theodora saw Justinian enter the room. Because could see, the word could is considered passive. It means could or could not. There's a degree of uncertainty to the word could. Whereas someone saw someone enter the room instead of could see is active, clear, decisive. So when you say, I could never forgive them, you're actually introducing the idea that he could. It's not decisive. He could. It's like saying I can or cannot do something. It's a passive verb. It's a passive modifier to the verb. So I could never forgive them actually indicates that maybe he could.
He could, right?
If he says, "I'll never forgive," think about it. The mistake,
which is exactly what we remember. No,
right?
It's so important.
I'll never forgive them is decisive language. It's emphatic. It's done. He's already made he's declared that he will never forgive them. I could never forgive them actually suggests that he might be able to be convinced otherwise. So that I think that was very intentionally written in passive voice because Kirk. I almost can imagine people reading the script and going back to change that line because Kirk does end up forgiving them.
Yeah, and Sable says this film. So as a result, that's a fantastic. Again, the script, right? Sable is saying this film has the tightest script in all Star Trek outside of All Good Things. So that's right. So that language right there, if he had actually said, "I'll never forgive them,"
that's decisive language.
But he did not say that. He said, "I could never forgive them."
It's passive.
Ooh, Kirk, that's fantastic.
Think about it.
Thank you for
James
catching
Kirk.
that.
If you're writing dialogue for James T. Kirk, you are writing in the active voice. I'm very sensitive to active voice. I will write it in passive voice intentionally based on the context of the scene. If the character is feeling powerless in the scene, I'll deliberately have my character speak in passive voice. Even if an editor says, "Change this," I'm like, "Nope, I did that on purpose." So, and I think that writers are sensitive to passive voice. So when you intentionally write in passive voice for a character like Captain Kirk, it's got to be on purpose, in my opinion. I think that was done on purpose to open the door for his redemption on this exact issue. That was a great point.
God, I love that.
That's a great point.
Daniel says another example of the Mandela effect, a classic example of the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers saying, "Luke, I am your father," which is what everyone remembers, but that's not what he says. Vader. Now, I knew this one. I did remember Vader's actual line is, "No, I am your father," but everyone remembers that as "Luke, I am your father." So that's the Mandela effect.
Yeah, I think "Play It Again, Sam" is never actually said in Casablanca.
"Play It Again, Sam" is never said in that movie.
Yeah.
"Play It Again, Sam" is never said in that movie.
I think it's play it again, right?
Yeah, she says "play it again," but she never actually says "play it again, Sam."
Yeah,
right. Exactly. Sable was just saying that. "Play it again, Sam." Right. Yeah. Another one, "play it," or "play it," or something directed to him. Right. Yeah. We need to talk about that. We need to put that movie.
We will, because that's one of the most perfect films in the history of film.
I really would like Lou to come and talk to us about that film because Lou was huge on that film.
Yeah.
She can take it. I can take it. Play it. And also another Mandela, what's the another Mandela effect is what is the Fruit of the Loom logo?
Isn't it like a bunch of fruit?
What's behind the fruit?
I have no idea.
Okay. A lot of people will say a cornucopia.
Oh.
That it's fruit pouring out of a cornucopia. And I was definitely one of those people that if you asked me what the Fruit of the Loom logo is, I would have said fruit coming out of a cornucopia. But apparently in this universe,
you're right. In another universe,
the Fruit of the Loom logo never had a cornucopia. So my second favorite thing about the Mandela effect is when people talk about what universe they're from. Like, "Oh, I'm from the universe when he did say, 'Luke, I am your father.'" I'm like, "Oh, well, no, I'm not from that universe, but I am from the universe where there was a cornucopia behind the Fruit of the Loom logo." So people talk about what universe you're from. So you're from the universe, like your universe, the Fruit of the Loom logo never had a cornucopia.
Do you know that in Empire Strikes, I have a buddy who in Empire Strikes Back, remember when Han Solo says, "You look strong enough to pull the ears off of Gundark"? I have a buddy who's like, he says Gundar, Gundar. I was like, no, he doesn't. He says Gundark with a K at the end.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth. I was like, George, there's no way. I was like, all right. We were so frustrated with each other, like in fun. I was like, all right, we're going to watch it. And I put the subtitles on and it said Gundark with a K. I was like, boom, sold. He's like, no, the subtitles are wrong. Harrison Ford actually says Gundar. And of course, at that point, you're in a special realm. So his Mandela effect is so strong that even when confronted with evidence, he could not change.
See, Sable is saying, "I distinctly remember the cornucopia Fruit of the Loom logo from the 80s. So we've got people from different universes here in the chat.
And thank you, Sable. It's always been Gundark. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Anyway, his Mandela effect is taken a hold of him and poisoned his mind.
That comes from Nelson Mandela, because apparently people have different memories about Nelson Mandela.
I have no idea.
And that in your universe, Doug, where you are from, did Nelson Mandela die in prison?
On behalf of my universe, Mandela went on to become the president of the United Nations and led the world in global peace, which we have achieved.
Okay, so see, in another universe, Nelson Mandela died in prison. Yeah, see, there was an idea that Nelson Mandela was assassinated in the 1990s. So that's where that came from. Why does a large segment of the population think that Nelson Mandela died? So now the Mandela effect has been applied to any time a large segment of the population. Many people remember the assassination of Nelson Mandela, but it never happened in this universe. So now it's a general term for things that people, that a large segment of our population believes or remembers, but that didn't happen in the current universe that we are inhabiting.
Well, that's interesting because I did remember, I'll never forgive them for the death of my boy. And you're absolutely right. I'm telling you, the word could. I have given writers advice. Do a search in your writing for the word could. And every time you see the word could in front of a verb, change it from he could see the smoke through the trees. If that pops up, erase could see and change it to saw. He saw the smoke through the tree. So anyway, that's just a little writing tip, but a lot of writers are very sensitive to the word could. So if a writer put the word could in there, he did it for a reason. And I think that the reason was Kirk does forgive them for the death of his boy.
I'm going to put that down because I do have words that I search for, like just run a search and replace. Sometimes the word needs to be there. I mean, but
sometimes,
but you want to examine when you're using it. So
right, you want to weigh it out. Make sure that you want to make sure that you intended to use it. Like I said, I'll use passive voice on purpose. Another one is beginning or started. He started to say. Sometimes that works, but you could get rid of he began to walk into the room, or he began to say. He said, just go right into it. He didn't begin to do it. He just did it. So anyway, those are just little.
I get that one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could. Daniel says, I could never, but I can now.
Right. The word could introduces a level of uncertainty. Could or could not, cannot. So that's why it's considered passive voice. And Kirk uses passive voice in terms of his ability to forgive the Klingons. And it's because he's not committed to never forgiving them, as this movie proves.
James says, I agree. That's right, passive voice is a tool to be used at appropriate times. It's not a way to write an entire story.
Right. Active voice is better. But like I said, if I have a character who's going through a really tough time or has very low confidence, I will intentionally have them speak in passive voice, as if things are happening to them outside of their control, because that's how they feel. And they're going to talk like that. But in general, you want to avoid that because it weakens the writing, because it adds degrees of uncertainty that will slow your reader down in terms of engaging with your character. So anyway, to tie it back into, Kirk is not decisive in not wanting to forgive the Klingons. That's what that passive word could means in his dialogue. I could never forgive them, which means he hasn't decided not to permanently yet.
All right. So that's when Valeris walks in.
Yeah, totally.
And again, there's twice that this is a small, from the world building perspective. Actually, I just paused this, and there is a fire extinguisher by the door.
There's a silver fire extinguisher.
Just in case the captain needs that. I never noticed that until right this second.
That's almost as bad as the exit sign in Star Trek II.
So there is a fire extinguisher right there in the captain's quarters, but the bed is right there. I mean, this is not big quarters from the world building perspective. Like, she opens the door and his bed is right there. I mean, even the captain, like this.
It's almost indicative of a submarine captain's
right.
Type
Again,
quarters.
it's the submarine. So it's exactly what it is. I mean, this is not the next generation luxury Star Trek. This is like you open the door to your quarters and there's your bed, even for the captain.
Anyway, we're getting into semantics in a fun way. But But yeah, Valeris catches him making this incriminating comment, and again, good writing. This flew under the radar. Not only his comment did it fly under the radar because it didn't trip us into saying, "Oh my God, you don't say that." It kind of went under the radar that he just was overheard. He was eavesdropped or spied upon, really, by Valeris here. Who, if you're Valeris, man, you walked in at the right time. High five if you're a spy for. If you're trying to spy on Kirk, you just nailed this.
Apparently, with the right recorder or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, this moment then, this is where she makes a suggestion for Romulan ale, right?
No. We're not there yet. That's like 3 more.
Yeah,
minutes.
right.
Oh, crap. We can't do that.
Sorry,
we then cut to Valeris and Spock in Spock's quarters.
Right. Yeah. There's this exchange among Vulcans here,
and this
very
scene,
ritualistic.
Yes, and this scene and this whole set. Nicholas Meyer said is an apology to Leonard Nimoy for Spock's quarters in Star Trek II.
With that like sequence Federation.
The sequin thing, right? Yes. Apparently that was a very low budget kind of thing, and what the Spock's quarters in Star Trek II. And Nicholas Meyer said that Leonard Nimoy was very unhappy with Spock's quarters. And Leonard Nimoy let him, Meyer, know about it. And so when he came back to do Star Trek VI, and we were going to show Spock's quarters, he made sure that he did a quarters that was worthy of Spock and that Leonard Nimoy approved of.
Well, mission accomplished, because all the details in this scene felt cultural. He has a golden pyramid candle that he lights.
Yeah,
he
right.
This he puts like spice in this drink that looks like grapes, like this glass grape, and he smells it and he shares it and she drinks it. And there's this beautiful painting in there, the Expulsion from Paradise.
Well, there's a weird painting in there.
It is. Well, but it is a weird one. It's not photorealistic. It's more abstract, but the idea is the Expulsion from Paradise, right, which is an interesting one given the context of this film, that all things must end. And the one of the themes is the end of history, or at least the end, a turning point, the end of the affairs of the Federation along this one line. So I think that this painting is very in line with the sense of a turning point has been reached. The end of something has been reached.
Yeah, it's not. It's probably important that it's not, because I think I might have been originally attempted to put a very realistic Renaissance style painting there, but it doesn't. It's an impressionist version, which I say it's a weird version, but Sable picks up on what I would say about the significance of that. It's very much about the emotional resonance of the subject. It's not an idealized. Realism isn't valuable. What Sable is saying here, the response to it is, it's not a realistic interpretation of the Expulsion from Paradise, but it is an impressionistic, and that's probably important. From the design of this.
Impressionism emphasizes imperfection by design. It's not photorealistic. It's not perfect. It's messy in a stylistic way. The idea is, even if I don't try to draw it perfectly, I can evoke a more powerful emotion out of you, which is art. That's art. This was a response. Like he said, art comes through its own phases. And so the imperfection of the impressionism, it's an expression. It's a mood. It's an idea. He actually doesn't even say, I got it because I like the color or the contrast. He says it's what it stands for. It means, it reminds me that there is an end to all things. And that's important. And Valeris follows up. It is about endings that I wish to speak. So
I wish to speak about endings, talking about passive and active voice. It is that I wish to speak.
Yeah. I think that might have been done from a writing standpoint to frame the segue. It is about endings that I wish to speak. But they have a very important discussion here because the two characters reference this discussion and recontextualize it later. Neither one of us were listening very good.
Right. Yes.
She said, and here's where she says what I never really caught this until the last night. The weight of her comment. Surely you must realize that a turning point has been reached in the affairs of the Federation. And this might sound ridiculous in the contrast here, but a turning point has been reached in the affairs of the Federation sounds almost like in the course of human events. Simple language that is carrying so much water for humanity. It's the big idea. So she raises this, and it really stuck with me ever since I heard her say it, because it dawned on me more so than ever before that the Federation itself is going to have to change its identity, which means everyone in it, Kirk, Valeris, Chekhov, Spock, everyone who's a part of the Federation is going to have to go through this identity change with it. This issue of the culture and all the people who hold the culture and manifest the culture and express the culture. That is such a big pivotal thing to have occurred, like the apotheosis moment in a culture, like we had said earlier. So she brings it up in here. And Spock does completely miss it. He almost like shushes her like, shh, shh, shh. I intend you to succeed me. So he was looking at it through the idea of continuity. I was Spock. My time for king and country is over. I intend you to succeed me. And of course, she recognizes that he doesn't understand. He didn't get her message. And so she goes with a simple flattery. I can only hope to supersede you. And she takes.
I intend you to replace me. Isn't that it? I intend you to replace me. I can only succeed you, sir.
Right. I thought she said supersede. Supersede you. Which means to equal you. I don't think she said I could succeed you. I could do better than you. I think she said supersede, which means to equal you. That's the best I could hope for, is to equal you. Anyway, you might be able to see it on the subtext. Succeed. I think he says succeed.
No,
why am I remembering it was supersede?
Succeed means to follow. Right. That's because I remember having a discussion with my mother about this as well. Oh my God!
What is a subtext subtitle say?
I'm coming on it, but it's
okay.
It's jammed up. Of course, exactly when I need it, it's jammed up. Hang on, I'm coming.
He says, "I intend you to replace me."
Replace, right? You're going to replace me. God, and I've just pulled up the wrong thing. Right here. Right, he wants you to replace. That's what I remember. A turning point has been reached in the affairs of the Federation.
Huge line.
Right. History is replete with turning points, Lieutenant.
Yeah, he misses it.
You must have faith. But she says faith that the universe will unfold as it should. They are both missing each other. It's very important.
Totally. This is great subtext.
Is that logical? Logic. Logic is the beginning of wisdom, Valeris, which is the end of Spock's arc.
Yes.
Not the end. This will be my final voyage.
Great line.
On board this vessel as a member of her crew. And then he brings over the vessel to her. Nature abhors a vacuum. I intend you to replace me. Spock says that he will be replaced. And she says, I remember talking to my mother about this. I could only succeed you, sir.
Okay. So I am Mandela.
I cannot replace Spock, but I can succeed him. Yes.
Okay. So she's just saying
after him, right? That's what James is saying. I can come after you.
Correct.
But I cannot replace you.
That's what that means. 100% correct. She's like, I'm simply the next in line, is what she's saying.
Yeah. I can be the next, but I cannot be your replacement. And she takes a drink.
Okay. I don't know where I'm coming up with supersede, but anyway, I just Mandela big time. So,
and then
anyway,
for some reason,
for some reason, they call to study for subtext.
Yeah. Yes, it is. But I was going to say, for some reason, they call all officers to the bridge instead of all senior officers to the bridge. Like, how many officers are on board this bridge? They all got to be on the bridge.
I'm the officer of the police force of the military police.
There are a couple of things like that this script should have caught, because this does call all officers to the bridge, and it should have been something like all senior officers to the bridge or something like that. Because like, oh my, they turn around like, oh my God, because especially in this environment where, according to Gene Roddenberry, there aren't enlisted personnel because everybody's gone to college. Everybody's an officer. Like, we're supposed to cram all 300 people.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so that should have been senior officers to the bridge.
So that's a good point. But that's a consistent miss for Star Trek, then, that they don't really understand enlisted versus officer material, that divide in the military. Here's another example where that was not understood.
It was not. So all officers are supposed to come to the bridge, but thankfully in the next scene, there is not 400 people trying to cram onto the bridge of the Enterprise. But that's when the Klingon ship arrives.
Yes. And by the way, I love that it's an old school Klingon cruiser.
Yes.
The ones from Star Trek 1. Because I think, although the Birds of Prey are awesome.
They call it a cruiser. The battle cruiser.
Right, battle cruiser. But I think for the franchise, the Klingons were introduced on the big screen with the Klingon battle cruiser from Star Trek 1. So it was nice to see it. It seemed a little bit more fleshed out. And talk about the visual effects being awesome in Star Trek 6. Here's another example that this cruiser, and the sound is good, flies over into the view screen. And you could see the head and the wings, and it kind of just stops and drifts there. And Kirk is kind of staring at it. And I think he has a great response. Like, Shields, Captain. And he's like, we've never been this close. And if you think about it, that's true for him. He's never gotten this close to a Klingon without a battle. So for him, it is an unusual proximity to his arch rival. And I appreciated that they showed Kirk as unsure for a moment or mystified by this new type of exchange between the Federation and Klingons. Mm-hmm. They're not opening fire. They're super close. No one's raising shields. Even Chekhov's like, shouldn't we raise shields? So he decides not to raise shields, which is, under this circumstance, the right call. And they open up, and I love it again. Here's good, right standard rudder. So they're using nautical terms again. And I have to say, Gorkon, was there anything you wanted to add?
There is, because this is one of the first times that we see this. It's actually not the first time it's on screen, because it was also on screen with the Excelsior, but this is an important time when you see the Klingon cruiser arriving. You're seeing the screen, the view screen of the Enterprise, and it has the ship's time. This is the first time that we've seen in the movies the ship's time on up above the view screen.
A timestamp?
It's a clock.
Oh, okay.
I can't believe you haven't noticed this. There's a clock that is, every time you see the view screen, you see the ship's time.
Oh, what a nightmare for the continuity expert.
Well, I know. So that's exactly why people are talking about why it's there. And it's actually in 3 places. And this is the first time there are 3 clocks on board the Enterprise bridge.
Terrible.
One of them is on the view screen, but that's okay, because if you just had to show the view screen, you could put whatever time you needed to for your continuity on the view screen, because there's no other person on the view screen. You just cut to the view screen.
That's true. That's true.
Put that clock. But there's a clock above Spock, and there's a clock above Uhura.
Why would you do that?
There are 3 clocks on board the Enterprise bridge, and people are wondering, why is that? And I was wondering that too, because if that's a nightmare of a thing to have to edit around, that you got to have the right clock on the right time on 3 different clocks on board this bridge when you're trying to do the editing. Like I said, if it's just on, I love the ship's time. I do love the ship's time on the main the viewer. I do think that's pretty cool. That's the official ship's time up at the screwer. Yeah, on the viewer, the screwer. I said viewer. The ship's time on board the viewer, but then we're all on the floor. Doug put his hands up this way. Why would you do this? Why
if I was directing this and the continuity specialist came up and said, "Hey, I'm trying to figure out the time," I'd be like, "Take them off. Take them off. I don't want.
We do not need a clock.
But I want this to look like Las Vegas."
Right. There will be no clocks on board the ship. On this Enterprise bridge, there are clocks on board the ship, on board the bridge. And some people have said, and I have no idea whether this is true or not, but that it was deliberately there so that if the editors in the studio wanted to screw with this after Meyer, because it was such a controversial show because of the political and stuff like that he wanted there to be continuity on clocks so that you would know it got screwed with.
Oh.
I have no idea whether that's true or not. That could completely be false.
That's at least something that makes sense. So if they messed with it, they would throw off their continuity and it would ruin on some level the film.
At least you would know if you were watching a re-edited version. I have no idea if that's true. That may not be true at all. But I was looking for reasons why you would put this clock in 3 places on board the bridge, and that was one theory that's been brought up. But it also makes me actually wonder if time was a more critical part of some version of the script. I mean, that could be right.
Oh, maybe.
Because when you're talking about the Sherlock Holmes style.
True. Those are clues then.
Right. The clues that are being brought together, it actually makes me wonder if at some point during the script, they were going to really reference the time that things happened. Like, did this person get there before this, or whatever it is? And this time
it is a mystery.
Right. And from the mystery perspective, it makes me wonder if at some point during the show, the time that things happened was going to be a more critical element of the plot. I'm not sure, but that's what I wonder. I mean, other people, like I said, have pondered about the re-edit.
Maybe they did this whole thing for the line that Chang. Have we not heard the chimes at midnight?
Well, but the clock isn't shown at that time.
They do have.
You could have done that without clocks. You could have completely had that without clocks.
Yeah, I don't. Man, that's a great point. I've never noticed the clocks, and now that you point them out, I'm flabbergasted that they would put that weight into those waters. Why would you wade into those waters? Because now you've tied yourself to a level of continuity that could get really irritating, especially knowing it's going to go to post-production and knowing that you're going to have to edit this. So maybe you're right. Maybe it was like a little time bomb he put in there to prevent excessive editing later.
Well, I was looking for something. I was looking up to see if I could bring that up because I can't believe that hasn't been noticed. But next time you watch, so now that I've mentioned it, you will see that there's a clock. There's a digital clock.
I'll totally look for it
on board the like right above the view screen that tells you the ship's time throughout the entire movie, and it's also above Spock station and above Uhura station.
That is a very unusual emphasis on the time. The game is afoot.
Yeah. So why? No, they're right because he says it's right. It's right throughout the entire film, so far as I can tell, because Kirk does ask them to beam aboard at 7:30, which is what 1930.
You know what they might have been trying to tap into? This might sound crazy, but
1819. Yeah.
You know what they might be trying to tap into? And I'm only thinking this because they've referenced Nixon in China and all this other stuff. So in the Kennedy assassination, there's that big clock, 12:24 p.m. in Dallas. So he may have been subconsciously projecting into baby boomer brains that sense that an assassination is taking place. The clock is set. That may have been a subliminal effort. Because it's an assassination attempt. And I'll never forget watching that movie JFK. They kept showing that Dallas sign, 12:24, the time. So maybe that was just a subliminal cue that we're about to see an assassination play out.
I wish I could take it. I'm watching on Apple TV and it will not let me share a screen on Apple TV or take a screen capture. Otherwise, I would. But like when the Klingon ship flies up, ship's time is 16:12:39.
4.
Yeah, 4. So 4:12, 4 in the afternoon. It's 4 in the afternoon when 4:12 in the afternoon when that flies up, and he says that he's going to bring them aboard at what is 19:30. How shall we raise shields, Captain? We'll make sure on that. But I believe that 7:30 p.m. is when he's going to bring them on board the ship, which just makes me wonder that seems like it should have been an element of the show.
Yeah, I don't think you introduced that unless you meant to.
Unless you meant to. But on the other hand, I just love the idea that official ship's time is on board.
I mean, candles, cigarettes, clocks. There's certain things in movies you stay away from because of that continuity issue. It's so hard to match that. Now, I have to say, too, so we get our first look at Chancellor Gorkon.
Yes.
And it's a reused actor, David Warner, who was in Star Trek V. So weird that they brought him back, but I love him in this role. He was very good at Chancellor Gorkon. And I feel like they did something for effect that upon rewatch, I'm like, well, I don't know. Gorkon is very unfriendly here. We shall look forward to that. Like he's very like he's not friendly. He's not warm and open. But for the rest of the movie, he's like, Captain, face to face at last. Like he's very diplomatic. He's very warm and articulate and friendly and knows just what to say. But in this one scene where the crew gets our first impression of him, he's like, Kronos 1. Like he's not any of those things. So it almost seems like they gave us a fake Chancellor Gorkon persona to throw us off. Like this is not going to go well. The Klingons are not cool. But later on, he's awesome. Like he's never like this again. He's very unfriendly in this view screen exchange.
That's a good point. And as I was watching the director's cut, Nicholas Meyer was wondering, he thought that it was too on the nose that he's named Gorkon.
Oh, like Gorbachev?
Yeah, that everyone realized this is supposed to be Gorbachev. But apparently nobody got that.
I never thought that, but now that you say it, it seems pretty apparent.
Not once you say it, it does. But I don't think that it was too, like, I never would have gotten that until he said that this is Gorbachev. Sable says he was still in the old environment of the Klingon Empire. He knew the culture. He knew he was his culture's Gandhi, MLK, etc. He was playing the part of hostile territory.
Yeah, so Sable, that's a great observation. And that was the only explanation I thought as well. That maybe he's on screen and just like, the cameras are on, all of his advisors are standing around him. So maybe he played the role of screw you, Federation, in front of his advisors. And then once he was in the more diplomatic face-to-face crew on crew, he could loosen up and be more himself.
Well, and he's specifically supposed to look like Abraham Lincoln. And when someone says that, I completely see it now. That Nicholas Meyer says they intentionally made him look like Abraham Lincoln.
You know what? That's right. Lincoln always carried around a whalebone cane.
But more
importantly, you're right. He does
the beard.
I'm going to Mandela everybody on Abraham Lincoln.
Right, yeah, I know. I remember that in my universe. He's always got a whalebone.
When he delivers the Gettysburg Address, he comes up with the whalebone.
This whale cane, right? Exactly.
But you're right. He does have the facial hair of Abraham Lincoln.
So he's supposed to look like Abraham Lincoln. And James says the undiscovered country is Hamlet is used as a metaphor for death, not just the future writ large. In the film, the past must die for the Klingons and the Federation to survive. Gorkon knows this. But Nicholas Meyer says that this was supposed to be the title of Star Trek II.
Undiscovered Country?
Yeah, he says, originally Star Trek II was supposed to be the Undiscovered Country, but I didn't have enough clout in Hollywood to make that title stick. So he revived the title for this, which that makes no sense for Star Trek 2. It makes complete sense for this one.
Unless he had some tie-in that we don't know about. But man, am I glad the studios for once. You said I hate the studios, but
no.
Good call, because the Wrath of Khan is freaking great. That's a great title.
And this one needs to be the Undiscovered Country.
Absolutely. Like those fit perfect.
So Kirk says, would you care to dine with me aboard the Enterprise as guest of the Federation of Planets? I was looking for the time here. We would be delighted. Oh, God, I just cut. Look at this when you watch this again, because there was a cut from the view screen. No, just because you see the view screen, you do see the view screen on a panoramic with the entire crew, and Gorkin's on the screen, and it's 16:30:43, and it just cut from Spock, and behind Spock on his console was 16:13. So it's the same time.
So they did run into a continuity issue.
No, they got it right.
Oh.
No, I'm saying they got it right. I'm saying, would you care to come and dine with me? You're looking at 16:30 on the screen when you're looking at Gorkin, and it's just the view screen, so that could be edited in at any time.
Okay.
But then you go over to Spock, and right behind you cut behind Spock, and it's 16:13:40.
You said 16:30 and then 16:13.
16:13:40.
So that's the clocks are in sync.
Spock. And then immediately when you turn back to the second. My God, it's 16:30:42 when you cut back to him.
I mean, that's almost like a continuity specialist showing off.
It is
at that point.
Why would you ever do this if it's not a part, like a major plot element? Why would you ever do this? That clock,
you're right. It actually makes sense. The theory that you read, because you cannot F with this dialogue if you have a to the second timer in the shot
behind different characters in different shots.
Yeah,
Sable is confirming with me. The clocks are in sync with shots.
Yeah, you're saying that this is not going to go to post-production. This is done.
Wow. God, I'm going to be looking for that as we go across, because that is a to the second sync between those two shots.
That's a tall order for film. With all the editing, back in 91, they weren't even. So the big CGI era wasn't until 93 when Jurassic Park came out. So this is pre-Jurassic Park.
Well, they have CGI in here. This was an extremely early CGI
But
film.
It's early, is what I'm saying. Extremely is like today filmmakers think in terms of CGI and think in terms of easy edits. 1990, 1991, I mean, you're still in practical effects Hollywood with CGI creeping in. So this is quite a stroke.
Yeah. So they were so that was a physical element of the set.
Crazy.
They were handling with. Yeah, they are manually cutting this thing.
Yeah.
And that's
exactly.
They can't use a different take of Spock at a different time. And then Kirk says, "We'll have you beamed aboard at 19:30." That was it. So 19:30. So 7:30.
Right. So in 3 hours.
Yeah, in 3 hours, we'll have you beamed. 3 hours and 17 minutes.
Yeah, roughly.
You'll come aboard for dinner.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I want to hear a director comment on that.
Yeah.
It actually makes sense, that theory.
I was waiting to hear him talk about that, but I never did on the director's commentary that I listened to.
Wow. That's remarkable.
I hope you're happy.
Yeah. So Zero the Blade says it is easy to manipulate clocks. However, and I agree, obviously. However, you're coordinating multiple clocks in a media format that is designed for editing.
Right.
And it just seems like a Pandora's box. Like, just get him out of there and you're free of all of this continuity. I don't know. I'm still amazed that this is intentionally being done.
You gotta look for that next time you watch that, because the solution is to get rid of it, to never have something like that on the board set. Because then if you don't like Spock's take over here, it's no problem. You just use a Spock's take from take 7 and mix it with take 3 over here and whatever. But if they're all different times, they've obviously got a clock behind them. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, if you want to add one line of dialogue, this falls apart, this system. You know, because there's pickup shots. They call them pickup shots. After post-production, actors will come back in for like a day or two, and that's why in movies you'll see a close up. Like I think of Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, where suddenly Theoden looks at the camera and he's like, "Where's Theoden? Where's my son?" That's a pickup shot. You can't see the background. It's a close up of the actor, and he's saying something to bridge two different scenes. If you wanted to do that in this, you can't. I mean, they're telling you we've got this down to the second. Anyway, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So that's when we have the line, "There's Romulan ale on board."
Okay.
So we're coming to dinner. There's Romulan ale on board. He does say, and I actually I had never known what he responds with until I was watching this time, and with some of the commentary on. That's officer thinking, Lieutenant. I don't even know what that means exactly.
I looked that up.
Oh, you did? Okay, fantastic.
And there's no answer.
Okay.
So at first I thought he said that's novice think. I thought he said something with novice thinking, and then I was like, that's not.
Or
that's
I
not
thought maybe optimum thinking. Like I didn't know what that line was.
So I deliberately put on the subtitles, and I was like, oh, that's officer thinking. So I went over and I Googled officer thinking. Only references to Star Trek 6 came up. So people have asked, what the hell what does he mean by that officer thinking? And the only place that this exists on the internet is in discussions on threads of Star Trek 6. The further I scrolled, the more I got away from the whole thing. There is no such phrase as officer thinking. So that must have been the writer just trying to make the point that, hey, you're thinking like an officer. Which I would only equate that to Spock just said, "I intend you to replace me," which throws us off the scent that Valeris is a villain.
Why doesn't you say excellent thinking? Excellent thinking.
Or that's officer material, or I don't know. He could have said it differently, but officer thinking was a very unusual phrasing, and it doesn't mean anything. I looked it up.
Okay, all right. So I didn't miss that. Okay, so that's important. Okay, so now guess who's coming to dinner?
Yeah, another reference to the 1960s. Guess who's coming to dinner? The movie, which was an interracial,
which I had to look up.
Yeah,
which this is another controversial line because that line was supposed to be said by Uhura.
Oh,
and okay. Nichelle Nichols refused to say the line because she thought it was racist.
Really?
And so instead, Chekhov says it.
The Russian, the Cold War enemy in real world.
Guess who's coming to... So I had to look that up because it's not a reference that I get. I had to look that up too. I was like, okay, what's going on here? Because I just thought it was a joke. I mean, throughout my entire life until 12 hours ago when I was researching this in more detail, I just, well, guess who's coming to dinner? It's the Klingons. But it is a reference to a movie and that has an interracial couple in it.
Correct.
And then I found out as I was going on that Nichelle Nichols was supposed to say it, that Uhura was supposed to say it, and she would not, and so it was thrown to Walter instead for Chekhov. So
I will say the line.
Yeah, so he says it. So, but I mean, today I had no idea what that meant. So Sable says, okay, that's officer thinking means she's not adhering to the regulations the way she was during their exit from space dock. Huh.
Oh, okay. I can go with that. That's one of the best explanations I found out of all the things I read. Yeah.
Right. Because she is defying regulations. You're not supposed to be having Romulan ale. She was enforcing regulations in the previous scene.
And now she's loose.
She's loose. Oh,
that's a good explanation, Sable. I like that.
We need that to be all over the internet then.
Yeah.
That's officer thinking.
That's better than anything I read in terms of why he said it that way. I still think he could have phrased it better, but I think Sable has accurately... He
probably also could have enunciated it better.
Yeah, exactly. I needed subtitles. But I think
sometimes know what he said.
Sable Phoenix has a good context for what he was getting at with that line.
I like that. I like that Sable a lot.
He should have said it better. He should have said something like, a little outside the regulations this time. I like it.
Well, or if he had just said, because I said, I didn't know what he said. Like, that's optimum thinking. That's whatever. That's why I originally turned on the subtitles anyway, was to figure out what word he said. And then when I realized he said, when I'm reading it, that's officer thinking, I was like, what the hell does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't even like that phrasing now that I think about it, because then if Sable's right, which I think he is actually, then that's officer thinking suggests that as an officer, we don't follow regulations. Break them. That's Tiberius Kirk thinking, is what he really meant.
So then we go to, let me just
I just want to point out again with the visual effects in the film, there's a cut and there's this great shot of both ships side by side.
Yes, I just saw that up here.
Kronos and Enterprise, and it looks beautiful. I always love in Star Trek 6 when these shots come up. They're brief, which makes you savor the shot for the few seconds that they're on there. And it does, and the music is ominous again, but it shows these two former rivals side by side, which also, and the Enterprise is behind Kronos, which sets up the scene, but it also shows a high degree of trust on the side of the Klingons.
That's true. That's true. JDM says, along the same lines as Sable Phoenix's point, maybe she's a junior officer still learning to be a good officer, and he's encouraging her for her flexibility.
Yeah, agreed. I think that is what Kirk meant. Knowing Kirk, knowing the flow of the film, the setup with Valeria, quoting regulations like Savick. So that makes sense. I think you're totally right.
So we bring the Klingons on board.
Yes.
And we have the bosun's whistle.
Yeah.
Again, a naval. There you go. That brings them on board.
You're right. And we are introduced to compassionate Gorkon, not the I'm fronting Gorkon. And we're introduced to Christopher Plummer, who I thought played one of the best Klingons of all time in General Chang.
Yeah.
I love Krug, but he was slightly comical. Slightly. Christopher Plummer's Chang is...
Oh, bosun's pipe. I'm sorry. Is it a pipe? I thought it was the whistle. Is it actually because JDM says Coast Guard vet here, a good officer, flexible and adaptable one. So is it bosun's whistle? I'm sorry, bosun's pipe. So sorry, bosun's pipe.
Man,
the
great detail.
Pipe I thought was the instrument, but he gives the specific whistle, which I was looking up as well, and the different kinds of whistles that are commanded or used to signal different things. And I saw that in. Did you see? Wait, what was the name of? Greyhound, was it Greyhound or something like that? It was the show, the movie that was about the Navy in World War II. Wait a minute. Was it Greyhound?
Seen a lot of World War II movies. JDM. Thanks for that. That's an important detail.
Greyhound. If you haven't seen this one, Greyhound, it's a film. 2020 with Tom Hanks.
Recent.
Yeah, 2020 with
I have
Tom
not
Hanks.
Seen it.
It follows a U.S. Navy commander on his first assignment commanding a multinational escort destroyer group aboard for defending an Allied convoy of 37 ships from German U-boats in early 1942. So I highly recommend this movie. So it's a World War II film, 2002, about the Navy. Tom Hanks is in it, and they're on a convoy from the U.S. to the U.K. And there's a period of time where they are under like U.S. fighter escort, but the fighters can't carry themselves all the way across the Atlantic.
Right.
And so the U.K. fighters can only pick up at a certain point as well. So there's like a dark spot where they're going to have to traverse the ocean, and they've got German U-boats who are after them. And I thought it was a fantastic movie. And it has so much. This is why we're talking about as far as Star Trek, because it has so much. You can see so much of Star Trek in it, because what's so interesting about that movie is that it is about ship communication. Because you will only be on board the Greyhound bridge, and you see the way that the Greyhound is going to be communicating with other parts of its ship. Like, speaking into a loudspeaker or a pipe that's going to take an order to the engine room or something.
Oh.
And then also flagging another ship, because it never takes you on board the other ship. They just show you like flagging the other ship, for orders to do something or something. And there's so much of, that's why it's a war film, but it's a film about communication. But how you
I
communicate
love that.
And you see so much of then, oh my God, this is what inspired Starfleet. Like, because they all had experience with World War II ships. And this is the way a World War II ship operates. And so they're doing all of the whistles. They're doing all of this. And you're like, oh my God, that's where all this comes from. It's so good.
Well,
So
and they probably inherited that from the cavalry because they used bugles. Even in the movie Titanic, they used a bugle. Remember, she's like, every time they announce dinner, it's like a. So it sounds like what the Navy did was, or the Coast Guard, or both, was got away from the bugle and went more toward a pipe. And JDM
is explaining the melody is also called a pipe. Okay, so that's it. So the
Right.
instrument and the melody is called a pipe. Okay.
Well, I remember even
JDM.
in Boy Scouts, by the time you got to Eagle Scout, you learned that there's certain bugle calls that mean different things. So we know the which means charge. That's only one of about 30 different bugle calls, at least that I knew about in Boy Scouts, where each melody told the announcement. It was the announcement, the melody itself. So it sounds like a lot of that was adapted to pipes for the Navy. Maybe the bugle wasn't effective.
So JDM says the melody is also called a pipe. You play different pipes for different times and events on board.
And he's got another comment.
Stations. Even today, when you make an announcement over the loudspeaker, it's still called making a pipe. Pipe the noon meal or pipe the CO. He's got a call holding on line 1. Thank you, JDN. Yes,
that's great information.
Different history to bosun or bosun's pipe. They go way back to the ages of sail, when the shrill tone of the pipe could be heard over the rigging and over the sound of the sea and the sails.
So maybe that's why the bugle was replaced, because it just wasn't effective with the background noise.
I was okay. So I was watching that because of this different YouTube videos about the bosuns giving the different pipes then. And he was talking about that. So it was supposed to be shrill to be heard over the sea when you're on a ship and sail. And this is exactly what, thank you so much, JDM.
That's awesome information. I love that.
But that's exactly what Nicholas Meyer loves. Like, they bring this in. And so when he steps up and makes this call, so what is the name of this pipe that he gives to herald the coming of the dignitaries on board the ship?
I think that means someone's coming aboard.
Yeah, I bet JDM can give us a name for that what exactly he pipes then to bring them on board.
Yeah, my impression, because they use it in Star Trek 1 right before Spock boards. So it seems
the pipe to attention.
Okay, so that's bringing the officer or whoever is in attendance to attention. That makes sense, because they are lined up formally in front of the transporters. So that makes sense. Nice. Yeah, and they're preparing to take. This is a diplomatic envoy.
Nicholas Meyer said more than once that he used Star Trek to put Horatio Hornblower in space. Exactly. He's saying, stand to attention. There are important people coming on board.
Okay.
That's what that call is. That's what that whistle is.
That makes perfect sense. And I have to say, in a little bit in Star Trek 1, but especially from Star Trek 2 on, I really appreciated the nauticalization of Starfleet in film.
I do too.
I thought it gave it a structure that we understood. They militarized it a little bit. They reestablished a little bit more formal chain of command. They have regulations. They answer to things. There's accountability to everything in the Starfleet of the movies, which I never quite got out of the original series, because I guess it wasn't as needed. They were out, boldly going on a 5-year mission. But here they're a little bit closer to home. The military structure, the chain of command, much more important.
Sable says, talk about a deep dive, man. We're in the ocean now. I say, get your hard suit. This is the deep dive. This is the deep dive.
Hey, well, this movie's worth it, man. It did a lot.
And this movie is completely worth it.
So yeah, we're introduced to Christopher Plummer's General Chang, who I freaking love. And they make him distinctive. He doesn't have, he's got a patch. He's bald. He's a different looking Klingon.
And he wanted to be bald.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he was sitting for all of the makeup to put on the hair and all that stuff. So they had some of the hair look, and he was like, "Why don't I just go bald?" and tore it all off. And so he himself chose to go bald in this.
Interesting. So real quick, JDN saying he doesn't think the bosun's pipe was a replacement for bugles.
Okay, so it's a separate thing. So the Bugle may never have been on board a ship. That's probably
okay.
true.
So they serve a
It's
similar
separate
purpose,
history. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
And Sable says the meeting of Christopher Plummer and Bill Shatner here was their reuniting from when they were on theater back in Canada together.
Oh, really?
I didn't know that.
Wow.
So yeah, it's the sea services and the land armies. I can believe that the seas that I can.
Yeah,
not a bugle on board.
They're very
ship.
specific about certain traditions. You're right. It wouldn't make sense that it would cross over. That makes perfect sense. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, and Christopher Plummer has a very malevolent presence in this. He's very good. He comes across as both intelligent and cruel, I would say, is the word I would use to describe him. A great addition to the Star Trek villains, in my opinion. General Chang. And I like the costumes.
Costume, good.
No, I was just going to say, I like the costumes. You could tell that almost the way they beam aboard, they're all like posing. It's almost like how the concept artist sketched them is how they transported onto the ship. And you meet Ozit Bor, who is
he's got his patch bolted into his.
Yeah, it's like like a NASCAR pit crew put it on him in the morning.
And I think about that because when I was in, I think it was 5th grade. I was in 5th grade, and we used to play tetherball. You ever play tetherball?
Oh yeah, I sucked at it.
Okay, well, we used to play tetherball. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I did too. But I mean, all the cool guys right there playing tetherball. We played a lot of tetherball. But of course, I wore glasses. So I remember in about, it was 4th grade. 4th grade, I got hit in the face with a tetherball, and it busted my glasses.
Oh,
and cut my eye in the eyebrow. And one of my eyebrows, whichever one, I think it's this one right. This one right here. You can see this. You can see this. You can see it today. That cut right there.
Oh yeah,
that's from my glasses cutting me in tetherball. And so I remember I got cut, and I was just pouring blood out of my face in 4th grade. And so then they're like, oh my God. And of course, what do they do in elementary school when you need to be taken to the nurse? So I had my ice pack. Like here's your ice pack. Right. Oh my God, here's your ice pack. And so they called my mother and was like, okay, Heath has had an accident in school. We think he requires stitches. You may want to come and pick him up. And so my mother came and picked me up, but they didn't stitch it. They were going to put something, they were saying, just why I got to the doctor's office, wherever it was.
Butterfly Band-Aid.
Butterfly bandages.
Yeah, right. I remember those.
But I thought that butterfly bandages were those metal things that you seal ace bandages with. Do you know those metal things? Like you've got an ace bandage that has the 2 clips.
Yeah.
That has the spikes on it. That you okay, you know what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah, where it clamps it.
Yeah, a piece of metal, right, that clamps the ace bandage together. Well, I thought that's what a butterfly clip was. And I thought they nailed that into your head. So when they said, just right back, we're going to get a butterfly bandage for that, I thought they were going to take one of those metal things and nail it into my head, which is why I think about this when I see him with his patch. And then I remember when it was all done or whatever, and I was going home, I was looking in a mirror or whatever, and I saw the tape that's the butterfly bandage over it. I was like, what is this? I thought that a butterfly bandage was this piece of metal and whatever. And I remember mother saying, you thought they were going to nail a piece of metal into your head and you were okay with it? And I was like, yeah, I want the piece of metal. Please nail that into my head.
So you thought you were going to be General Chang next time you went to school. I was going to be
General Chang with something nailed into my head. And it was just
Let's slip the dogs of war.
It was so terrible. So,
that's awesome.
That's what I think of when I see his patch bolted onto his head.
Well, but they did make him distinctive, and I think that's what's important. Here's a good look at Klingons in a similar but different light. We meet Ozit Bor, and I remember, believe it or not, the whole audience laughing when they introduced her. And my impression at the time, I was, in 1991, I was in high school, maybe a freshman. Everyone laughed. So I thought it was because she was just so unattractive. That was the impression I had. Here's my daughter. And she comes up and she just wasn't attractive. Anyway, ugly as hell was my note. And And what's interesting is Chang comes up to Kirk and he's like, I've always wanted to meet you, Captain. And Kirk is like, I'm not sure how to take that. And I appreciate that dialogue because he's like, you always wanted to meet me in battle, like to fight, which I think is actually what Chang did mean.
Probably meant, right?
Right. I always wanted to face off with you, sir. And you don't know it yet, but we will be facing off soon. That's how I take this scene in retrospect, knowing the plot. But again, here, and he's very challenging. He's pretty close to Kirk's face when he's talking, which in male world, it's a little confrontational to invade space like that. So I thought Christopher Plummer just nailed this role. Oh, and then, okay. So, there's a scene we're getting to, which you mentioned in an earlier stream, which we're about to come up to. They agree to dinner, and they send them off. And after the Klingons leave,
Well, no, hey, I don't know. Hey, we can't just jump to the Klingons leaving.
oh,
Okay, so wait a minute. So Sable Phoenix says, quoting Plummer, who had to go to the hospital with a kidney stone for one opening of Henry V. When Bill took over, he was so jealous, and the cast came to him the next day. They told him Bill was fantastic. He did everything different from you. Every time you stood up, he'd sit down. And according to Christ, no, wait,
Chris.
according
He
to
said
Chris.
that
Okay,
means
according to Christ. Hey, you can't object to that. I mean, like, according to, like, we were talking about, right? Yeah, the way this actor was, I mean, like, according to Christ, I mean, he was objectively the better guy. Okay, well, then
Christ wrote a review for this.
and according to Chris, that's when he knew William Shatner was a star.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. No, okay, so there's a scene here that I've talked to Brianna about,
Right.
which was a highly controversial scene to my mother. Enough to make.
That's what I was getting at.
Oh, that's where we're going. Okay,
That's what I was saying. After the Klingons leave, these two guys
they
say
agree to
some
go to dinner, right? Then they leave, right? Yeah.
Right. So there's two officers who make some racist remarks. What about that smell? They all look alike, kind of racist.
Only top of the line models can even talk.
Right. So they walk up on Valeris, and of course the scene has different meanings. Meaning the first time you see it versus the second time, and Valeris is very stiff and officer-like and menacing, and she's like, "You men have work to do," and they're like, "Yes, ma'am," and she goes, "So snap to it." So, and then Heath, I think that's where you had.
So she puts an end to that. The racist talk there. So she does do that. But what my mother picked up on there, which I think is a very interesting thing that talks about different feminism in different times. When we talk about movies being products of their time, and certainly Christopher Meyer, the director, talks about that deliberately in even regard to this movie. When she says, "You men have work," and they say, "Yes, ma'am." I don't know. I'm sure our members of our comment section can come up with the different places where that might have been the case. But, they refer to Savick as Mr. Savick.
Right. In Star Trek 2.
Yeah. And so here they say, "Yes, ma'am." And I distinctly remember watching this movie and my mother standing up at that point in the den as we were watching and saying, "Yes, sir." And we're like, what? What are you talking about? She was like, "Yes, sir." She was saying she didn't use the term gendered because we would use that today, but that wasn't there. But whatever exactly she said was that I remember her saying the proper term of address for an officer is sir. And that doesn't mean man or woman or whatever. But and we've seen that in the past, like I said, with Mr. Savick, that she had a problem with that scene because they called her ma'am. And I think that's such an interesting commentary on the time and different eras of feminism.
Yeah.
She was definitely from the feminist era where women are going to enter the workforce. They're going to be, the equals of men. She didn't see like gendered language. She saw sir as the mark of an officer, and that calling her ma'am was something different. And so I've remembered that. And there are two incidents like that I remember to this day. First was calling Valeris ma'am, and my mother had a big problem with that. that like she should have been called sir. And so I remember that like it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman.
Yeah.
You know, officer is sir. Address her that, or otherwise you're not being respectful. You know, you're not being respectful.
You're distinguishing her, possibly lowering her or something.
Yeah. And so I remember that. The other time that happened was once when a nurse came over to her house, but the nurse was a man. And the nurse, because he was delivering some shots to my mother. And I remember him saying, he was talking to my brother and I, and he was saying, I'm a nurse. I bet you think that's kind of weird because I'm a guy. And he said that, and my mother immediately stopped him and said, "Not in this house."
Whoa.
So those are my two major memories of my mother with regard to what we would today call gender equality. That she did not want, because she said she did not want Valeris called ma'am. And that she did not want at all it to be weird for there to be a guy who was a nurse. Because she said, "Not in this house." That was immediately how she stopped.
But it goes to show that sometimes being offended is based on what you're told that means and whether or not that interpretation is accurate or not. Because sir is actually a derivative of sire, which is gendered language. You don't sire a child unless you're a male, as far as I know. So the word sire, siring, all of that comes from a gendered language, as far as I know. So sir is a derivative of that. So, depends on how you want to look at it and how, which way you want to get offended on it. But
which way that's a good point. Which way would you like to be offended? You can just choose your way, but.
Well, ma'am is not. Ma'am is a formal, respectful way to address a woman in many cultures.
In the South, we clearly have that.
Right.
Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. I'm here in Alabama, so we say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. So that's something that people in the North don't understand because we always say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. But I think she was specifically calling out in the military context.
Right.
The reference to a senior officer is sir, or the reference to an officer is sir. That's clearly how she felt.
And you would think in 1991. That this would still be in the era that your mom is representing. So it is interesting that it was put that way. Because like you said, in 1982, it was Mr. Savick because you addressed everyone as Mr. Good thinking, Mr. Savick. So here they decided to go with ma'am. So obviously there was changing views.
I would love to know that, like what the writing was, because it's also possible there was no thinking. You can't always say there was a deliberate choice because sometimes something just sneaks in, and we talk about that. So this could have just been something that sneaked in that nobody thought about. But I would still be interested to know. I would love to talk to the writers and be like, is that a deliberate choice? Were you trying to make a statement when they called her yes, ma'am, or was it just not anything you thought about? Oh, she's a woman, yes, ma'am. It could have been either way.
Yeah,
but. Sable Phoenix says, and yet in Voyager, because I remember that in the opening episode of Voyager, I remember that episode of Voyager specifically because of that incident with my mother. Sable Phoenix says, and yet in Voyager, they specifically, no, it was not yes, ma'am. They establishing yes, ma'am in the first episode. JDM says, Captain Janeway, this is what in episode 1 of Voyager, completely right, specifically tells Lieutenant Paris to call her captain because he says that. It's something like he says something like in episode 1, yes, sir, or ma'am. And she says, yes, captain will do. Or something like that. It's that he prevaricates on whether he's going to call her yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. Very early in that entire show. Voyager. So when did Voyager premiere? Hold on. Let's get that. Voyager premiere?
I'm going to guess after 1991.
Oh, no, it is after 1991. Yeah.
But probably in response to some criticism from this scene here in Star Trek 6. Because obviously if your mom reacted that strongly, then someone else did somewhere.
Okay. So that launched in 1995. That's about right. So 1995. Right. Yes. Okay. It could very well have been. Because Paris says something like, someone will check me on this. Yes, sir. Ma'am. Or maybe he said, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. He's unclear. And she says, yes, captain. So she takes a third route. It's interesting that she takes a third route. She just says, yes, captain. And that's how they go in that and how they're going to handle a female captain on board the ship.
But you would think that in a military structure, that this would not be something left to the discretion of enlisted people or even officers, that this would be something that is defined.
That is a weird thing. And we talked about that in 1995, yes, you may be dealing with that. In 300 years later, having a woman as captain is not something that you would still be figuring out how to deal with as far as your protocol. But it was dealing with the shows are a product of their time. That is what they were dealing with in 1995. So they dealt with that in the show. But
I'm still a fan of showing us the right answer. Like, if you think you have the right answer, just have them call her captain right up front from the get-go. And give us something to model, to just emulate, just show us what you think Starfleet would have been in the 23rd century.
Oh,
don't
Daniel
take
says
the 20th century dispute. And, I don't know. It depends. Every situation is different, but I'm in favor of if you're trying to make a point, model the behavior for the story world and move on.
But I'm not sure in that scene in Star Trek 6, I'm not sure whether it was incidental or whether it was deliberate. Right. I don't know, because Daniel says your mom was right. In the contemporary context, they're basically saying, sure thing, mom, and not recognizing her as an actual authority. So I'm not sure what that scene is supposed to say. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yeah, sure thing, mom. Yeah, whatever. So that's a good point.
Okay,
that is how my mother took it. Right. Yeah, that's how my mother took it. And I'm not sure how that scene was intended to be taken by the writers and directors.
Well, now that we know that it's a derivative of mom and we understand the scene, they're basically saying, all right, mom, we'll go assassinate the chancellor. You men have work to do. So snap to it. So that's interesting. That is interesting. And like you said, it's a product of its time. But you're right. It's not really, we don't know if it's a product of its time or if it was an oversight.
and I'm really so curious. And I'm curious about it because of my mother's strong reaction.
Yeah.
My mother had a strong reaction to that scene, and I'm wondering what its intention was.
Is she still mad at Star Trek to this day for that?
No, well, she loved Star Trek, but that was a major thing. Okay. I just remember her jumping up out of her seat at that moment and making that clear. Like I said, that she should have been addressed as sir, and that in this house there will be no judgment on the male nurse.
I almost wish your mom was in the transporter room when those guys were busted.
Right? Yes,
she would have rebuked Burke and Sam. No,
for yes, sir. That's so other
like
people are remembering different things about Voyager.
Okay, so this is where we cut to the dinner scene. And I always get a kick out of the blue food.
Yeah, for some reason they have all the blue food. The Romulan ale is blue, and their food is blue. Yeah,
the Romulan ale matches. It's nice. And I was looking at their plates, and I couldn't really tell what it was. On some plates, it looked like blue chicken breast, and on others, it looked like blue spaghetti. So I never really figured out what was served in that meal.
So and apparently, this also took a long time to film. This scene was a long time to film.
I could see that. You have a lot of people in it.
You got a lot of people. You got a lot of coverage you got to do. Yeah.
Yeah, you have continuity because every glass is full to different extents. The plates are so you're gonna have continuity all over the board here. And this is the scene where we get a couple big things. One of the most hilarious jokes in Star Trek, and it's very Shakespeare in the original Klingon. Doc Bear, or whatever he said. It's great that this idea that Earth ripped off Shakespeare from the Klingon Empire.
But that is a reference to the Nazis.
It is?
Yeah. So was told in the director's commentary that that's what the Germans said. There was some German or something. I made a note of that one of the Germans in Nazi Germany said Shakespeare in the original German. And so that's where that line comes from.
Oh, that's great. I did not know that.
Yeah. So I made note of that. So that's
some kind of two references to Nazi Germany when he says Earth, Hitler, 1938 room.
Well, first we have the Klingon Empire symbol. If it's not the first time it's shown, it's represented as if it were a swastika and those kinds of colors and the Nazi colors.
Right.
Yes. So Earth, Hitler, 1938. Klingon, original Shakespeare, original Klingon. Right. Yes. Shakespeare in the original Klingon is hilarious.
Well, that's funny because if that is an actual reference to a German in the 30s making that comment, then it's such a ridiculous thing to adapt over to Klingon because there's no cross culture in that era. So to make that claim is hysterical. That is going above and beyond.
It's such good writing.
Well, and then we get, of course, another Shakespearean reference, which is the namesake of the movie in this scene, the Undiscovered Country, the future. And he has to explain it to them. And someone in the chat earlier said that it actually does not mean the future in general, but the Undiscovered Country is what happens after death. And that makes a lot of sense because that is the Undiscovered Country.
And, I also remember from growing up regarding this, that I had the Klingon dictionary. I'm sure many of us had the Klingon English dictionary.
Oh yeah,
and learning Klingon,
totally.
The Klingon, but my stepfather had a problem with this at the time.
He did?
He was. I don't know how much I have a problem with. He was making, fun, I guess, of whatever the learning Klingon or whatever with all of this. And he said at the dinner table with all earnesty, like, what are you doing? And he said, there's no country that speaks Klingon. And I immediately said, the Undiscovered Country. And he was like, okay, good. You got me. Touché. Good job. All right. That's the Undiscovered Country.
Man, that's great. That is great. That is the perfect response to that. Did you know? I always wondered what this meant, and I'm just curious what the chat thinks. There's a point where he's like, Captain Kirk, I thought Romulan ale was illegal, and Kirk is like, one of the few benefits of being so far from Federation space, and Kirk blows it off as like a side comment, but the general's like stares at Kirk for a long time, almost like he can't believe Kirk's cavalier attitude. And I was like, what is this supposed to be? Is he shocked that Kirk doesn't follow the rules? Is he shocked? Like, I didn't know what that brigadier general, what that reaction was meant to convey, but he's clearly unresponsive or shocked by Kirk's answer in some way. Do you know what I'm talking about when he said that?
That's interesting. Yes. It's a disregard for orders again. Now we're going to see that a lot, a disregard for orders and regulation.
Right.
Oh my God, Sable Phoenix just brought up an incredible point, which I had not thought of. Thank you for the $10, Sable. For $10, Sable says, speaking from a directorial cinematography standpoint, it's interesting how the Klingons are seated on the convex side and the Federation on the concave. The Klingons are standing at bay against flanking. Oh God, like that's interesting. Because you're right. The Klingons are in the position of least power from the perspective of practice. It's almost like they're being surrounded,
and
whatever. So they're the ones who are having to sue for peace. So they are sitting at the convex side of the table, being potentially flanked by all of the Federation. Which
that would be that's a power move.
Fantastic, Sable.
Yeah, that would be a power move if done, because everything in diplomatic negotiations is done intentionally.
Right.
So first off, why not just have a square or rectangle? Why not have a rectangular long table? They obviously chose to do this curved table, and then they're stuck with who sits in the concave versus convex side. And you're right, the Federation would be in the power position. So in the annals of diplomacy, and by the way, I studied the Byzantine Empire, and there's a whole thing in the Byzantine called Diplomacy for Barbarians. This is very interesting. Because they did diplomacy different based on the education level of the culture. They were talking about racism. They would do certain things to the barbarian groups like the German, like the Goths, when receiving them for a formal audience with the emperor. And they would play more games and they would do more to establish the inferiority of the barbarians when in the press. And it was also done in order to convert them to Christianity. So diplomacy is not accidental. It's very planned out. It's very thought out. And if true, then they're signaling their dominance over the Klingons in that seating arrangement. I never thought that before.
I had never thought of that either, Sable. God, that's bad.
But yeah, in the annals of diplomacy, you don't do that by accident. What they should have done is had a rectangular, something that conveys equality. Unless you're doing a power play, man.
And then they would have had Chang. We had Chang one side, and then Kirk at the other, and then it checkered the officers down the table or something like that. But that's
or even a round table. So like the whole point of the round table was this idea of equality with the king, right? Equality with King Arthur. All the knights of the round table. We sit here as equals when we dine and talk and discuss. I am not your king. Doesn't even in Excalibur doesn't even have dialogue attributed to this notion of equality at the round table. So my point is, this is clearly not a table built for equality, which is unusual because a curved table is unusual. So very interesting point, Sable Phoenix. Never thought about it.
Interesting.
That's great. Maybe Kirk. Yeah. Kirk. We know Kirk's attitude. Let's use the convex table. Let's put him in that room. Let's just make a point. Yeah, and there's this great dialogue where he's like, Chekhov says inalienable human rights, and she's like, inalienable human rights. The very term is racist. It's nothing but a Homo sapiens only club. In fact, a lot of this dialogue sounds eerily similar to today, discussions that you can mirror today.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
With the United States. So they have this dialogue, and Kirk and Spock and Bones get very defiant and defensive toward these accusations.
Well, to that point, I was going to say that I am really impressed, again, as far as using all the characters here, how well Dr. McCoy comes off.
Yeah.
Because he is the first one to toast Gorkin. He toasts Chancellor Gorkin. McCoy does, yes. So he...
Oh, yeah, the architect.
The architect of this, right. So he toasts Gorkin and extends this olive branch to the Klingons, but then he is also the one who defends the Federation. He comes off very well throughout this entire movie. Bones, very sophisticated and very well, I think. So DeForest Kelley had to be happy, I think, with this role and getting, with this movie. So yes, he extends the olive branch. He's one of the first one to go. But then when the Federation is attacked and when he thinks that its principles, McCoy is the one who resists. Yeah.
So, but he does so. I would say he comes across as heroically defending.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. Right. Yes.
He's offended at the charge and stands up very very assertively against that it's an accusation that that there is no place for the Klingons in the Federation because it's a Homo sapiens only club. So
he says this is going to the extinction of our species or extinction of our race. And McCoy says, no, that's not true. No, it's not. That's not what we're doing here.
Right. We're trying to open up and find common ground. That was his point, which I liked. And you're right. That was good dialogue. And every character, I would say Uhura probably had the weakest line. Are you fond of Shakespeare? And he's like,
right. Because that was a non sequitur from everything. And it was played for laughs. And that was probably the weakest line.
Well, but it also signals on racism from a filmmaking standpoint, because you're showing him eat like a savage and her kind of give up on even conversation with this guy. So you're still portraying the Klingons in this light that your story world is trying to move away from. It's just kind of an odd, probably should have been cut. And now that I think about it.
You could cut it and it wouldn't mean anything. So
totally.
Probably should have been cut. It probably should have been.
Yeah, and Scotty has a good line. We're probably seeing some of that future right here, which is a very optimistic take on the future of the Federation and the Klingon Empire, that we can all sit down together and we can do this.
And also a great line for James Doohan. Again, James Doohan is also used very wonderfully throughout the entire film. That's an example of that.
Yes, absolutely. So, and then Chang attempts to, because it starts to get a little heated. The discussion gets tense, and General Chang is the one that tries to bring it down to a diplomatic level where he's reasserting the Klingon position, but more diplomatically. He's like, to be or not to be. We need breathing room. And of course, Kirk kind of cavalier is like Earth Hitler 1938. So clearly another reference to the idea that these guys are almost like not, National Socialists. And Chang takes offense. I beg your pardon. And then Gorkon is the one who attempts another diplomatic intervention. Well, I see we have a long way to go. Acknowledging that this isn't going to be some easy meshing, that there's a lot of history and a lot of hard feelings and a lot of culturally ingrained animosity that even under these circumstances where everyone's on their best behavior, it still is pretty wobbly. Oh, yeah, that's right. Vulcans are... Wait. I'm thinking of a different part. Never mind. I thought that meant something else.
No, you're talking about this? No, he does say Homo sapiens only zone, present company accepted, of course.
I know. I was actually going to say Vulcans are known as intellectual puppets.
Puppets of this
which is not said here.
Right.
But it is a racist comment made by a Klingon to Vulcans in a different
context, right?
When is that movie, right?
Wait, when is that said?
Wasn't that Star Trek 4?
Star Trek 4? I think it is Star Trek 4. Vulcans are well known as the intellectual puppets.
He says it's a Sarek.
It's the Sarek. Yeah.
Your men did destroy Grissom.
Sable says, I took that scene as more of a castigation of Uhura's response than it was the practice of the Klingons who were just eating as the way they always do. Okay.
I know, but I think it comes across as Klingons are more animal-like. I mean, that's to me what that suggested. Because she doesn't even bother, continuing along with the conversation. She looks disgusted and kind of turns away. So anyway, but hold on, my notes moved here. Yeah, Earth Hitler 1928. And by the way, what just like today, they actually have there's certain axioms on social media on how far it goes before someone references the National Socialists in the argument. And it's usually a deal killer. When someone invokes this, that, oh, you're those people, that's it. That the conversation has reached its impasse. And that's kind of where we are here. Gorkon kind of says, well, we'll try again some other time.
We wouldn't have had that internet reference then.
No, but it holds.
We can interpret it actually. Now, here's a great time to bring up the point. Another thing the director said is that stories like Star Trek become richer as you watch them in retrospect because you have the benefit of everything that's come after it to reinterpret things that have come before it. I was watching him, and he was saying that in the director's commentary. So that's the kind of thing that now we have that we didn't have then, but you can use to enrich the film of its time. Yeah, Godwin's law, James. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It follows that format that was the end point of this discussion, where they were trying to be diplomatic and still trying to make, the Klingons made some accusatory comments toward the Federation, and the Federation members defended themselves or attempted to, and it kind of spiraled out a little bit.
And Sable says, for $10, thank you so much, Sable. Sable says, keep in mind directorially, about 3 minutes earlier, they showed the Klingons trying to figure out what to do with the napkins. Yes, that starts with what to do with these napkins. They're on the concave. They are out of their element.
Right, which, again, from what I've read on the Byzantine Empire specifically, all diplomatic interactions and formalities are done with intention. All of it. So even putting napkins out where they don't know what napkins are, you're still intentionally doing that. The Federation should know enough about Klingon culture to know how to set their plates in the Klingon fashion, or have some sort of discussion beforehand on how to. You wouldn't put them at a disadvantage because it was almost funny. They're kind of looking at their napkins.
And even trying. Okay, I take the thing off, and then
and it plays for jokes,
right? And the silverware falls in their laps. Okay, what do we do here? Right?
Yeah. Almost like Donkey in the Shrek when he's like dipping in. I don't know if you've seen Shrek, where he's trying to figure out what the formalities at the dinner table are. Same thing. It's played for jokes if they don't know the etiquette. But again, in terms of diplomacy, all by intent. And to me,
it's a genius scene. The Klingons are the barbarians, and all the visual clues make them the underdog. We instinctively in Western culture resist the barbarian, but we root for the underdog. Interesting.
That's true, and that's what I'm trying to say. That all the points that Phoenix made suggest intentional power moves by the Federation, which would make you more sympathetic to the Klingons. Because no one likes to be cast in a negative light like that. So presenting plates in a way that would be unfamiliar to them, putting them as though surrounded by a panel. That's why when you go to certain things at like a certain interview, you have different panel members, and you're by yourself. That's intentional. You're supposed to be on guard. You don't know who's going to ask you a question next. Like if you go before Congress, you're sitting there, all the microphones are in front of you, you're by yourself, and all of Congress can at any moment pepper you with questions. Very intimidating, which would be very similar to this concave convex thing that you're talking about. But anyway, that's a deal killer at this point. Now that the reference to the Earth Hitler 1938. I mean, whoops! I beg your pardon. So, end of the dinner. The Klingons are now going to retire, and Chang has. Hold on a second.
Well, okay, we have two things here. Sable says, again, thinking of this in the viewer culture as well as in universe culture. In universe, that was a pointed insult. Out of universe, it was subconscious messaging.
Right, which seems to be counter to the theme. It seems to be counter to the theme that they're trying to establish. If the idea is... Or maybe they were maybe it was intentional because they have all these other racist comments in the film. So maybe they were suggesting that the Federation, because the Federation is the villain, at least one of the villains in this movie.
So JDM says, a step further, are we to assume that the Klingons were incapable and or too backwards to bother learning some human customs to prepare for their diplomatic meeting?
So that was my other point, is a lot of times there's some discussion on this ahead of time. We'll be serving this. We'll be doing this. Do you have any requests? A lot of times there's some back and forth. So, the way the film is portrayed, it's that they caught the Klingons off guard with this dinner setup. And that's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to catch your guests off guard like this. The Klingons have a role in that too. They should study up a little bit on that, but they would have had some time to ask, how are you going to serve? Are you going to be using, we're going to be using napkins, blah, blah, blah. We would prefer this. We have this request. All of this stuff is usually set up in advance.
The Sable says, no, it's not counter the theme.
Right. So that's the other side of it is
other is us. We must sympathize with the other.
Okay. But again, I guess what I'm saying is when she's like, are you fond of Shakespeare? And he's stuffing his face. It seems like that was played for a laugh, whereas it's reinforcing the opposite direction that they were trying to go with it. But unless you take the point I think Sable's trying to make, which is if you laughed at it, you're the racist, But what I'm trying to say is that the filmmakers included it as a laugh. So, I don't know. What are you trying to say? Is kind of where I'm at.
So then we go back to the transporter scene.
Right. And this is the departure.
Right, the departure.
And there's several references here to literature.
Again, of course.
Right. Chang, parting is such sweet sorrow. Have we not heard the chimes at midnight?
Well, it's so interesting that there are actually chimes at that moment. He references chimes. Like, when do we hear chimes like that on board the Enterprise? Like,
never
ever heard that.
But you pointed out that there's clocks now.
Yeah, there are clocks now, and that's a nautical thing for the changing of the guard.
So, how long did that dinner take? The dinner was at 19:30?
At 4 hours.
So that's a 4-hour dinner.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know I don't know actually if it's intended to be that was actually the midnight chime.
No, 4.5 hours.
well, 4.5, but yeah, but if they beam aboard at 7:30, he said they were gonna have a brief tour. You sit down at 8, it might be a 4-hour dinner. I don't know. I'm playing fast and loose with the time. Like it might actually be midnight, but that's some kind of, he hears some kind of chimes, which indicate the changing of a watch on board the ship, which is the only time I know that we ever heard that on board a Federation ship, that you actually have physical bell, or they might not be physical bells, but the sound of bells that indicate the changing of watching. For $10, Sable Phoenix says, yes, it is. In universe, it was buffoonery to the viewer with all the subconscious cues. We are meant to sympathize with the fish out of water. It's a very filmatic step, per Meyer. Oh, so he thinks that we're supposed to sympathize with the Klingon there who is out of water. Ah.
Interesting. Well, that makes sense because the Federation was very clearly villainous in this film. So if they attempted to take the crew of the Enterprise and make them problematic, to use a modern term. So it makes sense if Meyer said that that's what he was trying to do to help us sympathize with the Klingons, then mission accomplished, because they were at odds consistently in this dinner exchange.
JDM says exactly the 4-hour watches, who is our Coast Guard officer. The 4-hour watches staged at intervals surrounded by the ringing of bells. I'll relieve
That's a great detail.
4 bells. The morning watches begins at 8 bells. So it is, that's why I thought it was a change of watch on board the Enterprise that rang. Probably at midnight. It could have been figuratively midnight because he heard some chimes. It was like, have we not heard the bells at midnight? But that could have been the midnight change of watch.
Well, you know what that makes me think too, is that now that there's going to be a change, the people who are going to sabotage
enlisted personnel in the Coast Guard, enlisted personnel.
Right. But that makes me think that the people who are about to change the databanks, the conspirators, are about to take over their watch. So maybe that's why Chang is so happy, because the conspiratorial part of the crew is about to take over their stations. Have we not heard the chimes at midnight? And there's another reference. Gorkon says, if we are to have a brave new world, our generation's going to have the hardest time with it. And I don't know if Brave New World is a book that discusses, a futuristic utopian, idea. So there was a reference to that book when he says if there's going to be a Brave New World, he's referencing that literature.
We do get one of our iconic costuming scenes, which is that it's McCoy who unfastens. The brains. I love that. Just putting it up, putting it down. I love that part of the costume. So McCoy, I'm going to go find a pot of black coffee or whatever, and then pulls it down. Yes. Yeah, right. So Sable says the scene at the dinner party is the pivotal scene in the entire film, where our perspective shifts from seeing the Klingons as the perennial adversaries to the taking the moral position, the anti-war position, despite the machinations of the king. The machinations of the king.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they're not growling and pounding the table. They're making articulate arguments at this dinner party, and bringing up reasonable concerns. They even in the top brass mission where he's like, they'll become the alien trash. The Klingons like, we don't fit into your society. We don't see where this is headed. So they're bringing up reasonable positions that even members of the Federation had brought up earlier. They're articulate.
Sable Phoenix meant despite the machinations of Kang instead of King. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm very pleased to say.
Do you mean Chang?
Well, yeah, despite the machinations, not despite the machinations, because he says it's the anti-war position despite the machinations of the king, but he meant to say of Chang.
Chang, okay.
Yeah, in universe of Chang. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
I am very pleased to report that at this moment, we have concluded page 1 of my 8 pages of notes on this movie. So we are now done with 1 of 8 pages of notes. So now I will progress to page 2 because we're actually about to get into the meat of this movie.
We just warmed up here.
We are getting warmed up now because things are about to really get started right here. So now we're back in Kirk's quarters where he's talking. I had to look up the reference to Emily Post.
Oh, I noticed that. What was I did not look that up. What is it?
Because I didn't know what he said, and he
We're
says,
not exactly Emily Post.
And she was a like a writer of etiquette and manners.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Like in like the 30s, but it's not something that I would
Again,
know.
A weird reference for the 23rd century.
Another, yeah, I have no idea what that is, but that's a reference to a writer of manners and such.
Okay.
So the manners of Emily Post.
Interesting.
It's what he references there. My computer is struggling for a minute. Let me see if I can.
And Heath, we're going to have to make the decision. Are we going to just split this up into a two-parter?
I don't know. Like, I feel like we can't do that without at least being the longest show. If we get to the longest show, then we might have to split it.
Where are we in the film?
We are now 27 minutes and 27 seconds.
No way! Really? Oh my God. That is insanity.
I know. I can't believe that I found someone who is as much like me as you are to sit here and we've for now 4 hours for 27 minutes.
27
right.
minutes
Exactly. We are now at the start of Act 2. We have basically finished Act 1 of this movie.
Yeah, that's right. That is exactly
and
correct.
Now it's about to start. Right. So Spock calls Kirk on board to the Enterprise. Have we not?
Yeah.
JDM says, have we not heard the chimes at midnight? Is that a reference to Falstaff and Henry IV Part 2? But it's not the direct quote. Right. It is. Right. That is right. It's another Shakespearean reference. It is another Shakespearean reference. And at least according to what time zone are you in?
Central.
You're in. Oh, I am too. So if we go for another 51 minutes, we can say we have heard the chimes at midnight.
Have we not heard?
Okay.
That's awesome.
So Spock summons Kirk to the bridge. And I love the juxtaposition between Kirk being, I'm tired, Spock. But Spock is just at his post.
Yeah. In fact, Kirk reminds me almost of the captain in Star Trek 3. Bridge, this is the captain. How can you have a yellow alert in space dock?
It's like,
Kirk is just not interested
What
in
is
this.
going on? And like, Spock, what are you doing on the bridge? like what is going on?
Yeah, it's like he's up late doing his homework or something.
Exactly. That's exactly what it's like. It's like Spock is still like Spock left that dinner and then went back to his post on the bridge to do some more work, even though it's like 12:30 in the morning.
But good thing he did, because he noticed an enormous amount of neutron energy.
Yes, which becomes very important, which is glossed over, but becomes very important. It's intended to be glossed over.
Well, it's glossed over with a joke by Chekhov. Chekhov, you know anything about an enormous energy surge? And he's like, only the size of my head,
which is another fantastic Chekhov line.
But it's great because it does divert your attention to laughter, and you forget the clue that's going to become important later.
That becomes important. Yes.
And of course, this is one of the most pivotal scenes in the whole film. You hear the launch of a torpedo, and you look up on the view screen, and a torpedo is launched. And it's a direct hit on the Chancellor's on Kronos 1. They hit it. And this is pretty shocking because everything is kind of winding down, and there's this lull, and then suddenly they shoot. And I think this is great dialogue, particularly by Spock. Someone's like, what happened? And Spock goes, we have fired on the Chancellor's ship. So he is kind of cutting through and identifying the reality of the moment, because this is confusing. Kirk never gave this order. No one, but based on the visual evidence, Spock says, we have fired on the Chancellor's ship. And in a weird way, this reminds me of September 11th. Was it a fluke? There's a second shot. And now we know this is intentional.
And I will note as well that when you turn around, you see that torpedo fire. Ship's time is 01:18:31. So this is 1:18 in the morning. So that he said, when you see, I've heard the chimes at midnight. So that could actually have been the midnight chimes. This is an hour and 18 minutes after that, if those were actually midnight chimes. At 1 o'clock and 18 minutes in the morning is when the chancellor is shot. So that's also there. I mean, they clock this. They show the clock at that time. It's perfectly there.
It's interesting now that you're bringing up the clock. It makes it all feel more conspiratorial to me.
Maybe that's what they were trying to do. Maybe that was the purpose.
Yeah, it did not translate to me, but with you pointing it all out, it's like, okay, so an hour after they left, they fire on the ship. Like, so I'm starting to put all this together. So it's interesting that there may have been an effort to tie this in with the time. But as it is, here it is. This is the conspiracy. They have fired on the Chancellor's ship. This is the point of no return for the conspirators. And the ship goes spinning out of control. We cut to the Klingon ship and we see them, kind of react, and the gravity is lost, and the Klingons start to float up, and they show Gorkon and his advisors and his generals. They're all floating in zero gravity. And there's a quick scene where they cut over, and he's like, did we fire torpedoes? And they look, and the inventory comes up on screen. He's like, nope. According to our databanks, we still have full inventory. That's
right.
Also a clue, because at this time, there's definitely no mention of a second ship. We don't know that there's a Klingon bird of prey involved in this. So here's a clue.
I think you're right. It's the second shot that loses gravity. Yes.
Right. Correct. So, but when they say no, according to inventory, all torpedoes are accounted for, right there, it's telling you this is not the Enterprise firing on the ship.
This is not us. Right.
It's not them. I mean, it's right there. Now, of course, this will all get changed later. But at the moment, that's a pretty big clue that there's something else involved besides the Enterprise.
Did we fire torpedoes? Negative, Captain. Scotty comes up and is looking at a screen and says, according to inventory, we are still fully loaded.
Fully loaded. And they show all the torpedoes. And they're all white torpedoes, which we know later when they show the two red ones, that those means those were the fired torpedoes. And then, of course, you see the assassins beam aboard. And they're very Federation-like. They have the engineering pattern on the chest and the visors, so they're helmetless. I will say I had a little bit of a problem with this.
Wait, you had a problem with something in a movie?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so everyone take note. There's a problem with something in this movie.
I mean, I'm mostly positive toward Star Trek 6, but they come aboard with two phasers. Which are handguns essentially, and you're boarding a Klingon ship, and there's absolutely no response from the Klingons, as if they are unarmed on this ship, which I find unbelievable. That there's no reaction, there's no military police, there's no armed guards, there's no security. I would have liked to have seen a shootout in the hallway, to be honest, or something to show that the Klingons have a response. To this, especially since they're on high alert. We've already established that they're very wary of the Federation, that there's a lot of distrust between both parties. How is it that these guys beamed aboard without any reaction? Unless there's a missing scene where Chang or somebody dismissed the security for the night, and they set it up to where they could walk in here. But that wasn't.
I think that's part of the gravity scene. I think it might be in its defense. I'll try to offer defense here. And that's they can't respond because they're all of a sudden weightless. That it would have been a different number if they had showed up and the Klingons were, the gravity was still on board the spaceship.
Well, but think about it.
Well, none
of them are personally armed, meaning like if I'm weightless and I'm armed, I could still draw a weapon and try to.
I'm with you. I'm with you there.
I'm just saying in all of these scenes, I think there's one.
I was about to say that, Sable. So based on Heath's comment that the plot submits the story in this film, which I think it does, and we're about to really get to that point. I haven't even really gotten to that point yet because we're starting with that now. Based on Heath's comment that the plot submits the story of this film, there is a disruptor that escapes out of the holster of one of the Klingons that's meant to indicate the Klingons are rendered defenseless.
I do remember that
arm floats out of the grip. So yes, arguably symbolically, that's what that is. Yes.
I guess what I'm saying though is there's no protocol for this.
Well, no, I completely agree. From a world building perspective, I think right now it's at this scene, it's in this scene, or not specific, but the firing on the ship and everything that comes after, when to me, we start to diverge with what makes sense from story and what makes sense from plot. And I think you're completely right that we have a symbolic emblem of what's happening with plot, but our world building and plot doesn't exactly square up.
So if there's any sort of security team, you would have in this world, you would have to be prepared for a zero gravity attack, because to your point, if all you have is guns in a holster and you are struck and you have zero gravity, which has to be an eventuality, then what do? What is your zero gravity protocol? Is there any gravity boots on board? Do you have anyone that has, are there more than just guns and holsters? Are there assault rifles? Are there any sort of response to this? I'm not going to overly nitpick it. I'm just saying, while watching it last night, I was shocked by the almost docile, this is like a disarmed Klingon ship.
You're right.
These guys just walk through.
I completely agree. I completely agree. And it's what Sable is saying here. Directorially, subconsciously, the audience is meant to realize and accept at the emotional thrum level that the Klingons cannot respond to the attack. They've been completely taken off guard.
Agreed.
Everyone is taken by surprise, and that's totally effective. It's not realistic. This is exactly when we're starting to diverge plot and story, but it is dramatically appropriate, and that's what's trying to be communicated from the perspective of story. And from the perspective of story, it is working. From the perspective of plot, like we're talking about, it's not.
See, what I would have done, I still think you can address this. Have the Brigadier, Brigadier General Korla, or what's his name?
Korla, yeah.
Have him say, activate the Minutemen, whatever the equivalent for the Klingons are. Have them go to get their weapons and have it locked or have it not loaded, which suggests sabotage on the side of the Klingon side. You don't have to explain it in the moment.
You're right. That could have been sabotage.
But show an attempt, or maybe even one guy, as he's trying to load it, the Federation guy blows him away. But I'm just saying, I would have tried to show a response that
or a Klingon with a knife. Like, I got my knife.
Yeah. Oh man, that would have been great. Yeah, especially if like in Star Trek 3, those things pop out of the hilt. Yeah. So I'm just saying you could do both. I think Sable's right in his analysis of this, but all I'm going to add is to show the competency of a military order in the Klingon hierarchy. What is their response to a zero gravity attack? You can show the general responding to this and then just show the response come up short, or that the Federation was told how to seal them off or how to attack, or maybe the guns were sabotaged. You can show that, there was a contingency plan for this contingency plan on the part of the conspirators. As it was, they had no response, which I just found surprising, to be modest.
Sable Phoenix says, I agree. Sometimes to give a sense of weight and consequences to the whole world building, one line is all that's needed. You're completely right. Star Trek is not and has never been that. But you're completely right that sometimes as little as a single line can address something like that.
You know what you could have done?
And I like it when those lines are in there.
They could have said, get security, or bring in the guard, the Klingon guard, or the cruiser guard, and then have someone else say, the intruders have sealed off the 8th wing, and then have someone else say, they knew exactly where to hit us, something similar, which shows that these Federation officers were given intel to know exactly how to react to their contingency plan. Like Sable just said, you could do it with very little dialogue and nail that down instead of leaving it, like Sable said, almost directorially effective, but open still to criticism. I always like to close off the criticism if you can.
I do too. I know. I'm completely with you. I'm completely with you on that. I want to make sure that anything I write closes off that criticism. So you can be on watch for that, Doug and Brianna, who read stuff, to close off the kind of criticism, because I completely agree.
Yeah.
This may have been the very first time that zero gravity is shown in Star Trek. Because remember, we have only seen the original series and then all of the original movies. I'm talking about zero gravity aboard a ship. Like, we've seen
spacewalking. That's different. No, you're right.
But I don't think that also, because we do have at this time Star Trek: The Next Generation on screen, but I don't think in the first three, this would be like the first 3 seasons. Like, we never see zero G floating around in Star Trek: The Next Generation. So this was the first time. So Nicholas Meyer wanted to include this. So he got this. And it's also extremely early CGI. Because that's the blood.
Oh, yeah. The blood is Klingon blood.
Yeah, the blood is CGI. And that's he didn't know how he was going to do it when he was writing it. But we got very early capabilities of CGI. 100%. It's the first time we've seen it in Star Trek, and one of the vanishingly few times that we've seen it. Right.
Well, and in counter to my argument that they should have done better in terms of the Klingon response, if this was the first time that this tactic was used, like eliminating gravity, there's a good chance that in 1991 audience level, we're so shocked by this really cool plot twist that we've never seen in Star Trek that we may not have even considered that the Klingons did have a response.
Should have some kind of response to
this. So maybe in retrospect, we expect more, but at the time we may have been so caught off guard ourselves as an audience that we're like, oh, zero gravity, and these guys are prepared for zero gravity.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Because I'll be honest, I never really thought this until recently, until last night. I was like, man, the Klingons don't have any reaction to this. No response.
And according to the script, this was supposed to be green blood.
Like Vulcans, huh?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what I thought. So it was written in the script as green blood, but then somebody went, you can't have green blood because McCoy says to Spock, you green-blooded whatever.
Inhuman.
Inhuman, right. You inhuman, green-blooded. And like, it can't be green. It's got to be some other color because we don't want to tie the Vulcans and the Klingons together.
How about magenta?
Magenta. So we have the Klingons with Pepto-Bismol for blood. Right. Apollo 13. Okay. 4 years after this, not the movie, not the landing, because then they used the vomit comet to film.
Yes. Yep. And they still use that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was an effective scene. And to be honest, like I said, it took me a long time to get to that criticism, but the scene is very effective. It's very menacing. Both of the assassins move in concert. You know, they both raise their guns at the same time. They seem to operate in that sort of strange robotic way. It's all very cool. And they kind of blow away these Klingons. And they enter the Chancellor's council room. And they hesitate for 1 second before pulling the trigger, and they shoot Gorkon right through the center, which is not a lethal shot at first.
It's not immediately lethal, yeah.
Right, Bones almost saves him. So they're okay assassins, I guess. But it's funny too. I was even noticing while watching it yesterday that I think the two guys, the actors who played Burke and Samno, are the guys that. The one guy has the exact same body type as the bigger guy. So
really?
I even was like, I bet those are the exact same guys that are playing the assassins. Yeah, bubblegum pink. It was like it's early CGI, so I'm a little bit more forgiving, but it does look pretty fake.
But they didn't know how to do it. Like how do you shoot a scene like that? That's why it hasn't been on screen. Because how do you do something like that? This was the first time it's been done.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say is there is a shock to the audience because they've never seen it before. So sometimes when you do something for the first time, the shock of it is cool enough. And I feel like that's where they went.
Okay. My computer has been jamming up, so I'm trying to fix that. Where was I going with this?
Oh, there is a key piece of dialogue in this. Gorkon goes, "Where's Chang?"
Where's Chang? Right, where's Chang? Because he beamed on board in that past hour and 18 minutes or whatever. He went on board his cloaked vessel.
Right. So Chang is not there. He's not in any of these scenes. Almost everybody else is. So, again, like I said, from a Star Trek point of view, when you rewatch Star Trek 6, especially when I started taking notes on each segment, I realized that part of the thing I'm studying is how well they crafted the mystery whodunit segment. So there's all these clues left behind, and where's Chang is one of their big clues.
Where's Chang? Yes, completely correct. Where's Chang? Because he's not there. Now, later he's going to show up on board. Where's Chang?
Yeah.
And then later...
Well, but it's like ambiguous. He's like, it's a close-up of him like, I'll blow you out of the stars, Kirk. So I'm like, he could still, he could be anywhere in that scene.
Well, I think by that time, we'll get to that. I think by that time he has returned to, what is it? Kronos 1. I think he has returned to Kronos 1. But okay, we're still in chaos. Now, I'm still forgiving a lot of this movie from its plot perspective at the moment because we are still in chaos. This is actually we're at the moment where they restore
gravity.
Blood. They restore gravity.
Well, hold on. Before that, the Federation guys beam off and the blood floats into the transporter.
The blood does float into the transporter beam. Yes, they beam off. You do look, and it is now 1:29 in the morning. According to the...
Oh, so that took 11 minutes, the assassination.
So it was 11 minutes between the photon firing and Chang saying, I'm going to blow you out of the water.
For some reason, I wonder if there's any correlation with these timing with JFK, because they seem to be very conscious of this era. And they're doing a lot with these clocks. That's so bizarre.
But that's when, so I'm still even forgiving of this movie from the plot perspective through this scene of chaos, because there is so much chaos going on. Oh my God, what is happening? We don't understand. There's so much that's going on. Everybody's scrambling to their seats and things. And then that's when Chang says, I'm going to blow you out of the stars.
Well, he goes, we come to you in peace and you blatantly defy that peace. And for that, I'll blow you out of the stars.
Sable Phoenix says for $10, the universe at large is conspiring to bring the Federation and the Klingons together to accomplish a goal of peace, and Prejudice War is conspiring to bring them together to sabotage it. Irony. The universe
at large. Oh, okay.
To bring the Klingons together to accomplish peace, but Prejudice and War is conspiring to bring them to sabotage.
Yeah. I wondered about, I think he means like where Valeris goes, the Dutch, threw their shoes into the machine, hence sabotage. One of my notes is, that's weird that Valeris is giving this because she's helping the Federation buy time to solve the mystery. So it's very unusual that she is the one that throws that wrench or that assist out there. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's right. Yes. And it's because at this point, the plot starts to break down, which I want to talk about. Chang comes. So we need to talk about what is supposed to have happened according to the conspirators' plan.
Okay. So I'll give my best understanding.
Okay.
It seems like Chang beamed aboard the Bird of Prey.
Yeah.
Fired when cloaked twice. Conspirators on the Enterprise altered the databanks to show that 2 torpedoes were fired. The 2 conspirators who shot the Chancellor beamed back aboard beamed aboard the Kronos 1, killed everybody, and then beamed back. Had the magnetic boots. Burke and Sam know. I think it was those 2 guys, and tried to blend in back with the crew. And their goal was to get rid of, and they attribute dialogue to this, get rid of the magnetic boots once you return to space dock. He even says, I think those boots will cling to the assassins like Tiberian bats. They cannot throw them out the window for all to see, and they can't simply leave them behind because, that's proof of who did this. So I think that's what they were trying to do. I think Valeris was the one who changed the databanks, although it's never stated.
Right.
She's the only other conspirator that I know that was still on the Enterprise. Burke and Sam know were on the Kronos 1. So somebody changed it, and they never really get to who. So I'm just assuming it was her. Was there anything else that I missed?
Well, no, I think what you said is correct. but I was trying to go with what was supposed to have happened. Okay, because we say according to our data banks we fired, but according to the inventory, apparently a different computer system, we have not. We are still fully loaded. My problem with the plot of this movie, as we get into it, is that it should be very, very easy, I think, for the Enterprise to find out that it didn't fire. They spend a lot of time as we go forward in this movie trying to figure out whether or not the Enterprise fired or not. And so I'm very forgiving in the moment about the chaos in that 11 minutes or whatever, like what's going on, like what is happening? We don't know. There's chaos on board the Enterprise because no one was expecting this. It's 1:30 in the morning. You know, what is going on? We've all been drinking, like what's happening? So I'm very forgiving of that. But then once the initial chaos passes, I think that it should be very easy for them to find out that the Enterprise didn't fire.
All the torpedoes are there.
That should have ended it. But also, we know from Star Trek 2 that there are a lot of people operating those torpedo bays. Like, I mean, the torpedo.
Well, but Scotty says later, no, he's like, all torpedoes have been visually accounted for. He says
that should end it. Yeah, that should end it. It should have also, I think it should have also ended earlier when they just call the torpedo room and find out, you know, because, you know, they've got to pull the grates up and, you know, everything like that. Like, did anybody in this torpedo room fire a torpedo? Like, that seems to be a really easy thing for them to find out. And it's not. Because, like, you know, there was a camera in the engine room when Spock died. Was there no camera in the torpedo room? I mean,
well, yeah.
This is where the story and the plot are diverging. I feel like it should have been very easy for them to figure out that the Enterprise did not fire those torpedoes a couple of minutes after the initial chaos.
Right. I would even argue that Kronos 1 had to have had a rear viewer on the Enterprise. You know, like check our security. I doubt they would just turn their back on. It's almost impossible to believe that there was no viewer on the Enterprise, meaning Kronos 1 could see that Enterprise never fired those torpedoes. So I guess you're right. There are things in the plot that could have quickly disproved the plot that was enacted by
that's where I'm going. That what they think, and why we're gonna have to go to a second night. We should go a little bit, but you can watch it again and we can talk about it the next time, because what I'm saying is that what happens in this mystery, even though is leading you perfectly from story point to story point from here on out, what the Enterprise thinks is a big mystery shouldn't be a big mystery. They should have been able to find out, but the mystery should have been something else. And we could think about that, because they should be able to figure out, like I was just saying, that there was no torpedo fired from the Enterprise. Even I was thinking trajectory of the torpedo, when they're looking at the trajectory of the torpedo, where did that come from? And also hyperspectral analysis of the torpedo. What is the difference hyperspectrally between a photon torpedo fired from a Klingon photon torpedo and a Federation photon torpedo? When that's on screen, you should be able to determine perhaps the difference between a Federation and a Klingon torpedo.
Yeah. You know, you almost make the case that a better plot would have been to have someone break into the torpedo room and actually fire on the Chancellor's ship. You know,
that could have been it. That could have been it. So,
because I will say this, my dad and I have even talked about this. It seems like, and this is a little bit of defense for the plot, despite what you're saying, because what you're saying is correct. However, it seemed like after the plot was enacted, Chang, when he says, you blatantly defy that peace, I'll blow you out of the stars, he's making his case for war.
Yes.
So Chang, they come about, and he's like, shields, Captain, you know, they're about to destroy the Enterprise. And Chang expects the Enterprise to fire back.
Yes.
So there is a belief that this is going to result in an exchange in which all of those other issues, checking for torpedoes, looking at angles and trajectory, will all go out the window, because now this thing has escalated well beyond the initial conspiracy. Okay. Kirk gives the order to surrender. We surrender. Like, he's like, and she's even like, Captain? that was the unexpected move by Kirk. He surrenders. The other unexpected move is after Kirk is arrested, Kirk goes aboard the Kronos One. That's unexpected. So that's throwing it off. McCoy is there to try to save Gorkon. That was unexpected. Gorkon's still alive. That was unexpected. And then after Kirk and Bones get arrested, Spock defies Starfleet by not returning back. So all of these are modifiers on the initial conspiracy that were not expected. So I'll simply make the case that the conspiracy didn't go the way they wanted it to.
No, exactly. No, I'm completely with you there. Okay. So what I think was supposed to happen, because, there was Valeris should have also forged an entry in the torpedo databank to show that 2 of those had fired.
Right.
But forging in, I guess, the tactical database or something like that showed 2 fired torpedoes was enough. It was enough in the initial moments to cause confusion. That, oh my God, what's happened? Whoa, this says we fired. We haven't. Like, if you're just talking about seeding 11 minutes of chaos, that may have been enough, because it wasn't enough. It wouldn't have been enough to thwart them for more than 30 minutes after that initial encounter. 20 minutes after the initial encounter, they would have figured that part out, I feel like. But I feel like the Enterprise was supposed to have been destroyed right there. So here's what I don't understand. That when Chang turns around, that they needed to have Federation personnel, or at least personnel in Federation uniforms, on board that ship that people saw. We got a shot. We were disabled. There were Federation personnel on board the starship. They fired the Chancellor. Chang is back on board. He can later guarantee that the Chancellor dies because he's on board. I mean, he can guarantee that if he needs to. He comes about, and I think at that point, his thinking was that he would destroy the Enterprise. So I think that Valeris and the other assassins were intended to die right there, because the Enterprise was supposed to be destroyed, and that was supposed to be the incident that was going to incite war. Our Chancellor was attacked. We destroyed the Enterprise. Now there's war. That's what was supposed to have happened.
I think so. I don't think he thought he was guaranteed to destroy the Enterprise. I think he thought it was going to turn into a battle.
Well, and at least there'd be a major fight right there. There's going to be a gigantic battle right there.
He's going to get his showdown with Kirk. Maybe Kirk will win. Who knows? But it doesn't matter who wins. The war has been started. The casus belli has been made. You defied the peace. I'm going to blow you out of the stars. He's coming about, like you said. They're arming torpedoes. He expected Kirk to raise shields and open fire on the Chancellor's ship. At that point, it doesn't matter who fired those first 2 shots. Once the Enterprise fires for real, all bets are off. This is a conflict, a major exchange between the Federation and the Klingon Empire, the exact exchange that the pro-war groups on both sides want.
Sable makes a great point for $10. Thank you, Sable. You've been very generous tonight.
He had some points I'll want to talk about in a second.
Okay. Sable says 100% the Enterprise and Cruiser were supposed to at least fire on one another, and one was supposed to be destroyed. Now, Sable says, I think the DS9, that's the Klingon cruiser,
right,
was planned to be destroyed. That could have happened because Chang could have beamed off to his other ship. Like, if it's about to blow up, like he could have gotten off.
My belief is
you think he's actually on board the other ship when he signals that.
My belief, based on, I'll tell you why I think this. I don't think when he goes, we come in peace, and you blatantly defy that peace. I don't think he was on board Kronos 1. I think he was still on board the Bird of Prey, because if he's on Kronos 1, show him walking through the halls and then put him on screen. No question. Not only was he not shown clearly on Kronos 1, he was shown ambiguously in a close-up with no background, making the casus belli to Kirk. So I think what he was wanting was for the 2 ships to start firing, and then he could come around and blow up and do a pincer maneuver on the Enterprise.
He could have destroyed the Enterprise, and no one would have known then. Because
no one would have known.
Second ship in that fight.
Right. Because Kirk surrendered, there's no exchange of gunfire, and that ruins their plan. That throws their whole plan out. And Kirk was smart. So Kirk actually outsmarted the plan. Which is interesting because Kirk was the man who was the pro-war captain, they'll think twice before, you're the Nixon that's going to China. He's the guy that's likely to open fire on the Klingons. That's why, in my opinion, they picked Kirk. They thought he would, when provoked, open fire.
Right.
He doesn't.
Okay. I don't think that's communicated well in the movie.
You're right.
Because it's Spock that vouches for him. So it's
true. That's a good point.
Yeah. So the movie sets this up. So this is a problem that I see that I rewritten this because as it's sitting right here, Sarek, Spock's father, is initiating this, and then he brings in Spock, and then Spock vouches for Kirk to go, and then we set up the Nixon goes to China. It needs to be you that goes out because you're anti-Klingon and whatever else. But actually, what I would have written based on this scene was that the conspirators brought Kirk because he's about to retire. Why would he? No, the conspirators, Admiral Cartwright. No, it has to be Kirk. Why does it have to be Kirk? Because the conspirators know that he's a hothead who has a history of disobeying orders, and people might believe that he was someone who opened fire on the Klingons.
Absolutely.
It needed to be the conspirators who put Kirk there instead of Spock.
I agree. I will say it still kind of works in that it sounds like Spock accidentally
could have been played. He could have been played. But if that's true, we don't see that in the film.
Correct. You're totally right in that this wasn't set up accurately. I guess what I'm saying is I could make a case that Spock walked into this, but to your point, none of this was established in a clear sense. And when you're telling a story, you don't want these kind of doubts to be dogging your viewers upon analysis. So you're right.
So I would have had a scene where like Admiral Cartwright says, "I need Kirk." Brent,
that would have been better.
Then that would have been direct that a conspirator.
In fact, it would have been better if you want to do both. Have Admiral Cartwright insist on Kirk, and then Spock be convinced. Now that you say it, Kirk would make sense because he would be the one that would be the least to that would make everyone else comfortable because he has this beef with the Klingons. So maybe again, it would have to be set up that way, which it wasn't. But maybe Spock needed some convincing, and then he's like, this is a good idea that you go. It makes sense, and Spock would have been wrong because he would have walked into this trap. But Kirk doesn't take the bait. I guess
that you're right.
He doesn't take the bait. He actually behaves the way Spock would have hoped he would, which was not to be the hothead, not to be foolish, not to be provoked. He stands down. I mean, he surrenders the Enterprise. That's a big order.
Right. Okay. So, before you get to the surrender of the Enterprise,
sure.
You said you want to address some things Sable said?
Yeah, he did. Sable was analyzing a certain dynamic in this that regardless of whether you're pro-war or pro-peace, both sides were conspiring for either outcome. That Klingons and Federation were coming together to conspire for peace, and Klingons and Federation were coming together to conspire for war. That it didn't matter what side you're on, the destruction of Praxis was a catalyst for the Klingons and the Federation to start working together anyway, regardless of which side you were on. I thought that was a really good point. I just wanted to address it.
Promote peace or continue war, right? Yes, you are all drawn together by the lodestone of Praxis.
Right. So he's saying that is still a catalyst for cooperation, regardless of which side you're on. And I thought that was a very astute observation.
Yes. But Sable says, no, anti-Klingon and pro-war are different. Kirk is not pro-war. If I said that, I didn't intend that. I'm not sure where this comes from, but Sable says, no, anti-Klingon and pro-war are different. Kirk is not pro-war. Despite his vengeance against the Klingons for the death of David, Kirk is at his core still anti-war, and everything he does is a maverick to save his people. But if this concerns what I was saying that the conspirators, that Kirk seems to be a great person the conspirators would want to put in command of that, because it seems so easy to paint him as someone who would,
he's a patsy. Destroy that. Right. He's a guy that Klingons would believe would do this, right?
Well, and also potentially the Federation. He's a maverick. Didn't we have to demote him last year or whatever it was?
And actually, that's Chang brings that up in his prosecution.
Right.
Who disobeyed orders whenever it suited him. So the case was already made against Kirk's character preemptively, in that sense, that he's a guy the Klingons would be, quick to turn on, and the Federation would believe could do this. He even says, were you obeying or disobeying orders when you fired on the Chancellor's ship? So he's saying, are you acting in concert to your previous self by disobeying orders and shooting? Or were you obeying orders that the Federation told you to shoot on the... So either way, like they've kind of boxed him in here. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like Kirk's a perfect guy to paint into this picture. All they need to do is get Kirk to open fire on Kronos 1. Were you keeping track of time? Because when Kronos 1 comes about, it is 1:29 in the morning. Okay. I was not keeping track. Okay. I noticed you wrote that down, but it's now 1:29 in the morning when that comes around, which advances time. I mean, it seems right if we're watching that. The Klingons turn around, and I think that you are completely correct. But you see, here's the problem that I have here. I think you're completely correct that the thing that throws the conspirators, that war is supposed to start right here. Right here. But what that they do not expect Kirk to surrender. Correct. And they thought of him as a mindless warrior or a hothead, which is why the conspirators should want him there. The conspirators want him there because he'll fire, he will fight. That's the way I would have written it. Well, you know what? It actually makes sense that Spock vouched for him now, because it suggests that Spock was right about Kirk. He's not a hothead. He's the right guy for this. And by the way, I'm not saying that you're not pointing out good points, because you are. I'm just saying you could find angles in that the script did not do for us. I guess you could. Yeah. No, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's good. The script should do it on its own. We shouldn't have to make up these cases outside the script. That's a rule for writing. You can't let the fans fill in the blanks. Correct. So in retrospect, watching this, I want it to be even more. I want there to be even more punch in the fact that surrender screws this up. There needed to be something that told you the surrender jinxed something. You know what? And I want the surrender to be more meaningful, because as you point out, surrender is a huge thing. You're about to surrender your vessel. I mean, you'll be court-martialed, whatever else that, is going on, that he surrenders, but that has no ramification elsewhere in this movie. You know what would have helped? I want it to. So we get one. Well, I'd have to think about this, because a couple things. When the Klingons are about to open fire on the Enterprise, it's all done through the Enterprise point of view. Right. Shields, Captain, and you see it coming at you, and the orange light. You could have done a couple things. One option is you show the bridge of the Kronos 1. Arm torpedoes. Tuck, get ready to fight. And then when Kirk surrenders, the captain should look clueless. Like, and you can even have that. Fire, sir? Do you want me to open? Am I supposed to fire? And then hold fire. Well, or the captain's like, fire, and the on a surrendered ship. That would be odd for Klingons, but I mean, you could have the Klingons choose not like the. Well, you know what you do is you have Brigadier Commando Korla be like, wait. You can't. They've surrendered. You can't. They've surrendered. Yes. That's it. That's what should have been it. Korla should have countermanded Chang's order, because that's my problem here. Ooh, yes. That's what should have happened, because my problem here is that if Chang is in command of that ship and the Enterprise surrenders, who the hell cares at that point? If you're the conspirators and you're trying to start a war, fire. Blow the Enterprise out of the water at that moment. Just if you fire and you destroy it, there's your war anyway. They fired on us. They assassinated the Chancellor. We turned around and blew them away. War has started. We don't see any reason for presumably Chang, although maybe not on board Kronos 1, to not fire and blow the Enterprise the hell out of the water. So that's what it would have been. Chang should have ordered, like coming on board the ship. We surrender, fire, and Kobla should have screwed it up.
and said,
well, he could have
they have
said,
surrendered. We accept their surrender. That's what should have happened. I knew we would have a better move. I knew it. I said that. I did not say that as we started this. I was like, I got some problems with the plot. We can solve it. This is it. That's exactly what should have happened.
I would have loved that. And I would have even, I would have shown, I like that. I would have shown the point of view from the Klingon bridge that they're getting ready to open fire. And then even after he countermands the order, did they raise their shields? No, they have not. Why wouldn't they raise their shields? Have Brigadier General Korolev really confused by this, and then be like, prepare a boarding party, even if it doesn't go anywhere, because Kirk offers to beam aboard. But the next thing to do would have prepared a boarding party on the Enterprise, because you're commandeering the ship at that point. Yeah, I would have shown the point of view of the Klingons as well, because you could show when they surrender the shock of Chang. You could even one moment where he's like, fire, fire, sir, fire. No, belay that order. You cannot, we can't fire on it. We cannot fire if they've surrendered. Did they raise their shields? No, they've taken no aggressive action. We're going to stand down and have Chang. But sir, they fired on us, and he's like, but they surrendered. Better to take the ship, or whatever. Yeah. I would have
take the ship, and they will stand trial for it, and we will, or not. They're not being aboard yet, so there's no trial. And we will something according to international law, something like that. No, I was seeing Sable. So Sable disagrees. Sable, thank you, Sable. Sable says, no. Then you don't have any tension between the sea of milk chaos and the churning of the gods of order. I'm not sure about that.
See, I disagree, because this is still a part of the chaos. When the chaos that has been unleashed by the conspirators is playing out, you have people that are not in on it, and they're making independent decisions. Like Kirk's decision to surrender is a unexpected reaction to the chaos. And in the scenario that Heath and I have kind of constructed, where Brigadier General countermands Chang's attack, he too is acting independently of the chaos.
And
so you have,
he's a victim of the chaos too.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean by acting independently. Same thing. They're acting. They're not conspirators, so they're responding in different ways. And I think it would be reasonable to have a warrior general mentality. Find it unusual that they surrendered, and willing to withhold starting the war to find out what's going on. You can commandeer. They surrendered. You can commandeer the ship. Everyone on the Enterprise can stand trial if you want them to. You can commandeer the ship. In fact, I would say that's a bigger plot hole. If the ship surrenders, how come it was never commandeered by the Klingons?
That's the next thing I was going to say, where I was going with this, that I want that surrender, if he surrendered, that to be a major plot element, because surrendering a ship, a naval vessel like that to you're the
giving
enemy
it up
is a huge thing, and it has no ramifications afterwards. We have no idea that apparently the ship flew off or something, so that has no ramification anywhere. The next thing that I would have in the next scene and so forth is the Enterprise in the custody of the Klingons.
Correct.
Now, they can escape that. They can escape. They can escape that. We can work that in. But I would absolutely have the significance of the surrender of the Enterprise be a major thing in at least the next scene.
I think that's good. So Spock tagged Kirk before they beamed aboard.
Okay, we got to get so that.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, I'm trying to think about an alternative plot here, because you're right. They never commandeer the ship. Once you surrender, that's what's at stake. You are surrendering your vessel. You're not just saying we stand down for a second. You're surrendering your vessel and your crew to this other ship in nautical terms. So Spock would have to give the order to go into warp speed. Because Spock has a great, as of this hour, I'm taking command of the ship.
Okay, wait. So yeah, we get to that, but yes, you're right that they need that. I would have them under, and then Spock decide to go into warp speed or something and somehow get away from them. Sable says, I disagree for $5. I disagree, but I can't counter a chat like this. Well, we may have to render that. Star Trek 6 operates on an archetypical level that I don't think I can elucidate in text, frankly. Well, no, but that's also my point. I'm a huge fan of this movie. We're talking about this, and this is where the plot starts to break down, and we're going to talk about this in great levels. And I really, really wish that they had restructured this movie to take care of some of the plot issues, because I think it would make it even stronger and would just been absolutely freaking incredible. But this movie absolutely is still working as we go forward from here, archetypically boom, 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 plot beat. No, it's absolutely doing that. And that needs to be preserved in any rewrite. It's just that from the plot perspective, I think there's so much weirdness that happens starting from the scene after the assassination that, and I think it could be fixed. That's why I wanted to talk to Doug about it.
I was just going to say it's solvable.
It's solvable. It's solvable. Yes.
Right.
No, I know. But I'm saying it could have been solved. It could have been solved.
Well, so Heath and I, from a writer's perspective, you have to understand, like, we're always dealing with the problems with plot and characters in our own stories. I know I do. And you have to solve them. So, like, for instance, I'll go to a writer's group, I'll submit my writing, and they'll say, why would she say this? Or why would this happen? Or I thought you said this. And sometimes there's major plot holes that you miss. And so, for example, someone would, let's say I'm in a writer's group and I've written Star Trek 6, and someone says, didn't they surrender the vessel? What happens? Do the Klingons take control of it? And I'd be like, actually, yeah, they would. So as a writer, I'd be like, how do I solve this? Oh, maybe Spock takes control and orders into warp.
Or maybe there is some kind of Klingon officer on board, and Spock has him arrested, like, and thrown in the brig, like all of a sudden walking by someplace and tosses him in the brig, and then orders the ship into warp or something like that.
But at least, but regardless, the writer can go a lot of different directions with this. However, it should be solved. It should be addressed.
It should
because when you unpack something, you should be able to be satisfied with it, with a few, with some forgiveness factor built in. I would say forgetting that you surrendered is enough of a plot hole that it should have been addressed.
This is so. Sable says, "Don't think about this only as a writer," and I'm not. Don't think about don't think about this only as a writer. Think about it as a filmmaker. Think about it as shot composition. I was talking to Brianna exactly about the subject this afternoon, exactly about this subject. And I am an advocate that if we have a situation, can I be online with you and participate next week? We'll see.
Maybe part 2, we can address some of these things.
Yeah.
If we do a second part to this, which probably we should.
Yeah.
We can bring Sable on. I would have no problem with that. He's got a lot of great commentary.
Yeah, but no, I completely agree. We've got to think about this in the whole way. But in this case, the director was the co-writer. And I'm saying that if you have a situation where you have got to choose between story and plot, you choose story. Like we're in some kind of corner. Do we have the story or do we have the plot? You choose the story, because that's what people are going to be following and they're going to remember. Even if you screw up some plot points here or there, if your story is just boom, 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 then people are going to accept that. But here, I think there's a situation where you could have done both.
Right. I guess that's my point too. I'm with Heath on this. So Star Trek 6 is my second favorite Star Trek behind Star Trek 2. So I am not in general critical of Star Trek 6. Heath has brought up some points, and when I look at it, I'm like, yeah, that wasn't addressed, and it could have been. So
it could have been.
I don't think that we would have to disrupt too much of the film in order to solve some of these plot issues.
That's what I'm saying. That
right. I think most of this film could have been intact with a few minor adjustments, a few lines of dialogue here and there to close off some of the criticism that it is there. You really imagine if 2 naval vessels were happening in the British Empire and one of the Napoleonic fleet, and they exchange, and the British officer surrenders, and then the captain of that ship goes over to the French ship. The British ship is not allowed to just sail off.
That's just going to fly away, sail away, right?
Right. So you still have to, you have surrendered your vessel, and that's a big deal. So what I'm saying is that wasn't really addressed. Did it ruin Star Trek 6 for me? Not at all.
No, it does not ruin it. It does not ruin it because I'm still following the
Doesn't
story.
ruin it at all.
No, but I'm saying that I'm hoping that because these are problems that this comes out of a place of love because I love this movie.
100%.
But I think there are problems here, and I'm hoping that if I were sitting as a writer of this movie, that I would have caught these problems. That's why I would say that, no, I'm thinking about it as a writer. Like, hold on, we got some problems here. We can fix them and make sure that we have the same story beats and then have this movie is a 10. We can make sure it's a 12 by the time it's done because we're going to make sure that that all of these things are right.
And to be clear, these are minor issues. We're just trying to be fair in our assessment of it, or at least that's how I'm taking it. Star Trek 6 is a smashing success. Again, one of my all-time favorite Star Treks. When I watched it last night, I literally texted Heath. I was like, just watch Star Trek 6 again. Totally satisfied. Love it. And no problem. I don't mind being questioned or challenged on these things. That's good. It usually makes for good discussion. That's why I think it's good if you come on and discuss it live. Because yes, texting can be and typing is very tedious. I think it's great, but
what I'm saying is, if I made this movie, and then right after it's released or whatever, somebody goes, "Wait a minute, they never addressed this point." I personally don't want to go, God, I never thought about that. Oh my God, what was I thinking?
Yeah,
I want to come up with that point before the movie goes to production.
Yeah, I bet if we even talk to the screenwriter on this, like let's say we saw him at a convention and we're like, hey, Kirk surrendered and the Klingons never commandeered his vessel.
Maybe we can have him on the show.
He would that'd be great. the writer would probably concede that it was a mistake. That's what I'm saying. That a writer would say this was still a mistake. However,
it
I'm
works.
okay with it.
Yeah, well, that's okay
too.
And I'm perfectly okay with that answer because it sometimes, like even Meyer, for instance, when he was talking about Star Trek 2, and for instance, he was talking about Chekhov being the one that Khan recognizes. He even said in the director's commentary, it could have been somebody else, but whatever, and I just didn't care. But so I would take that answer that, like, okay, we thought about this, and cinematography, graphically, it was working stars where so we just didn't care. I'm okay with that answer, but I would not want that to be in a script that I was trying to write.
Let me just say this. You're probably right. Meyer he's a great director, and I really have very little fault for him. All I'm saying is, if Meyer had the choice of having this being an issue that was unaddressed or being an issue that was addressed, he would still choose to have it addressed, as long as it didn't disturb the story. And what Heath and I are saying, I think, is that he could have addressed this without disturbing the story. And that's it. That's it. It's a small thing, but I think it's worth discussing since we are going on a deep dive.
This is a deep dive. This is a deep dive. We say it's a small thing, but it's a plot. It's the problem. It's the distinction between story and plot.
Yeah, and I love the show. I love it. In fact, I've never even heard some of the criticism that Heath's bringing up. So it's very interesting to hear this. It's really good.
Well, let's go. Let's it is now, according to my clock, 12:04. So we have heard the chimes at midnight. Let's go to the beaming on board Kronos 1, and then if we want to stop, we can stop. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds good.
And then we will continue. It won't be next week. I think there's something else going on. Brand's gonna be here next week, so it'll be at 2 weeks. But we'll continue.
Okay.
It'll be a 2-week thing. We'll talk about what we're doing next week. We got to come up with what to do next week. But Brianna will be here next week. No. Actually, Art. This is actually, I love this quote, and I meant to bring this up before. So thank you, Sable. Art thrives on restrictions and on things left out. Paintings do not move. That I completely agree with this. No, I completely agree. And Meyer was talking about this in the director's commentary. He was saying that art thrives on restrictions. And I say that so often. I completely agree that it's restrictions that, I mean, if you say to somebody, hey, you can do whatever you want. Well, what are you going to do? You have no idea. But as soon as you start to give people constraints, like you can do whatever you want, but it's got to be done in 3 weeks. Okay, well that starts to provide you restraint, already. It's true. So I'm huge on that, and I was actually.
But still, I still have to defend continuity on some level.
No, I do too. I do too. I don't think it's the same thing.
And by the way, I am a advocate for art. However, that doesn't mean that if you're going to introduce the idea of a surrender, you can't then just pretend it doesn't mean anything either. From a writing point, a good writer will think about all of these things and make sure that it's at least coherent. And you could still make art and you could still leave stuff out, but that doesn't mean that, I mean, by that flexibility, by the range you're giving that quote, The Last Jedi is a great movie because it leaves out all sorts of things and would be a great work of art. But it's not, you know. So I think I still think that there's still a case to be made for continuity and for logic. Does it have to be perfect? No. And I would still argue that this film is phenomenal with its imperfections.
And that's why it's my example of a film that can be phenomenal, that hits all of its story beats and makes a wonderful story, even though the things that happen in the plot don't make sense. This is my case one example of a movie that I love. I love this movie. And it's the epitome of choosing story over plot.
Well, but again, the writer chose to introduce the concept of surrendering.
Right. I know. So that's why I said that, like, I would be more forgiving of things that happen during production. Like, you know, oh my God, they're on the wrong level or the deck or something like that when we were running in and trying to figure out all those things. But the script, these are script issues that's like that the writer should have been looking at. Now, we're talking about going before we're going to end when we go on to Gorkin's ship.
Well, hold on real quick. The last thing, what to leave to the imagination. That's kind of what I'm saying is
right here as a director.
It's hard to imagine how the Enterprise just kind of sailed off after surrendering to the Klingons. Like when I go to my imagination there, it's almost as if the Klingons are like, we got Kirk, and Spock's like,
okay, going over. Hold on, what are they doing?
Like that, it's hard for me to imagine that because there's really not a scenario in nautical terms where the ship that surrendered sails away unbeknownst to the people they surrendered to. So what I'm saying is that is big enough of it's not a blank spot. It's not something to be left to the imagination. It's something that should be addressed. And I think that that's different from what Table. You're right about everything except its application to this one scenario. I still think that a writer should have addressed this one issue. We're probably over talking it, but
well, hold on, we're overdoing something.
It is a deep dive. So
imagine that we're up on 5 hours into less than 2 hour movie. And
what minute are we on in the movie?
We are now officially 32 minutes and 44 seconds.
You're kidding, man.
So I mean, we have talked for 5 hours on the first 32 minutes of this movie.
This is this might be insanity.
I noticed somebody on TikTok commented on one of the shorts about you, Doug.
We're deep diving. We're deep diving.
We are on the deep dive. On a deep dive, you can't be over talking it, right? I mean, this is the place where you come. We're going deep. But I noticed that, like when we were talking about Star Wars, somebody on TikTok wrote on one of your TikTok, Doug's, one of your TikToks, Doug. He said, nobody hates Star Wars like a Star Wars fan. So here's the thing. If we didn't love Star Trek and specifically didn't love this movie, we wouldn't be talking about it in this level of detail. Well, if I hated this movie, we'd be done in 30 minutes.
Well, and the point that Sable's trying to make, and I don't even know why this example of all examples popped into my head. Willy Wonka, when he's talking about the vermicious canids and the Oompa Loompas, where did they come from? Who the hell? That is left to my imagination. The author didn't address it. It didn't really interfere with the plot as it unfolds. It's an unanswered question. It is left to my imagination, and I'm cool with that. In this scenario, there's an actual formal procedure that was ignored to let the plot go on, and that's usually a mistake by the writer. Did it matter in this case? Probably not. Did we love the movie? Yes. So I don't think it was egregious. However, from a writing standpoint, even from a director standpoint, should it have been addressed? I bet the director and the writer would still say, we probably should have addressed that. That's all I'm saying. So, it's a little bit different than leaving it to the imagination when it's conflicting with the procedure that they've proposed just occurred. Because a surrender is a formal thing. It's like when you surrender in a battle, you don't wave the white flag and then hand over your general while the army sneaks away and gets behind you. like it's a formal procedure. This is a thing. It's not an imagination.
That would have
It's
come
not
up
an
probably
imagined
also in the
event.
Klingon courts that we had a surrender of a vessel and then it left. Like, where's our interstellar
Hey,
law
did you get
there?
that vessel? Did you get the Enterprise?
Yeah, right. And then all of a sudden, that's
Oh,
another
shit.
thing which brings up what the Enterprise should be doing. But okay, so Kirk decides to go over to the ship to Kronos 1, and McCoy's going to go with him. Now, this is, again, we just talked about the difference between plot and story. Here we come up with one of the biggest plot contrivances of this story, of this movie, which is the Viridian Patch. Because Kirk says, I'm, going over, and for years and years and years, I never even noticed. Now, I didn't, that Spock did put something on his back.
Yes.
Like, that's so easy to miss, but he does do it. He does do it. I didn't just figure this out on like the last watch through, but it's been a few years. But for years and years and years, I never saw that, and then realized, oh my God, he actually does. Spock reaches over on the bridge and puts something on Kirk's back.
Looks like a little Velcro patch.
But this is why this is the biggest plot contrivance of this entire movie. That first of all, Spock. Oh no, Sable noticed that on his first viewing. Okay, so Sable is hawk-eyed there. The Phoenix. Well, Phoenixes are hawk-eyed. Phoenixes are hawk-eyed.
Hey, that's impressive. I did not catch it.
No, I never caught it. He leans over. He puts something on his back that first of all, Spock has that at the ready. He has whatever patch it is that can transmit locations through sectors of space right there at his duty station where he can reach over. Like, this is a huge, like, the plot contrivance. This is the biggest plot contrivance of the movie. And he leans over and he puts it on him, and Kirk does turn around, and you see like the black Velcro. It's like black Velcro on his back. And
see, I guess that would fall into, for me, more of a less concern. Like, yeah, it's hard for me to understand how he got there, but I'm willing to forgive it because it's.
I'm less. Sable's like, I agree with that. Plot wise, what the hell is that? And why did nobody notice it? I mean, this is a problem. I mean, yes, that's going to be a problem. And to me, a major problem later on as they go to Rura Pente, that they don't even have Kirk change clothes, and whatever it is kind of scan you run on prisoners doesn't notice that this guy has a patch on the back of the clothes that he walked in that can transmit his location.
I think that's a better argument
across from Rura Pente into the Federation. Like they don't notice that. Like that is the huge plot contrivance. Huge.
Yeah, I guess I was less concerned about him putting it on him, but it's harder to believe that Kirk is wearing his uniform in a prison.
And the Klingons never notice this transmitter.
Well, yeah, because you would think a transmitter is giving off a signal, and I'm sure they would scan for that.
Like, somebody scanned this person to make sure that, like, he doesn't... I don't know. So that's a problem. So then they beam on board Kronos 1, which is where I think we should start next time.
Okay. Yeah, they beam on, and it's usually it'd be questionable that the captain would beam aboard a hostile vessel. However, I think in this case you could argue that he's making a point. He's leaving himself vulnerable to make a point, the same way he surrendered his vessel. And maybe to Sable's point earlier, backing off would have been better than to say surrender.
He backs off later. But in this exchange, it should have been Klingons boarding the ship and Kirk coming over the other ship. That would have been the formal surrender, that Kirk and McCoy and whatever coming over, and then the Klingons are taking charge of the Enterprise, and you would have had them exchange on the transporter pad.
Right, and everyone on the Enterprise would be imprisoned, if possible, either on the brig of the Enterprise or the brig of the Klingon ship. But I mean, a surrender, that's what I'm trying to say. In war terminology, a surrender is not a casual term that simply means I'm not going to shoot back at you. it means we are
For the
giving
moment.
up unconditionally our authority, our willingness to fight, our commander, our vessel, like all of this is now in your possession, including all the technology on board the Enterprise that the Federation would want to protect.
Right. Yeah, that's all the secrets of the Enterprise, classified information, all of that. I mean, it's a big deal. All of that's going to be in the hands of the Klingons.
Yeah. So, and that's what Kirk is suggesting when he says, we surrender.
We surrender. Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But in this case, this is the hero figure descending into the underworld. Yes, it is. Archetypically, that's what's happening. Yes.
Yeah. And I like Kirk going over there. Like I said, normally I'd be like, why is Kirk on the planet?
But also, that is what Kirk always does. We have established throughout Star Trek lore that Kirk does this. So, and I do. By the way, I love the line that also goes with this. When Spock does try to stop him, I'm responsible for getting you into this. And I love the line. Great dialogue again. No, you'll be responsible for getting me out of this, which is a lot of the responsibility that he puts upon Spock for the rest of the movie, which I think is actually underplayed. Because as we go forward, Spock makes some choices that I don't think he would actually make, except for the fact that he's being held personally responsible by Captain Kirk, his friend and his commanding officer. You're responsible for me getting out of this. So I think Spock takes that to heart, but I think that's underplayed in the rest of the movie.
Yeah. And by the way, when we do part 2 of this discussion, I love Spock from here on out.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, it is like Spock's movie from here.
It's Spock from here on out, the weight of his character, the way that Leonard Nimoy portrays him on screen, and then also the weight of Spock's history throughout Star Trek, to this point, is what makes even the rest of this movie, which might not make sense from a plot perspective, work. It's because of Spock's weight, and you trust Spock. So when Spock says things and whatever, you believe it and you carry on.
That's a good point. Yeah, the characters believe this scenario.
The characters believe it, so you believe it. Yeah.
Right. And I think that's a lot of some of the plot points you're bringing up, I've never even considered, Heath. But they're good points. However, upon watching this, I feel like the characters are convinced. I was convinced. I love Star Trek. I was sucked into this whole scenario.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So I don't know if this is actually the longest time that we have ever been on a Table Talk screen.
Gotta be right
we
around.
just went over 5. Was it 5.5 hours? Was actually like, do we do something of 5.5 hours?
But we did a whole movie in that amount of time.
But we did a whole movie this time, and we have done officially with Kirk and McCoy beaming on board. We were at 32 minutes and 51 seconds into this movie.
That is hysterical.
But that's great because I told Doug, I was like, I'm not ready to do this movie because I need another 8 hours to study it. And I have 8 pages of notes, and we have been through 1.25 pages.
Oh my
so
God,
I need to take another week or 2 weeks, because next week won't be it, to watch this movie some more and take the rest of my notes and things like that. So this could be the deepest dive into Star Trek 6 that has ever been conducted on YouTube. Can anyone confirm that? I mean, if we do another 5 hours, has anyone else talked for 10 hours on Star Trek 6? If that happens, has anyone talked for 5 hours? Has anyone ever talked for 5 hours on Star Trek 6?
I don't know. I'll actually search on YouTube tomorrow. And see what comes up.
We should look, right? Oh, Sable's got 4 pages of notes too. Okay,
really? Sable would be fun to include in the discussion. And Sable, just to be fair, I know how tedious it is to try to type in your fast-moving thoughts into a quick chat like that, and how frustrating it can be. But yeah, we can. I mean, it's up to Heath, but I wouldn't have a problem with it.
All right. Daniel says you guys need sleep. I need sleep. Okay. No, that's what we're saying. No, I completely agree. And that's why I think it works so well. And this is why this is one of the best, not only Star Trek movies, but movies. I mean, I would put this, it's so difficult to come up with a top movie or top 5 movies. But if I were to come up with top 10, top 5, I mean, this would be in it. Because like, what's your
I loved watching
movie
it.
Whatever.
I watched it last night again. I took all my extensive notes, and I absolutely loved it. And I felt so satisfied. Like when they did their sign off and the credits, I was like,
we're going to talk about that. Oh my God, the sign off.
Did you not like it?
No, I do. I'm saying emotional. Like, oh my God, we get to the sign off.
Okay, yeah.
That. Now, because I was going to say this when we get there. I'm sure I'll say it again when we get there. But that's another one of the moments I remember of my mother because when the sign-offs come, Mother stood up and she was like, because we didn't know because we were young, my brother and I, like the names of the actors, and she was saying like, so that's Kirk and Scotty and Uhura and naming all of the characters off as they were signing off, right?
Oh wow!
So
very satisfying. So like I said, I love Star Trek 6. This is a deep dive though, so we're going to analyze the plot structure and whether or not everything was addressed adequately or not. And in some cases it might not have been, but it doesn't really change the overall attitude of the movie.
Oh, Brett says Kirk should have said, I surrender, or tell them I surrender myself and am beaming over. Well, that would be another option. Something
that is a good solution to the issue, because I think it gets the point across the movie wanted and doesn't put us in the situation that Heath and I are analyzing when a naval commander surrenders his vessel. Because he says, we surrender.
We surrender.
But
and Uhura communicates, Enterprise surrenders. Enterprise
correct.
surrenders.
Absolutely. But Brent has a very interesting solution to that. Tell him, I surrender. I'll have myself beamed aboard. He says it in Star Trek, spare my crew. That was essentially Kirk's deal to Khan. I'll give myself up. Let these guys go.
And actually, that could also have worked when we're talking about with the confusion of Brigadier Kurla. Like, that's also a really weird thing to say. Like, that guy is surrendering? Like, what the freak does that mean? Right. Yeah. Sable says, that's a great point and also a great discussion. So that would also, like, we know what it means when a naval vessel surrenders, but like that guy is surrendering. What does that even mean?
Well,
okay, bring him aboard. We'll arrest him. Like, that could have been more confusion. That could have worked too.
I think you're right. And I think I could see, if I was writing it or imagining it, I would imagine Brigadier General Corla being like, tell him we accept. Accept the offer,
whatever that means. Bring aboard. Well,
right. Accept the offer. Let's bring him on board. I'll have Kirk. I'm willing to take that. What about the Enterprise?
It is Kurla who confronts them when they beam over.
That's
Kurla
right.
Standing right there.
And he says, I assure you, we don't know what's happened here. And Kurla's kind of suspends doubt there in that second. So I think you're right. And in fact, you can even have some. What about the Enterprise? Let them go. We've got Captain Kirk. We've got all we need. Who cares about the
Kurla should have said that. Chang should have said something about, what about the Enterprise? And Kurla said, we have Kirk.
Actually, that's even better.
That's God. See, thank you, Brent. God, see, here we're solving movies right here.
Brent, I think you might have found a way through the impasse here with that solution.
All right. Well, okay. So then we pause here again at 32 minutes and 51 seconds into the movie. I'm going to watch it some more, and I'm going to re-prepare my notes. Hey, watch it. You're going to watch some more, Doug, too, and check out the clocks.
The clocks.
Check out the clocks.
I will totally be looking for these clocks, and I'm still mystified that they chose to include them.
Yeah. All right. Well, everybody, this has been incredible. This is not something I expected to happen, but this is Table Talk in its finest form. Everybody, Thank you so much to everybody who's been watching live. You've been incredible. That's why we do this live, so that you can be part of the discussion, because it's a better show when everybody live is in the chat and
absolutely
correcting us on things that are wrong or bringing up things that we hadn't thought about. It's absolutely a better show. It's why I love the live format. If you're watching on replay, thank you so much for watching on replay as well. You are definitely a part of this community. We are so glad to have you. Doug, I guess I should say, where is this come? I don't even know where all of my, I meant to very smoothly bring up the,
are we allowed to use still shots?
What is that?
Like a still shot of the film?
Well, yeah, we can do that. We can definitely bring up stills of the film. It's just, I have not found an easy way to make them because my computer stops me from making stills of the film. But if you find them elsewhere, then yeah, you can definitely use them.
Okay.
Here we go. So Doug, Faraway Bird, there we go. Right there.
Yeah. If you want a great historical fiction novel, go for it.
that's Doug's book, Faraway Bird. So come over there. I'll put the link right there in the chat. And then also, if you want a free copy of Goodnight Sword, my book right here. If you like Goodnight Moon or have any children in your life, who are of the age for Goodnight Moon, check out Goodnight Sword. You can download it free right there, and then we're going to go to Indiegogo to get hard copies made. So you can download it free, enjoy the story. So there we go. Faraway Bird and Goodnight Sword. Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.
Awesome chat tonight.
Awesome chat. Awesome. All right.
And we had a wide range of thoughts coming in. I thought that was awesome.
All right. Yes. Later, everybody. See you in the morning.
Good night, guys.